Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's good to see you. Chat, we are here for day 3. Replay crew, love you. Remember, everything that we talk about is going to be time-stamped down below because timestamps are just so needed. Timestamps are 100% needed in trial days that are this long. It's good to see you. We're going to go right to court. Let me know what you're drinking, where you're coming in from. We need all of the things. Dr. B is picking me up coffee on the way home. So I have like an appetizer coffee. We have like a pre-coffee. We have the first cappuccino. Then there will be a pumpkin cream cold brew, and I am so ready for it. I'm going to need all the caffeine today. The voice is a little rough. I'm a little tired. It's okay. You're probably tired too. We're not as tired as Wendi Adelson. Can you imagine how tired she must be after the roller coaster that she was on yesterday? I don't think she expected that. At the end of testimony, it was a full because you were holding the gun, weren't you, Chutney? It was like a whole moment where it was like, even if it's you. I don't think Wendi Adelson expected that defense attorney to come after her the way that she did because the beginning of cross-examination was so friendly and a lot of points that the defense wanted to highlight were made. Like your mom didn't talk to this person and your mom didn't talk to that person. But then at the end, I am still reeling from the reveal that Wendi said, nah, my mom's not controlling. And then she's telling her friends, I feel like I'm living essentially somebody else's life. And I don't even know if I ever wanted to get married. And I really maybe don't want to move from Tallahassee, but I'm afraid to tell my family. And that's my summary because she said I need to save face with my family. But I'm afraid to tell my family. I'm afraid to disappoint my family. And some testimony very sad to hear. Some testimony of Wendi Adelson was very frustrating. And then that sadness was really kind of the overriding feeling of Rob Adelson's testimony. His testimony was just so sad. His sadness was so heavy. And he's like, these things were just such big red flags to him because he had enough time, I think, and distance away from his family that they struck him as huge red flags. And you could see how heavy that was for him. So after that, where do we even go today? I don't know. But we're going to roll the intro. We're going to go to court. We're going to drink some caffeine. We're going to figure out what's happening on day 3. And I'm here for it. For all of you new to this case, welcome. Law nerds, you've been immaculate with not spoiling, the oh, just wait, but I'm not saying more. I appreciate you. I have not watched any of the testimony from any of the cases. I've watched the pretrial motions. When Donna got arrested, I was like, okay, tell me more. And then I covered the filing and I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then we watched the video of her arrest. I'm like, this is going to be very interesting. And then that call between Donna and Charlie right after he got convicted, I was like, I'm in. I want to know what happens. We need to watch. We're going to follow along. So no, I've not watched Charlie's trial. Thank you all for being very conscientious when I solicit the information that we don't know so we can drop a little knowledge on the chat. So do we have the full perspective that the jury has? No, we've got a little bit of outside information. I've got a little bit of feelings. I just wonder if after yesterday, the jury is now on the same page as those of us that have watched either just a little bit of the pretrial or jumping onto the same page as everybody else. I don't know. Maybe so. All right, we're going to roll the intro. We're going to go to court because I'm ready for the judge. This judge is a whole vibe. Let's go. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. All right, we're going right to court. The judge is going to talk to, it looks like, the audience real quick. Probably going to talk to them about their cell phones. So then we are going to zoom till the witnesses come in. I mean, unless there's anything happening before court.
Trial is taking place.
There might be.
Do not shake your heads or make any gesturing as the witnesses are testifying.
Control your faces, people.
With any of the testimony. If any of the
He's
testimony
gonna have to do this every day.
is going to be distressing or upsetting for you,
Walk
please remove yourself
out.
from the courtroom. Also, if you step outside while the witness is testifying, you are to remain outside until there has been a change in witnesses.
Or a break. I mean, a court break would be okay.
One other matter has been brought to
The
my
defense attorney looks
attention as
confused,
well.
but I like the pink.
If you are in any common areas with the jurors on this case,
no.
please do not discuss any matters that are pertaining to the case around the jurors.
Yeah, shut the fuck
As they
up.
are not to discuss the case with each other or anyone else. They cannot be affected by any conversations that are happening by the observers. If you see the jurors, please
walk
do not
away.
engage them. Do not talk to them. Do not discuss matters that pertain to the case around them.
Don't
Does
look at
anyone
them.
have any questions concerning those? Please raise your hands. Very well. With there being no questions, do the parties have any matters that you need to raise for this morning?
Yeah, control your face.
Please approach.
The attorneys are approaching, but to the gallery, control your face, control your conversation. This is something that lawyers have to do too. You can't be talking about the case with your co-counsel while the jury is mingling around the courthouse. And you can't talk about even other cases. This in larger courthouse, you could see jurors that might belong to like a friend's trial, but you can't be talking with your colleague. I mean, that's a personal example. You can't be talking with your colleague about your friend's trial because those might be their jurors. So you just don't talk about the case. And I imagine that the human instinct is to go out into the hallway. Oh, I'm loving this suit skirt situation with the bow and like the lavender. Oh, counsel, I could never. I'm living. But you can't be out there being like, holy shit, did you hear? No. And people will get kicked out of the courthouse if they are a particular problem. But damn, that suit is amazing. A little bit of a swingy skirt. Ah, love it. Love George's outfit today.
Yes.
Miss Kappelman, so good.
All right.
I wasn't sure if he was going to put anything on the record. We'll see. Maybe not. All right, Judge, we love your face, but
You can let me know once they're finished with the bathroom. We'll bring them out and we'll get started.
there will be a whole scepter moment. It will be bang, 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 jury in. Okay, good. I do miss the hear yees and the only fan. I need this judge to have an only fan and hear yees because I don't need to go back. We don't need to go back. We need to be here. Here is for the wildness we have, at least the judge and the lawyers
If you need to use the restroom,
aren't
please
wild.
go do it now if you need to.
All right. We're going to zoom. We got to see the judge's chair. I do like the blue. All of you asked whose chair. I mean, South Carolina had the most stately chairs. Like they were just massive, but this judge's chair looks pretty comfy. I also have a blue chair. I love a blue chair. I don't know why that's a thing that I love. It just is. It is. We're going to, we got a lot of zoom room before this next witness comes on. All right. We back in court. All right. Now the jury's coming in. So at some point, I just need to know what keyboard the judge is a fan of. I'm going to be distracted the entire trial until I know. But I do love Georgia's suit today. I am very much a pantsuit girl. So
Everyone can be seated.
this shocks you none. But I love the
Morning,
skirt
members of
suits.
the jury.
Like for everybody that's not me.
We are going to resume with the state's case once again this morning. Everyone does have their notepads and pens in their seats. All right. And for the record,
I can't believe it's
jurors
only
have
day
responded
3.
in the affirmative. Ms. Kappelman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Jeff Lacasse.
Holy shit, we're just starting off hot. Damn. We might need to send another app notification. Hey, Miguelina, will you just let the app know that we are starting with Wendi Adelson's ex-boyfriend, Jeff? I mean, my name, Jeff. We're starting right off with Jeff. Damn. Just right in there with Jeff. Holy shit. So this is witness number 11. I know he testified at other trials. Oh, that's Dr. B. I know he testified at other trials. I don't know what he said. I'll be right back. He went with a full bottle of water, though. He's ready.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. You may inquire when you're ready, state.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Jeffrey Lacasse, pardon me, Jeffrey Lacasse.
How are you employed?
I'm an associate professor at Florida State University.
How long have you been at FSU?
Wait, he works at FSU too?
Since 2013, so 11 years now, 12 years now.
Oh,
Have you always lived here in
interesting.
Tallahassee?
I was here from 2000 to 2008 pursuing my doctorate, and I went to Arizona State for 5 years, and I came back in the fall of 2013 when all this happened.
Okay. And back in that time frame, did you have a relationship with Wendi Adelson?
I did.
When did that relationship begin?
We started dating in late September of 2013.
What was the nature of the relationship?
At first, it was very casual. We weren't exclusive. After Halloween, things started to accelerate. That's the fall of 2013. And then by late February, early March, we were an exclusive couple.
When did the relationship end?
It's a little tricky, but I would mark it at around July 14th,
It's a little tricky because I got an
2020.
email.
Around the time of the homicide or shortly before?
right before, yes.
During the time that you were dating Wendi Adelson, did you become aware of her divorce
I did.
and the litigation surrounding the divorce and subsequent to the divorce? Were you familiar with that as well?
Yes, it was a constant topic of conversation.
Were you aware that it was an unusually
That's
difficult
awkward if
or
you're dating and
nasty
all she does is
divorce?
talk about
I
her
was.
ex.
And during the time that you
And
were
that's awkward for
dating her,
anyone
were you
not unique to
aware
her.
that litigation was still pending during that time frame?
Yes.
Was there a specific item of litigation that was a common topic during the time you were dating Mrs. Adelson? or
Well,
Ms.
as far as
Adelson?
what she discussed, there were multiple. The relocation motion had just been denied a couple months before we started dating, so that was still very much on Wendy's mind. That came up a lot. Then there were the custody issues with the kids, of course.
Okay. Did you know Dan Markel?
I met him briefly, couple times.
Was that in the context of you being the new boyfriend and exchange of the kids kind of
Exactly, picking up the kids,
Y'all
swimming
worked at the
lessons one
same-
time. Never spoke for
Y'all
for
worked
more
at the
than
same
2 or 3
school.
minutes.
thing? The interaction that you did have with him, were those cordial?
It was polite and cordial.
Did you have any issues with him other than things that Wendi was telling you?
I sort of adopted the Adelson family narrative. I kind of believed what Wendy was telling me. And
The narrative.
Wendy and I also had mutual friends from when I was here before, and they had sort of adopted that narrative as well. So I didn't have a personal beef with Dan Markel, but I did believe sort of the Adelson family story about Dan Markel.
I believed
Shows
what
that he
Wendy
was
said about
making
her
it very
ex.
difficult for Wendi. He was a difficult person.
Yes.
If you know, did Wendi Adelson want to relocate to South Florida?
Yes, she did, very badly.
Oh,
And why did she
interesting.
want to relocate to South Florida?
She preferred to be down there with her family. She also hated Tallahassee. That's in my original, police statements. It was almost a daily topic of
He's like,
conversation
"See my
how
last
much
email."
she disliked Tallahassee. So was both. She really disliked Tallahassee. She preferred to be in Miami. On our second date, she broke into tears talking about relocation and abruptly ended the date. I mean, it was still very visceral.
Sir, if on her second date, this is for anyone you're dating, if the person you're dating is still so emotionally entangled in their divorce, it is time to not be dating them. They are not ready. They are not ready. They are not ready to date. They are not ready to date. You are not to be their new therapist. She was not ready to date. It was time to go. It doesn't matter. If anyone you are dating spends all of their time talking about their ex, run. Run!
Very important to her.
All right,
You deserve
and that
better,
was shortly
Jeff.
after the relocation had been denied, is that right?
Yeah, that would have been last week of September, so a couple months after. It was fresh then, yeah.
Okay, and were you specifically familiar during that time with the litigation seeking to limit Donna Adelson's exposure to the kids or to have her be supervised in the presence of the kids because Dan was alleging that she had made disparaging remarks about him to the children?
Yes, I was aware of that.
How did you become aware of that?
Oh, multiple ways. Wendi talking about it. And it's hard to remember which exact emails and motions I was forwarded. But definitely Wendy's talking about it for sure. And perhaps I was sent court materials.
Okay.
Chat before we get into any more of his testimony, because I see a lot of you asking, why not fix? And I know you're asking in a all of you are just kind of in a funny way. Look, if you did not break it, it is not up to you to fix it. If you did not break it, it's not on you to fix it. Okay? All right, let's keep going. Thanks for hanging with me, chat.
Were you also shown things in her presence?
Yes.
All right, and if you know, did Wendi take that particular filing seriously? Was she upset about that or worried about that?
Yes, every time there was a motion, they took it very seriously, and I'd reported to the police that it was disruptive on the relationship because every time something was filed, dates would get canceled, Wendi would be in a mood, Wendi would be upset, so.
When you say they took it seriously, who are you referencing?
The entire family, but Wendi was the person I was having contact with. But it was known to me that the whole family was upset.
Okay, and how do you deduce that it's a they and not just a Wendi? Is she in communication with the family? Is she relaying that to you? How do you know that?
For multiple.
Also speculation and opinion.
No, she's laying
Overruled, you may
foundation.
testify as
She
to
asked him
his
how he
personal
knows.
knowledge. You're not to repeat, however, what anyone said out of court, Mr. Lacasse.
Sure. So conversations with Wendi, which were consistent, and also.
Also, I will say, I will make one. There's like an asterisk exception for rescuing floofs. There is an asterisk if you really want to rescue the floofs, you can work with them. If there is a strong desire to fix. Also, anything that is a physical material, not the humans. Not the humans. Yes. The floofs. You can put your energy into the floofs and, a garden. Perfect. Do some woodworking. Watch Law and Lumber. Learn how to woodwork your own pens. Okay? Not humans. Not the humans. The floofs, yes. The humans, no.
Observing the family dynamic, which was, I described to police as a family without boundaries that sort of not having just a shared family life than your own.
Differences in opinion.
Stand as to opinion.
All right, so in your observation,
I am going to get annoyed with defense counsel. He is doing his job. I want the tea, and I'm tired. So the I want the tea is going to override the yes, you're correct. Yes, you're correct. You're correct. He's correct. It's opinion.
let's keep it specific to Donna, if you
Yes.
don't mind. Was Donna Adelson very involved in her daughter's life?
Yes, absolutely.
Was she very involved in her daughter's divorce litigation?
Yes.
And I say divorce, I know the divorce was already final, I'm referencing the subsequent litigation as well.
Yes.
During the time that you were in a relationship with Wendi, did you have the occasion to meet her family?
I did.
When was that?
I met Donna, I met her multiple times, but
forgot our button.
Wendi
Sorry,
had
Chad.
me come over to her house and had me have dinner with Donna in mid-November. So sat down and had dinner with Donna. There's about 6 or 7 other occasions that we met and or interacted. Me picking up Wendi to go on a date, and the parents would be in the living room. We went to a Hanukkah party together. We went to the circus together. Wendy's parents would use Wendy's van to transport the kids, so I would come pick Wendi up from the house to bring her to work because the parents needed the car. I met Charlie in March when I stayed with him, so that's some of the interactions.
All right. And when you met Donna here in Tallahassee, was Harvey always there as well, or would sometimes be
I don't
Donna
believe Harvey
alone?
was there. I don't believe Harvey was there that time. But he was there other times.
So did it appear to you that Donna was frequently in Tallahassee?
Donna was definitely frequently in Tallahassee between September and early May. After that, I'm not aware of her being in Tallahassee. Well, I think she was in Tallahassee quickly once or twice after that, but in terms of extended trips, there was an awful lot of moms here for a while going on between September and late April, early May.
And when Donna was here in
Boys, I don't know if
town
he's a law
staying with
professor.
Wendy, what
He
was
works
the
at the
purpose of
university. He didn't
visits?
say the law.
You know.
He did not say the law school. He said university.
I think multiple purposes. The children was what almost everything revolved around, so spending time with the kids would be the main purpose that I was aware of.
All right, and you said you met Charlie. Where did you meet him?
Wendy and I went to, sorry.
Wait, are y'all being serious? Does he really work in social work?
Wendy and I went to alternative spring break in Immokalee, Florida for spring break 2014.
Sir, you can't fix.
After we were done with that
Thanks,
field trip
everybody.
of sorts, we went and stayed with Charlie at his house for one night. So I spent one evening with Charlie Adelson.
All right, and did you interact at all with Donna and or Harvey on that trip?
No, they didn't attend. We didn't go there.
Did you ever spend time with Donna Adelson in South Florida?
No,
All right, so the only times you met her were here in Tallahassee.
that's correct.
What were your interactions with Donna Adelson like?
Just a few that I recall.
I have to hear
Sometimes
all
they were
about that.
really quick because I was just picking Wendy up. When we had dinner, we talked for maybe 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes, but it was pretty quick and just getting to know the girl who I'm interested in, her mom, so it's just that kind of thing. She excused herself from the table after like maybe 10, 12 minutes, something like that. And so
Was that a conversation where it was just the two of you seated at the table?
it was Wendy, myself, and Donna.
Okay.
Just
Wait,
a
y'all
getting
went to dinner
know you,
together?
type thing.
Or you stood
Just
down
ended
when you picked her
fairly
up?
quickly.
What about Katherine Magbanua? Did you ever have an occasion to meet her?
I did. She was at the dinner at Yardbird that myself, Wendy Adelson, Wendy
Charlie.
Adelson, Katie, and Charlie were at.
All
Yeah,
right, and that was the night that you spent in South Florida where you met Charlie.
correct.
Was that the only time you ever met Charlie?
Only time I ever met Charlie.
Okay. And do you know the date of that visit?
I believe that's March 11th, 2014.
So you met Charlie at the double date?
And how was Katherine Magbanua related to the Adelson family?
She was Charlie's new girlfriend at that dinner, is how I knew her.
Was it your impression or knowledge that this was the first meeting between Wendi Adelson and Katherine Magbanua?
That was my impression. There was a lot of getting to know you talk type stuff.
All right, at the dinner table, did the subject of Dan Markel come up?
Yeah, I don't remember a lot of specifics, but I think it came up kind of briefly. There was a lot of talk about Wendy's book. I remember that part.
And at
Wendy's
the dinner
book, you
table,
say?
did Katherine Magbanua's ex come up at all?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, that stood out because Katie mentioned that she had her children.
Everybody's just at dinner talking about their exes. Look, sir. Roll all my exes live in Texas. The follow-up to that is, that's why I hang my hat in Tennessee. You GFO. Sir, these are adults. We can't. If someone is so wrapped up in their ex, it is time. They are not ready to date yet. I am going to keep saying this. It is time to not date yet.
His father was always getting in trouble with the police and had a violent criminal record. I'm paraphrasing, but it was. It sounded like non-parking tickets. It sounded pretty bad, and it stuck in my memory for that reason.
He's always in trouble with the cops. I mean, but for like, not like just like
What happened after
traffic
dinner?
violations.
We went back to Charlie's house on Well Harbor.
All right, and did Katherine Magbanua go back to Charlie's house as well?
No.
All right, so at that time, it would be just the three of you, Wendi, and Charlie?
And Charlie's then roommate, Dr. Jerome Obed.
Okay. And can you describe the
Charlie had a
residence there?
roommate that was another doctor?
Yeah, I thought it was a nice house. Had a hot tub, had a pool.
A hot tub, you say?
Did you get in the hot tub that night?
We did get in the hot tub for a while.
Who all was in the hot tub?
Myself, Charlie, Wendi, and Dr. Obed at some points, and people were in and out, but those were
Where
the four
was
that were
Katie?
in the hot tub.
And during that time, did Charlie Adelson make some comments against Dan Markel?
Yes, he didn't like Danny. That might be understating it.
You're underselling it?
Yeah.
Is that the most you can remember? Was the gist was that he didn't like him?
I'm not downloading that exact quote at this moment. I remember he was fired up.
I'm not downloading that exact quote at the moment. He's like, I don't remember what I said in the past.
Didn't like Danny.
I backed it up a
Might
little.
be understating it. Yeah.
Is that the most you can remember? Was the gist was that he didn't like him?
I'm not downloading that exact quote at this moment. I remember he was fired up. It wasn't just like I don't like Danny. It was maybe a overprotective brother anger
He's
sort
like,
of
it's
vibe
buffering.
to it.
I'm 404ing a little.
And did he make some other comment about wrong side of the tracks or something?
Yeah. He's kind of
Your Honor, hearsay.
That's incredibly leading. First of all, are wrong side of the tracks ringing a bell? Also, if you're an adult human and you are looking at another adult human talking about someone who went to Harvard multiple times as somebody from the wrong side of the tracks, you're fucking miss me with the classist bullshit. But we know that that's a big part of this case. But when they talk about the victim, it's just wild to me to be like, oh, he went to Harvard Law. He's a brilliant, respected lawyer. But, you know. So the wrong side of the tracks was to try to help trigger his memory. But the defense objected to hearsay. It's not hearsay. Well, it is hearsay, but it's hearsay with an exception. You know why there's an exception? Say it with me, everybody. Co-conspirator statements. I know. Co-conspirator statements. That's why. Let's keep going.
Please approach.
Oh, and then they approach. All right, let's keep going. We're going to just zoom. Mama Dupes asked in the chat, has this person testified in previous trials? I think so. But I haven't watched them, so I don't know. But just the... It's just... That's a long... For a co-conspirator statement, this is a very long sidebar. Charlie's statements are co-conspirator sidebars. Co-conspirator statements. Like, why are we...
Objection is overruled. You may continue with your line of inquiry, Ms. Cup.
Does counsel not understand co-conspirator statements? Shit that Charlie says comes in.
Sir, do you remember the statement that I was referencing?
yes, I do. There was a couple of statements in the hot tub.
Okay.
Is it a hot tub time machine?
One
Sorry,
was
my chair and I
about
are
the
fighting.
fact that Charlie knew people on both sides of the tracks. They hung out with professionals, dentists, doctors, etc. But he also knew, was familiar, had social contacts that were in the criminal element. And
Oh, Charlie's trying to bolster his own badassery again. Well, that's a different thing. Like, I know all kinds. All right, Charlie.
he's kind of bragging, and he kind of specifically mentioned Cuban neighborhoods as a place where you would find that criminal element.
I want to ask you about an incident involving, I think the context is assessing Wendy's oldest child for gifted placement. Do you
Yes.
know where I'm going with that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, could you tell the jury, please?
Wendy was looking to get her older son tested to see if he was gifted to get him placed in school. This is spring 2014. And I was trying to put her in touch with some people that could do that. And we were talking about that, and she asked me when children develop autobiographical memory.
Is your
That is the strangest fucking question. And yes, y'all, I'm skipping right past screaming at Charlie about the Cuban neighborhoods chat. Y'all with me. Also, best coffee. Just best coffee. But this is the strangest and most specific question. She wants her oldest child placed in gifted placement. The oldest child at this point is what? 5, maybe 6. So wants to test the child to place them in gifted placement in kindergarten. But I don't think that's really what's happening, chat, because autobiographical information is a real fucking specific question, which makes sense that he is in psychology and social work, that this would be a question you would ask him because he would know. Oh, counsel, I'm so sorry for that pause.
Tell the jury,
I didn't even look.
Wendi was looking to get her older son tested to see if he was gifted to get him placed in school. This is spring 2014. And I was trying to put her in touch with some people that could do that. And we were talking about that, and she asked me when children develop autobiographical memory.
Is your training or profession such that you have some knowledge that you could offer on that topic?
Your Honor, he's not been disclosed as an expert.
Stand, you'll need to stand.
The defense, and this is a proper objection from the defense said, objection, he has not been disclosed as an expert. I think what the prosecution is trying to get to is, does it make sense that Wendi is asking you when children develop this type of memory? Is there context for why she's asking you that? Not that he's going to offer an expert opinion to the jury. It's that he's going to relay why he and Wendi are having this conversation.
Establish a foundation as to why this testimony could be given by this individual, Ms. Kaplan.
I'm not offering it for its truth, Judge. It goes to
Context.
Ms. Adelson's state of mind and motive.
Very well. As to that purpose, I will permit it. However, as to that limited issue only, can this be considered by the jury?
So, I mean, you're not an expert on children's autobiographical memories, are you?
Not really. That's in some of the textbooks I teach out of, but I think I can keep it out of the scientific realm and
It's in
explain
some
it
of the textbooks
commonsensically, which is how I responded to Wendi. Children at age 2 have amnesia, which most parents probably realize. Between 3 and 4, kids start to develop the ability to retain memories.
Jeff, this is expert testimony.
No, it's not.
As to a specific thing that goes to the state of mind of the individual you are testifying about, Mr. Lacasse, you may speak.
I understand why the defense is making their objection. The defense is saying, look, he's teaching the jury something they don't know. And what the prosecutor is getting at is, look, why is Wendi talking to you about this? And why would Wendi want to know at what age children start to retain memory? The prosecution foreshadowed their argument a little bit yesterday, because what we're going to see is, I think, the argument that Donna says, and this is, I think, where the prosecutor's going, that Donna was thinking, the kids are so little, they're not even going to remember. If we erase their dad out of their life now, it'll be like it never happened. They won't be traumatized losing their dad because they're so young. Right? Different than an older child losing their father. So this is going to what Wendi was questioning him about, knowing that Wendi and Donna were talking, and Donna saying that dressing the kids up in like SS clothing would just be like playing pirates. They're not even going to know. And I think that's where the argument's going to go. Like, the kids are so young, they won't be traumatized. Because the the defense is leaning very heavily into Donna was a loving grandma. These were her little sunshines. She loved them, love them, love, 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 love. So she would never do this to them. Except in her mind, this doesn't harm them. So that's what the prosecutor is eliciting. Why is Wendi having this conversation with you? It's a real fucking weird question to ask your boyfriend. Unless your boyfriend is a psychologist who is teaching in a realm related to children. Because if this is in some of the textbooks he's teaching out of, it's at least adjacent to his field. For all of you that missed yesterday with the it was a long day yesterday with the emails. It came up in opening statements too that Donna was suggesting doing things to very much offend Dan Markel in multiple ways.
As to your knowledge of any literature or research on this matter, I do not need you to testify on that matter.
So I'm trying to...
What is your profession? What is your background?
I'm a professor of social work. I teach mental health courses.
Okay. So
Sir, I appreciate that you're a professor of social work. Thank you for the work that you do. Sir, just because you're a professional doesn't mean you can fix, though, in your personal life. I'm just putting that out there. I'm glad you're here to testify. You're giving like, hey, we need a guy that looks like a professor. Thank you. But this is why she's asking about it, right? Because unfortunately, social workers working with kids is something they're going to have to do generally a lot.
Wendi asks you what?
She asked me when kids develop memory. At what age will kids start to remember what happened to them when they were a kid?
And what was your answer?
I think I said 5 or 6.
Again, this is expert testimony.
Overruled, Mr. Zalman, sit down. You may testify concerning...
Did you hear the court? We're never getting through this today. Sit down, Mr. Zellman. It isn't.
At what age will kids start to remember what happened to them when they were a kid?
And what was your answer?
I think I said 5 or 6.
Again, this is expert testimony.
Overruled, Mr. Zalman, sit down. You may testify concerning not the truth of the matter asserted, but how this affected the state of mind of the Adelson.
Your Honor, this has not been disclosed to the defense.
Please approach.
Sit down, Mr. Zellman. Wendi is seemingly strategically asking someone who is a professor of social work, who I imagine talks quite a lot about not just children, but also the elderly. That would be my guess. I am not a social worker. Social worker in the chats, we can talk. But there's a reason Wendi's asking him the questions. And the jury needs the context of why Wendi's asking the questions. And it's a central point of Donna's state of mind that it's not going to harm the kids. They're too young. All right, we're going to zoom because we can.
We'll take you to the jury room.
Oh, shit. Jury out. The judge is like, I can't explain this to you at sidebar counsel. But look, the defense attorney's doing his job. If he can slow this down so the jury's not hearing about children's memories and when, that's what he's doing to try to protect the argument that the defense knows is coming from the prosecutor, which is loving grandmama thought that the kids would never even remember. So she was confident doing this. She wasn't taking their dad away from them. She was wiping the slate clean. It wasn't going to traumatize them to lose their father. They just wouldn't remember him. Oh, I want to hear what they argue on the record. All right. So jury is out. Rachel said, I remember falling down the stairs before I was 4 years old. When you have memories is definitely going to, I imagine, change person to person. But look, this is not my area. And I'm not going to just rely on Inside Out for it. So there are many of you in the chat who know much more about this than I do. But I do know there was some variation in that. And the thing that I think Donna, and maybe to some extent Wendi, never accounted for was that the kids aren't going to be able to escape this because of how discussed this case is and the fact that it is streamed, it's in the news. You scared the ever-loving shit out of me, Dr. B. Also, that doesn't look like you're trying to drink it. Dr. B just walked into my office with a pumpkin cream cold brew. Thank you. I appreciate you. You scared me so bad. Thanks, Dr. B. Oh my God. Y'all saw me jump like a mile. I didn't even hear him walk in because we were all chatting about this. I imagine that they cited a case to the judge. They're highlighting something. Judge is looking at something. But yes, the Dr. B startles. All right. We're going to zoom. I know, I jumped as high as my cats.
What do you think it would take to find this portion of either the deposition or material provided in discovery?
Maybe another 10 minutes, Judge?
Very well. We'll take a recess then until 9:40.
Give me one sec, chat. Thanks, everybody. Dr. B brought the pumpkin cream cold brew, but not the rest of everything that was ordered. So the breakfast foods did not arrive. So, and Dr. B's like, well, they told me it was this. I'm like, it says there's more items on the order. I need to go back and see what the court said to them real quick.
Then
Maybe another 10
portion of it.
Because there's
Gentlemen, how long do you
some
think it
dispute
would take to find this
over what was turned
portion of
over.
either the deposition or material provided in discovery?
Maybe another 10 minutes, Judge?
Very well. We'll take a recess then.
Okay, so what the judge said when they were taking a recess is to Ms. Kappelman, how long will it take to find what was turned over in discovery? The defense is saying this was never turned over to us. And she's saying, how do you think we know that this dude is a PhD social worker? Because it was turned over in discovery. And the defense is like, it wasn't me. I don't know where it is. So the court said, how long will it take? They said 10 minutes. We're going to zoom. But defendant Donna Adelson, we know the prosecution is going to be arguing that she thought that the children were too young to remember this. The defense is arguing, look, they're trying to use him as an expert. And the prosecution is saying, no, we are not trying to use him as an expert. We are trying to explain what Wendi knew. And they are treating Wendi's statements as co-conspirator statements, unindicted co-conspirator statements. So that is how the hearsay with Wendi is coming in. That's how what Charlie said is coming in. So we can see the two different theories of the case fighting, and we know why the defense is fighting over this. I mean, the defense's strategy has been wild. This part of the strategy I actually understand. I'm like, this makes sense. Donna thinks that it's not going to harm them because they'll never remember. That gets you very much around the who would ever do this to these children if they loved them. So that's where we're at with that. The court said they will take a break for 10 minutes. The court takes a break for 10 minutes. We're going to see what the court says when he comes back on the record real quick. I zoomed a little too far. We're trying to find exactly the right zoom. Oh, the judge is like, I'm going to need some more coffee for this.
When did you find the information that you were seeking to
Yes,
elicit?
sir. I'm sorry I didn't have.
Stay hydrated and caffeinated, Your Honor. I appreciate Prosecutor Kopelman apologizing to the court. I'm sorry that this wasn't at hand. But I also think for the prosecutor, she's like, Your Honor, this shit was discovered so long ago that the defense should know. And the defense is like, we don't have it. So the prosecution has to show where it's turned over. The judge is putting more onus on the prosecution to clean up these issues, which more work for the prosecution, however, cleaner for appeal. If Donna is convicted, cleaner for appeal. So.
Ms. Kappelman, did you find the information that you were seeking to
Yes,
elicit?
sir. I'm sorry I didn't have an answer for you. The cases had so many incarnations, hard for me to remember who knows what.
It's
but
fair.
I am conceding the violation, certainly
Oh.
not intentional. I did not find it. Mr. Rashbaum did not depose
Huh.
this witness, so I'll move on.
Rashbaum didn't
Well-
depose the witness.
The defense requested
Interesting.
the court to conduct a Richardson hearing.
It's not intentional. I would concede that. There are a lot of materials in here. I would just,
And again, when I said this is why the defense fights it, the defense is like, we don't have this. And the prosecutor's like, you know what? You're right. You don't. There have been so many parts of this case. The prosecutor's like, I can't find where we turn this over. The defense is right. We didn't. I concede. We will move on, which is a win for the defense. The court is asking, do we need to have a Richardson hearing, which would be for an intentional violation? The defense is like, we don't think this is intentional. And the prior defense attorney did not depose this witness or turn it over. And, you know, for the prosecutor to look through it and say, you know what? There have been so many parts of this trial. This one, the defense didn't have the opportunity or didn't depose them. Okay. So the prosecution, when they couldn't find what they were looking for, was very clear with the court. And that's fair. Errors do happen. It's not going to the mat when you're in the wrong, which the prosecutor here immediately said, we'll move on from this. Okay.
if the state's going to move on, I don't think we need to inquire further.
Well,
Should I get the witness, Judge?
one moment, briefly, so the record
Interesting.
is clean on this topic. I will find there has been a discovery violation with regard to the testimony of Jeffrey Lacasse on the subject matter of what was discussed with Wendi Adelson.
And that's the right thing for the court to do.
concerning any issues as to the children's memories. I will find this was inadvertent, as there have been, I believe this Kappelman is the fifth or sixth trial in this,
Only the fourth, Judge.
excuse me, the fourth trial that has occurred
Fair.
under this set of facts, and there has been a multitude of discovery or interviews or depositions of this witness, but specifically as to this defendant being able to depose this witness on this topic, that did not take place by prior counsel or current counsel. I will find it is trivial, and it has not had a prejudicial effect on the ability of the defense to prepare, since the state is conceding the matter, and no further examination on this topic will take place. The court will give a...
And again, the defense stood their ground and said, no, we do not have this as to the topic of this witness's education and knowledge about children's memories and what was asked about children's memories. And the court's like, there have been 4 trials in this. as to this narrow topic, the defense did not have the opportunity to depose. And so the court also said, I found it was trivial and we will move on. Again, errors are going to happen in cases. Things are going to fall through the cracks. When things fall through the cracks, this is how it's handled. The defense stood their ground. The prosecution took time to go look. The prosecution immediately conceded and said, oh, no, the defense is right on this issue. We did not. Prior counsel didn't depose them. We are moving on. And the judge said, I find a discovery violation. I find that it's insubstantial, and we're just moving on. It's really the way it should happen when there are errors, because errors are going to happen. And the defense said, no, I don't think it's intentional. I don't think they were trying to hide the ball, but it is still an error. And that's going to happen.
Curative instruction to the jury.
So he'll give an
for them
instruction
to disregard and not consider as evidence in this matter any testimony that has taken place concerning a conversation
So he's gonna
between
strike
Donna
it.
Adelson
Okay.
and Jeffrey Lacasse as to the children's memories. You may bring in the witness.
That's a bummer for the prosecution, because I find that that's a very interesting topic area to not be able to get into. So I imagine, though, the defense is sitting there going, oh my God, we would have remembered that. Like, this is shit I would have remembered. Again, errors in cases do happen. The unique circumstance of this case is that it's been to 4 trials. So I appreciate the prosecutor immediately saying, yeah, okay, we're moving on. So that's what you hope to see when prosecutors are doing their job the way that they should.
You can come back to the witness
So the
stand,
judge
Mr.
is going to try to
Lacasse.
unring that bell, which is hard.
Just for the record, I conferred with defense counsel about the decision to do a curative instruction, even though it sounded like they weren't asking for it, and it sounds like they're in agreement with that procedure.
That's correct, Your Honor.
I wouldn't know why you would have an adverse.
Well, there could be an argument.
I think the prosecutor said, I don't know if we need a curative instruction. The argument is going to be, it might overly highlight it. It might be better just to move on.
And Mr. Lacasse.
I'm going to try to gain this up just a little bit.
Counsel about the decision to a curative instruction, even though it
we
sounded
go.
like they weren't asking for it, and it sounds like they're in agreement with that procedure.
That's correct, Your Honor.
I wouldn't know why you would have an adverse.
Well, there could be an argument that it draws more attention to the information, so I just wanted to make sure that their agreement was clear for the record.
Mr. Zelman, do you wish to have the curative or do you not?
The proposed curative is acceptable, Your Honor.
He's like, yeah, I do want the curative. Okay. So he's going to give a curative instruction. Again, I really like this judge. He is like, look, these things do happen, and we're just going to move on. Jury in! Love it. However, I'm learning a lot more about Wendi in this trial, because in the pretrial motions, they don't talk about Wendi very much. I'm learning a lot more about Wendi. I saw a great question in the chat. There are many of them. I wanted to pull this up from Danielle X. Said, I'm pretty sure Wendy's immunity will be impacted by her potentially lying on the stand. It won't be.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, before the
Wendy's immunity is not granted by agreement, which is really common in other cases, federal cases, etc. In other cases, someone's deal or immunity is granted by agreement with the prosecution, and part of that agreement is cooperating fully and telling the truth. Wendy's immunity is granted by subpoena power of the prosecution by state law. So the subpoena power is, if you come testify under subpoena, you are granted immunity. The things that you say can't be used against you. That doesn't protect her from being prosecuted for perjury. I'm not saying she will be. It doesn't protect her from being prosecuted for things like that, but also it doesn't protect her from not being prosecuted. So to any extent, the things Wendi said on the stand are contradicted by fact, I don't know if that's true or not. But if it is, it doesn't revoke her immunity. But she's not protected from prosecution. The things we're hearing about her, if they want to put that together and say, we think this is beyond a reasonable doubt, they can use that later. But if she goes to trial and testifies, they can't use her testimony in these trials against her because she has immunity for these trials and this testimony. But they can't use it against her. They can't use it to get search warrants. They can't use it to impeach her down the road. If they find that there were violations in other ways, they could prosecute her, but they can't use it for the rest of it. But LH said, but Rivera could lose his plea if he doesn't tell the truth. Yes, because that's an agreement between him and the prosecution. His plea deal included being cooperative and telling the truth. If Rivera got up on the stand and said, I'm not saying shit, go fuck yourself, which I don't think he would, but if he did, that can impact his plea deal and his plea can be revoked. He has to cooperate. Miss Megs, yes, that's exactly what I thought too. These things do happen, but until these things stop happening, this thing does not happen. Yes, that's in my brain. That's in my brain.
Examination of this witness continues. I am going to give you a brief instruction.
Let's say, jury's back in.
The last objection that was raised by the defense, it is being sustained. You are to disregard any testimony that has taken place by this witness concerning the issues of any statements or any conversation he had with Wendi Adelson about her children's memories. You are not to consider this as a part of the evidence in this case. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Judge. Around this same time frame, I guess we're talking about maybe March of 14, somewhere in there, did Wendi Adelson, actually strike that. I'm going to move on to the coffee shop meeting. Familiar with that?
The June 4th coffee shop?
Yes, sir. June 4th, 2014. Did you have plans prior to that meeting to travel with Wendi Adelson over the time frame in which Dan Markel was ultimately killed?
Yeah, that's right. And on June 4th, I had planned to see Wendi and the kids at her house that night. Middle of the day, she called me to sort of an impromptu meeting at Red Eye over on Thomasville. And she abruptly canceled our trip for reasons that didn't make much sense.
When was the trip scheduled to happen?
The 11th to the 17th.
All right, so you would have returned home actually the day before the murder
Correct.
occurred. Okay. And did she express concern about not being home in time to pick up the children?
Yeah, the reason she canceled the trip was I'm worried we're going to get
Objection to hearsay?
Sustained unless there is an exception.
As to Wendi, it's an
Motive,
exception.
Judge.
It's also
Overruled.
co-conspirator
If they go on a
statement.
trip or not? All right,
It's-
sir, so.
I don't know why they're not arguing
The reason for
that.
not going on the trip?
The reason for not going on the trip was, well, it was tied up on a couple of things. First of all the stuff going on with Danny was a constant refrain. But given the stuff going on with Danny, she was concerned that she might not be back in time, even though our flight was to land the day before. And it wasn't, it's so odd to me. It wasn't winter. We're going through it. It's like LA to Atlanta to Tallahassee, leaving in the morning. I didn't see any real reason.
I'm going to back up. That is odd. The abrupt travel plan change.
We're on Thomasville, and she abruptly canceled our trip for reasons that didn't make much sense.
When was the trip scheduled to happen?
The 11th to the 17th.
All right, so you would have returned home actually the day before the murder
Correct.
occurred.
So July 11th to
And did she
17th.
express concern about not being home in time to pick up the children?
Yeah, the reason she canceled the trip was I'm worried we're going to get
Objection to hearsay?
Sustained unless there is an exception. Ms. Katherine.
Goes to motive, Judge.
Overruled.
Don't care if they go on a trip or not. All right, sir, so the
Prosecution starkly said, don't care if they go on a trip or not. So it's not being offered for the truth of the matter. I don't know why they're not arguing co-conspirator statements, because you're allowed to introduce those and they call her an uncharged co-conspirator.
reason for not going on the trip?
The reason for not going on the trip was, well, it was tied up on a couple of things. First of all the stuff going on with Danny was a constant refrain.
The murder's July 18th.
But given the stuff going on with Danny, she was concerned that she might not be back in time, even though our flight was to land the day before. And it wasn't, it's so odd to me. It wasn't winter. We're going through it. It's like LA to Atlanta to Tallahassee, leaving in the morning. I didn't see any real reason why that would be a problem.
She would have needed to pick up the kids.
She's worried she won't be back in time to pick up the kids on the 18th. If everything's normal, and you have travel plans that go askew for whatever reason, it would seem that your ex has the kids on the morning of the 18th, and it seemed that this particular ex, Dan Markel, if you had called him up and said, hey, Atlanta, ATL being ATL doing ATL things. Though I imagine from ATL, you could rent a car and like drive to Tallahassee. If it was the day before, it really wouldn't be that long of a drive. I think there's at least 2 Buc-ee's on the way. So from Atlanta, I don't think the drive to Tallahassee is going to be all that onerous. But ATL doing ATL things, so we're going to be late. You could call up Dan Markel and be like, can you just pick the kids up? There are some exes, I imagine, in the world that if you call your ex up and say, hey, I'm stuck. I know it's my time to pick up the kids. Can you pick up the kids? I imagine not every ex is going to be chill, right? People go through horrible divorces, and it is not always easy to co-parent. Dan Markel didn't seem like the person who was going to be like, I have a date tonight. He's going to be like, oh, I get an extra night with the kids? I'll take an extra night with the kids. So why are you so worried about it? Unless you know that on the night of the 18th, Dan's not going to be able to pick up the kids. But from the day before, a lot of you are saying it's like a 4 or 5 hour drive to Tallahassee. But from the day before, you can fucking drive to Tallahassee. So why do you think Dan's not going to be able to pick up the kids on the 18th? You're worried that your travel plans won't work. Huh. We're learning more about Wendi than I knew. Very interesting stuff.
Kids on July 18th, right?
Yes, she knew that then. Their schedules were planned out for like months.
Okay, so you would have returned on the 17th, and she would have been picking up her children from preschool on the 18th.
Yeah, I think 5 p.m. on the 18th, which is why, I didn't object. I just said, okay, I didn't make a thing out of it, but it didn't make any sense.
Okay. And that, just for clarification, that conversation occurred on June 4th.
It did.
Okay, when was the next time you saw her after that coffee shop meeting?
Yeah, so that was mid-afternoon, and in the evening, I had plans to go see her and spend time with her and the kids.
Oh, chat, you're right, but the TV repair.
She wasn't feeling well, and I should rush over there, essentially.
Hey, Jeff, was Wendy's TV broken then? You were rushing over there? Were you watching TV? Any Netflix and chill? Was the TV working?
She had a stomach problem, so I got there as quickly as I could.
You're saying her stomach was upset? Like stress?
All right, so did you go to her residence that evening?
I did.
And what happened when you got there?
Well, on the way there, I remember contacting her and asking her, do you want me to stop and get some stomach medicine or something like that? And
that's kind. Do you need some Tums?
I believe she told me not to. Once I got there, she hemmed and hawed a little bit, and then eventually I left because she was a complete anxious wreck. She didn't have the flu. She didn't have food poisoning. She was just a nervous, anxious wreck, and it was affecting her stomach. So after a little while, I drove to a nearby convenience store to go get her Pepto-Bismol, which I recall because I have a credit card receipt from this random convenience store a few miles from her house.
Okay.
All right, so she was a nervous wreck that night, and did she tell you what the problem was or not?
No, there's no discernible. I couldn't figure it out. She didn't tell me.
Okay. All right. Was there a time when you were over at Ms. Adelson's
Wendi. Why are you so anxious? Why are you so anxious, boo? So anxious you might like throw up on a table at dinner? Oh. Oh, y'all. I've been seeing in the comment section for months, when are they going to charge Wendi? And I've been like, I don't know what Wendi knows. I don't know. Who knows what Wendi knows? Oh boy. Oh boy.
Residence, and you observed that her TV was broken.
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that. When did that occur?
That would have been around the week of June 11th to 18th, somewhere in that time period. I went over Wendy's to spend time with her and the kids, and she asked me to take a look at the television. I turned it on. She said there was a problem with the TV, so I turned it on expecting to see like input 1 flashing, or the kids pushed the wrong button or whatever. And what I'm looking at when I turn it on is a screen that's been partially shattered, that's been struck by an object.
I'm not saying TVs don't get broken by objects in a house with kids. I don't know. Remember the OG Wii remotes? Like, it happens. I get it. But here's what's sus to me. Do y'all remember the date that Rivera and Garcia went up to Tallahassee the first time? Remember, Rivera gave us full gang member logic. He was like, nah, he was with his kids. Look, gang members are not committing crimes in front of kids. They are not committing crimes against kids. They do not take kindly to people in prison who have committed crimes against kids. There's a whole separate morality that is different, where it's like, yeah, we'll kill their dad, but we're not going to kill their dad in front of them. Like, there's a boundary there. But Rivera and Garcia went up to Tallahassee in June. So it's interesting to me that the TV was broken in June and just like stayed broken, but there was no repair until the day of the murder. And the TV looked like it was struck by an object. Look, sometimes kids strike TVs with objects. But at 3 and 4, they're going to tell you, because they're going to freak out if the TV that is broken because of something that happened. This is fascinating.
So she had a broken TV.
All right, and did she tell you what happened to the TV, how it got into that?
No, she kind of asked me to look into the TV, as if she didn't know. I looked around. It was impossible to me that the kids would have done it, but I didn't know of a better explanation at the time. So I was kind of mystified as to what happened.
Why is it implausible to you that the kids did it? Was it mounted up too high? Was it mounted too high? Why is it implausible?
It looked like a human being stood, between 5 and 6 foot, something like that. It stood in front of it and hit it. That's what it looked like. But she was asking me.
Okay, so it was like an impact mark, like a round impact with spider webs.
Exactly, and then the pixels are distorted. Most people have probably seen this, so it's, and it wasn't completely shattered. You could sort of see what was going on the television, but it's not a TV anybody would normally watch.
Okay.
It's odd to me. Maybe it's just me, y'all. It's odd to me. We're going to be pausing this all the time. It's odd to me that Wendi seems to be more affluent than most. And right or wrong, I am surprised that Wendi didn't sit down, turn on the TV and be like, oh, that's broken. Just call Best Buy. Hey, we bought this TV. Can you just come remount the TV and just replace it? Waiting a month before Best Buy comes out seems odd to me as well. And he asks Wendi what happened. She's like, I don't know. I'm just a girl. It's just broken. And he's like, it looks like somebody punched your TV, Wendi. And he's like a impact with spider webs. Wendy's like, we're walking through the spider webs for sure with this. Jeff, my guy, I'm appreciating that you're here to give us the tea on all the shit that goes down. You were with Wendi. You see how anxious and stressed she is the night before the murder. You see that the TV's broken for a month and nobody seems to fix it, which seems sus AF. All the rest of it. But dude, the amount of red flags, friend. Like, I'm glad you're here. We need this testimony. Jeff's going to just tell them everything.
Then the image, the pixels are distorted. Most
It looked
people
like
have probably
somebody
seen this.
punched
So
it.
it's, and it wasn't completely shattered. You could sort of see what was going on the television. But it's not a TV anybody would normally watch.
Okay. All right.
like Jeff
so
a lot.
Let's move away from the TV for now.
No, let's not.
Was there a date that you had with Wendi Adelson on, gosh, have I gone backwards in time here?
Not the Hot
It
Tub
was
Time
the day
Machine
before
Council.
her birthday. What was the date of that?
We were scheduled to have a date, the day before her birthday is April 21st. We were scheduled to have kind of a special date night that night. Wendi didn't answer her phone, didn't answer texts, and
weird.
I got so concerned about her. A few hours after the date was supposed to have started, I just drove over there to check on her, knocked on the door for a while. She finally came to the door, appeared to be intoxicated, and not just on alcohol. I mean, weary-eyed. I'm not sure what substances, but it wasn't good. She wanted me to stay, and I was annoyed enough that I actually just left. I didn't stay the night.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
fucking
so
bullshit.
I kind of got our timeline out of order, but some erratic behavior from her on April 21st and then again on June 4th. Is
That's
that
right.
Okay. I'm going to approach and show you a text message.
It
that
sounds
was
like
sent
Wendi
on
was real
June
stressed out, y'all.
28th of 2014. And I've marked it as States Exhibit 141. Have you ever had a chance to review this text message before?
Yeah, you showed this to me last week.
All right, and this message had never been shown to you before last week, right?
Right.
And it's been testified that this was from Wendi Adelson to her brother Rob Adelson, but it concerns you.
Yes.
Is there anything factually incorrect in what Wendi Adelson is stating in that text message?
Well, when she says I haven't told mom and dad about me, I met them multiple times. It's impossible that they didn't know we were dating. For example, I was aware that Donna wasn't thrilled that I wasn't Jewish, So that doesn't add it. This doesn't make sense to me in terms of like seeing me for 6 or 7 months.
So in that text message, she's saying, that you're a secret boyfriend from the parents.
This man is so me with like, hold on, I got my glasses on so I can see you. I can't read what's down there. Also, interesting to me that Wendi was concerned that her mother wouldn't like him because he wasn't Jewish, but then mother was upset because Dan Markel was too Jewish, apparently. Like there is a spectrum where it works better. Jeff's
Were you a
testimony
secret
is
boyfriend
10-10
from the
for me.
parents at that time?
Were you a secret
It's
boyfriend?
implausible. No, I don't think
In
so.
fact, you'd met the parents several times.
Yeah, and had conversations with them, limited conversations, but conversations. And the other part that's, I think, really significant is the kids talked about me constantly. I have all kinds of text messages and emails where Wendy's mentioning the kids are down in South Florida talking about me.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 140.
Any objections?
So you and the kids get along. You've met the parents. And Wendi, this is how I'm feeling, sir. You've met the parents. You've spent time with the kids. Also, if you have a secret boyfriend, you're not introducing them to your kids at this age because kids at 4 years old will tell everyone in the fucking world your entire life. And this is just true of kids at that age. Your whole life. They will tell everyone literally everything. So you don't introduce your secret boyfriend to your little kids who literally are just fonts of truth. So there's no way he's a secret boyfriend, but she texts her brother, Rob, who she never talks to about boyfriends, that I have a secret boyfriend? And Rob thinks it's strange enough that he calls back the FBI and is like, actually, there's this other guy. Wendi, why are you telling Rob about your boyfriend and sending pictures? Oh, his name's Jeff. This is the guy. Did you also give his social security number? Jeff, you're in danger, dude. Jeff, you're in danger. You're in danger.
No objection.
Janice said, why is Tallahassee getting so much shade? I don't think I think people in Tallahassee like Tallahassee, but why do people in any city give a different city shit? I don't know. It's like, you know, when you live in LA, you're just like, San Francisco, miss me. I imagine Florida is the same. That Tallahassee probably also is like Miami. I could never. And people in Tallahassee are like, I like being in Tallahassee. But it's because they're from, I don't know, the bougier city. That's how I take it. But again, I'm not a Florida native. Every city has their own beef with everybody else.
Okay, I want to draw your attention next to a disagreement that occurred with Wendi Adelson on June 29th of 2014. Do you recall that incident?
I do.
Okay. And at that time, did you confront Wendi about some suspicions you had that she was seeing other men?
Yeah, that was part of it. That was the main part of the disagreement. I also had spent the last 2 or 3 months concerned that she seemed to be stringing me along.
Where did the fight occur?
The fight occurred in Gainesville.
Okay, and I say fight, it was a verbal disagreement.
Verbal disagreement, and argument's not even the right word. We just exchanged words, yeah.
Okay, and did that exchange of words lead to an awkward drive together back to Tallahassee?
It did, a very awkward drive back to Tallahassee.
And that was?
It's the morning of it's the 29th or 30th. It's the 30th, the morning of the 30th.
Morning of June 30th.
Yes.
Okay. And after you parted ways, once you returned back to Tallahassee on the 30th, what was the status of your relationship over the next couple weeks?
Yeah. Well, we left that, when I left on the 30th, when he was clear that it wasn't over, but it wasn't great that we'd had this exchange either. So over the next couple weeks, we had phone calls, text messages, video chats with the kids. My take was, seems like it's probably going to be okay, but I didn't know for sure. It did string the relationship out another couple weeks when it easily could have ended.
When was the next time you saw her in person?
July 13th.
All right, so about, I guess that's the Sunday before the murder, is that right?
That's correct.
And where did you see her?
We went to dinner and a movie. I picked her up at her house at Aqua Ridge. We went to dinner and a movie and then returned there.
Okay.
I love a dinner movie
on the
date.
topic of Aqua Ridge, I'm going to approach and show you what's been introduced.
I love a dinner movie date. I love a dinner movie date so much. Dr. B and I, every Friday, because he would be done earlier at work on Fridays when I was in law school, every Friday, we would go to like early bird dinner at like CPK or whatever was near the movie theater, CPK and others, at like 4 p.m. dinner, and then go see a movie. And then by like 9:30, 10, it's like, and sleep. So good. I don't think, this is not the vomit dinner because that was a dinner just with Charlie after they broke up. Remember, she emailed him and was like, we're done. So. They're showing
Ridge. So,
counsel something, so I was zooming.
all right, we'll circle back to Aqua Ridge.
We
So we're
100%
on
took the early bird specials.
The disagreement, didn't see her for a while, saw her on July 13th. And you were at her residence. What was the plan for that evening?
I didn't know. It was just to spend time together and maybe talk about the relationship some, but we were conversing. We had conversations.
Were the kids there that night?
They were not.
Okay, so it was just the two of you at the
Just-
residence?
Because the
Just the
kids were
two
with
of us.
All
Dan.
right, and did the subject of relocation come up?
Yes.
In what context?
It came up in the context of whenever Wendi got back from Miami, she was always very upset about the fact that the relocation had previously been denied. I mean, it had been legally denied, but she wasn't over it. It was a constant refrain about how much she hated Tallahassee. So we're talking about the future of our relationship. And I'm asking, are you going to
like, I'm living here.
Because
Right.
with the constant complaining about how hard it was on her parents to transport the kids and just the constant complaining, just thinking, is she even going to be here? Is it worth trying to push forward in the relationship? And she said the only way that I'd ever relocate is if something would have to happen to Danny.
Subject to the same ruling at sidebar, the objection is overruled pending.
That went fast. They're talking about their relationship. She hates Tallahassee. He's like, are you going to be here? And she's like, well, I don't really have a choice but to be here unless something happened to Danny. And that's a fair question for him. He's like, I teach at the university. You keep saying you fucking hate it here. Are you going to bounce? Fair question.
Tallahassee. So we're talking about the future of our relationship. And I'm asking, are you going to be here? Because with the constant complaining about how hard it was on her parents to transport the kids and just the constant complaining, just thinking, is she even going to be here? Is it worth trying to push forward in the relationship? And she said the only way that I'd ever relocate is if something would have to happen to Danny.
Subject to the same ruling at sidebar, the objection is overruled pending the other matters that do have to be addressed. You may continue, Ms. Kappelman.
Please repeat your answer.
Yeah,
Yep.
The only way she'd ever be able to relocate is if something happened to Danny, was the first statement.
Okay, and did she mention anything further about something?
If something
Well,
happened to Danny.
Can I give the context before the next?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was getting a little tired of this whole drama around the relocation. And so I pushed back on Wendi a little bit and said, like, you're going to have to kind of make your peace with this. You're going to have to take some responsibility for this. You're linked to Dan Markel for life. Kind of challenged her a little bit. And she said, well, can I tell you something confidentially? And I said, sure. And she said, last summer,
Repeat the same objection or send the court's ruling.
Same ruling remains. The objection is overruled.
At this point, some of you might be like, is the defense just being annoying? No. Whatever they talked about at sidebar, the defense is continuing to make their objections for the record to reserve them for appeal. So at this point, the defense is saying objections, objections, objections. Also, I appreciate that he's like, at this point, I'm like, ma'am, you're a grown adult. You had children with someone. You are connected to them for life. So you're going to have to sort this out. Either figure it out or stop bitching about it. I mean, sir, yeah.
You may continue with your answer.
she
Can I
said,
tell you something in confidence?
yeah, can I tell you something? After I challenge her, can I tell you something in confidence? Sure. Well, last summer, my brother looked into all options possible to take care of the Danny Markel problem, including hiring a hitman, and it would cost about $15,000.
Okay, and when she referred to her brother, she's got two of those.
My brother looked into all options of hiring a hitman, and it would cost about $15,000. First of all, don't hire a hitman. Second of all, not a bargain basement hitman. Third of all, can I tell you something in confidence? Ma'am, maybe you should have become Catholic and just gone to confession, because it seems like you need to unburden yourself. I don't know if there is a Jewish equivalent, but it seems like you need to unburden. However, there is no privilege in this conversation. He's not your priest. He's not your therapist. He's not your rabbi. Ma'am. Telling the dude you're dating that your brother is considering hiring a hitman to get rid of your ex the week before your ex is shot is real fucking interesting. Oh, Wendi.
Right?
She said Charlie.
Okay. And when she said Charlie looked into hiring a hitman, are you familiar with Charlie's joke I looked into hiring a hitman, but got you a TV as a divorce present because it was cheaper.
Yeah, Wendi had told me that joke a couple of times. This was not that joke.
Okay, so this was something different.
Yeah, the joke was said with levity. It's a dark joke, but well,
It's a divorce.
this I found chilling. I found disturbing. It made my stomach flip. It kind of took me aback. She was dead serious when she
Okay.
said this. And she'd asked to tell me in confidence, which you don't do before you tell a joke.
And she had a price.
So I want to
They were
take
pricing
you
it
to the
out.
next day then. So we're at July 14th, the Monday before the murder.
Yes.
Did you see Wendi Adelson
Oh,
on that day?
shit.
Yes, we had contact throughout the day trying to arrange some kind of date. It kind of ebbed and flowed. But she was real enthusiastic about seeing me at one point, and then like mid-afternoon, let's just meet at yoga is what was decided. So
Is it goat
we went
yoga?
To yoga.
Okay, what happened after yoga?
Well, I was wondering why we were at yoga because when he was being very strange, I felt like the relationship was over. She wasn't feeling well.
Not legal advice. May in the chat said, isn't 15K cheap? Yeah, 15K is way too cheap. Yeah, it's not a reason. It's not.
I'm not a big yoga guy, so I didn't understand why we were at yoga for like 80 minutes, stretching. But then when we left yoga, we barely spoke, and I was just getting a vibe that this is over. Tried to talk about the relationship, didn't go very well. It was pretty clear to me. My internal thoughts were like, well, this is over. And she didn't want to spend time with me the rest of the week, so I just put my hands up like this. I remember this vividly, and just turned around and walked away.
Where
You're like,
were you when that
"We're
was
done."
happening?
We're in the parking lot of Journey's Yoga over by Winn-Dixie.
Okay, so you have your two respective
Not
vehicles
the
there.
Winn-Dixie.
and
Yes.
You're parting ways.
Yes.
Okay, what happens as you walk away?
Get about 10, 15 feet away from her, and she calls after me. I turn around, and she had a series of detailed questions about what I would be doing on Friday. I had a trip to Tennessee planned, and she wanted to know if I was going on that trip.
Hey-o, let's go Tennessee. What do you mean, sir? What do you mean? So what do you mean that she had a series of detailed questions about your travel plans? Because it seemed that Wendi also knew the schedule for Dan Markel and when he would be traveling on Saturday. Wendy's got all of their details in her diary then.
And she wanted to know what route I would be taking. And if I
What?
didn't go on the trip, why wouldn't I go on the trip? And I answered the questions as best I could, but I was confused why
Why do you give a
at that
fuck?
moment she wanted to know the details of what I was doing on Friday when she expressly didn't want to spend time with me on Friday.
Okay, and we now know that Dan Markel was murdered on Friday. right?
Yes.
If you had taken the trip as planned, which is as you reported to Wendi that day,
I am.
what
What?
would your route have been?
I would have left my house at about 11 a.m., which Wendi knew. I'd related my plan to her earlier in the relationship. Needed to get to Atlanta for dinner and was worried about traffic and stuff like that. So I would have left at 11, and I would have driven down. I would have got to Capitol Circle in Thomasville, which is close enough to Danny's house that it kind of gave me the creeps. It was kind of weird. Yeah.
Okay, so
Oh my God. I don't know, y'all. I'm torn about Code Red because it's not fuckery. It's just I'm astounded that this is where we are. But a lot of you are saying we just need to go Code Red. This is wild. What route are you taking? Who asked somebody that? I'm going just up. From Tallahassee, I imagine it's mostly just up. Up where? Just up, through Atlanta and up. The only time I'm asking somebody what route are you taking is if there are multiple Buc-ee's. Emily, you're highly snack focused. Yes, I am. I can be trained like a floof with snackies. Yes. Oh my God. All of you are saying just Code Red. Yeah, I mean, it's wild. It's absolutely wild. And he knows. This has been so long. Like, he knows. He knows. He knows. Like, he knows at this point. Exactly what route are you taking? What time are you leaving? 11 a.m.? Oh, you mean right during the time that she has a TV appointment and the murder happens at Dan's house? Oh my God, it's so weird. My boyfriend, we just broke up. We just broke up right before this happened. No, he was going to be driving that day. Okay, chat. Motion granted. Motion granted. You have persuaded me. You have persuaded me. We will go to code red. Motion granted. What the fuck? I'm torn between Audacity and code red, so we're going code redacity. Because we're doing all the things. For those of you that are new to my stream, hi, welcome. This is what we do. Code red is flashy. If you are flashy sensitive, it will end when the music ends. So just mind yourself, because it is flashy. Ends when the music ends. We are going to code red. In 3, 2, 1. I didn't get to my lights fast enough. They'll be red in a second. Let's keep going.
Physically, you're saying you might have been sort of consistent with where how the killers fled town.
Yeah.
Okay. And after this yoga date and the discussion of your travel plans, did you get an email from Wendi?
I did.
I'm going to publish what's been introduced into evidence of states 64G.
GG. We're back to item GG. Oh. I understand why y'all following this case had strong feelings about Wendi.
Is this the email she sent you after
That'll
the
make
yoga
much
date?
more sense.
Yes.
All right, so is she breaking up with you? Is that clear?
Oh, she dumped him over email. Yeah, so there'd be a chain, y'all.
No, she's
My
asking.
speculation.
Well, I consider based on our interaction, I thought this is over. I had told Wendy if she wanted to break up with me, she doesn't like confrontation, just send me an email or text.
Oh, all right.
She sends me this, which strings everything out for
compassionate.
another week. So she's not breaking up. Functionally, that's realistically, I'm not dumb. I'm thinking we're over. But she's asking for another week, which brings it to the 21st of July. And
She's like, I need to get the timing aligned.
puzzled. I wondered what in the world is going to happen July 21st. But I just didn't respond because she asked for no contact.
All right, so she wants
She
to have
needed a
no
week.
contact for a week.
Right.
Okay.
She wants like a trial separation on a relationship that's like a year long.
All right, I was able to find that photo I was looking for earlier, 86A. I can show you that.
We're only on day 3, y'all. How is there
Yeah,
this
that's
much?
Wendy's, Adelson's residence on Aqua Ridge, and that's what it looked like when we were dating.
Okay. Moving on to 86A.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 86A is admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
All right, so I blurred the boys' faces, but this is how the residents at Aqua Ridge appeared.
Yes.
And the kids' art that's shown on the wall here, was that present during the time that you were dating Wendi Adelson?
Yes.
Was it something that like, art would come down, other art would go up, or was it pretty fixed?
It was, maybe some art would get added, but I never saw any come down until July 14th.
Wait, what?
13th, sorry. July
Wait,
13th.
what?
July 13th, you noticed that the art had been taken down?
We walked into the kitchen, and then Wendy was pulling art off the wall. The only time I'd ever seen her do that.
Okay. And I want to
Like she was packing? She was taking the kids' art off the wall like she was packing? Like she wanted to have her kids' art because this happens Friday. They bounce on Saturday? This is why we watch Trials Fresh, because my flabbers are gasted.
ask you about, I've nicknamed it the Celebration Dinner. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell the jury about that, please?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay. understand the court's prior rule.
Objection is overruled.
Objection is like, it's like your rights are preserved.
Wendi and I reestablished phone contact about 10 days after the murder. She called me. And we had a couple, 3 or 4 phone calls. In one of them, she related that her and Charlie had gone to what Charlie called a celebration dinner. And at that dinner, Charlie said something to her. She didn't specify what it was, and she spontaneously vomited all over the table.
Are you aware, sir, that you were suggested as a potential suspect in this
Yes.
murder? Where were you when Dan Markel was murdered?
I was in Tennessee because I had left on my trip the night before.
So
Rather
you
than
changed your plan.
I changed.
Yeah, Jeff was like, this shit's fucking weird. I'm getting out of Dodge. Good job, Jeff. She tells Jeff that this testimony is so densely packed with information. I don't think it has been rare that we have had a trial with information this densely packed in somebody's testimony. She tells Jeff she went to a celebration dinner with Charlie, and Charlie told her something that caused her to spontaneously vomit on the table. And he learns that he was suggested as a suspect in this case, and he was in Tennessee because he left early.
Changed my plans at the last minute.
And didn't tell her, I bet.
All right, and you provided law enforcement with some receipts and things to prove that you were in Tennessee at the time?
All that, and I
And more.
got a flat tire, so I ended up getting videotaped at a Kmart. And I know the TPD used that to exclude me with the timestamp on the surveillance footage.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Sir, there was an angel on your shoulder that was like, you know what we need right now? We need a motherfucking flat tire. Boop. Sir, whoever is looking out for you, sir, did a good job. I'm sure that flat tire was annoying at the time.
Did you learn that the killers
But
came
oh
to
my God.
Tallahassee in June, not just in July?
Yes, when the arrests were made and the documents were released, I learned that, yes.
And did you put together some facts about your travel plans that day that could have potentially made you a suspect on that trip as well if the murder had happened as
Yeah,
planned?
that Friday, I was scheduled to go to a business trip in
I'm still buffering. I'm backing this up. His travel plans aligned with the first time the hitman went what? His travel plans also aligned with the first time they went to Tallahassee? Oh my God, we're backing up. We're backing all the way up.
At some point, did you learn that the killers came to Tallahassee in June, not just in July?
Yes, when the arrests were made and the documents were released, I learned that, yes.
And did you put together some facts about your travel plans that day that could have potentially made you a suspect on that trip as well if the murder had happened as
Yeah,
planned?
that Friday, I was scheduled to go to a business trip in Gainesville, leaving at 11 a.m. So 2 times in 2014, I leave town on a trip by myself in my car, and both times hitmen are in town trying to kill Danny Markel, once successfully, obviously.
Are you familiar with the type of vehicle that was originally?
Oh my God. Imagine being fucking Jeff. Like, 2 times I was leaving town by myself on trips. And hitmen were in Tallahassee. Now they're going to ask about a car, aren't they? Gee, I wonder what Jeff's car looks like. Because all y'all are like, it's awfully fucking weird to rent a Prius to go commit a murder. And I'm like, well, I mean, they're quiet. They'll sneak right up on you. I mean, gas, not as expensive in Florida, but I mean...
rented by the killers in June to make that June trip.
I am.
Oh my God.
Was that significant to you?
Yeah, I mean, this is long after this all happened. I'm learning this from court proceedings in 2016. But when I heard they rented a gray Altima initially, I had a 2004 Nissan Sentra. That freaked me out because that's about as close as you were going to get to my car on the rental market.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Demonstrative Exhibit G.
Holy shit.
You recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is this the make and model of it's not the actual rental car, but the make and model of the rental car compared to the make and model of your vehicle?
Yeah, my car's right on top. That looks just like the car I had at the time.
Permission to publish G, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh my God. This is wild. Wait. Are they identical? Which one has pause attraction? I've seen this movie. Look. Is Jeff's car on the bottom? Because it's also Prius looking. It's got the same bubbly shape. Oh my God. I know we can't go code any redder. What? It's day 3.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment.
So, before we get to cross-examination, we have learned from Wendi Adelson's ex-boyfriend that both when the Hitmen went to Tallahassee in June and when they went to Tallahassee in July, he was scheduled to leave at 11 a.m. on a business trip. Look, I'm a creature of routine too. If there's a certain time I can leave my house all the time, I'm going to do it. However, it's real interesting that these murders took place just after 11, or this murder took place just after 11 a.m. So what we have learned on direct examination from Jeff is that it was clear the relationship was over, but Wendi was like, no, I just need a week, no contact, but then sent an email that seemed to be breaking up with him right before the murder happened on Friday. And they went to yoga together. And then in the parking lot, she's like, wait, what are your travel plans again on Friday? And he's like, this is weird. We're breaking up. Like, why would you want to know where I'm going and when? Like, strange. What are your travel plans? Okay, so where are you going? What route are you taking? How are you driving to get there? And then he changes his travel plans. So when law enforcement looks into him as a suspect, he has a receipt from a flat tire that he gets showing that he was out of town because he went out of town early after Wendi asked him all the sussy questions. And he told you on the stand indirect that he thought Wendi was setting him up to be a suspect. And yesterday, when her brother Rob said she never texted me about a relationship, in fact, it was so odd that she had this secret relationship that her kids and her parents and everybody else knew about. She texts her brother, oh, I've got this secret guy. Nobody knows that I'm dating him. It's strange enough that brother Rob tells law enforcement. Are there any coincidences here? And then he testifies that not just is the TV broken, but it looks like somebody punched it. There's a impact and then spider webs. And it had been broken since June. Oh, I'm sorry. When did the Hitmen go up to Tallahassee the first time? June. Wow. All right. Let's see what's going on with cross-examination, shall we? We didn't even get into Wendi's nervous tummy. We'll just leave that for now. Oh my God. Oh my God. So Jeff's the fall guy. Wow. Wow. No wonder Wendy's nervous. There's a lot of action happening. But also, Wendi and her mom talk about everything.
Morning.
Good morning.
And it's Dr. Lacasse, correct?
Jeff is fine. Mr. Lacasse is fine.
My name is Jeff. My name's Jeff.
Have you testified?
Counsel, I appreciate you being respectful of the doctor, but the doctor is just like, yeah, Jeff is fine. Mr. Lacasse is fine. What's not fine is the rest of this shit.
That
Oh my God.
it was your understanding that my client, Donna Adelson, was aware of the motion that the state has called the grandmother motion.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how she took that?
It was I'm hearing this stuff from Wendi.
Okay. Well, do you know how she took it?
I mean, I wasn't there to observe her reaction. The whole family was upset about every one of these motions, was my impression, information coming from Wendi.
Okay. And so the only person that you spoke
Sir, the prosecution's not going to object to speculation. The defense is just like, tell us what you think. Just tell them everything, Jeff. Mention it all.
with about how the family took things was from Wendi.
Putting Charlie's
Aside from Charlie in the hospital.
aside from Charlie in the hot tub, it was all through Wendi. That's correct, sir.
Charlie in a
Isn't it
hot tub's
true
not
that
statements
you
that I need
found,
in my life.
Wendi, let me find the exact quote. Didn't you find Wendi to be a deeply deceitful person?
Yes, depending on the topic. I mean, that's true. But a lot of the stuff she told me about her family was later released in evidence. I'm talking about the kids getting.
Your Honor, I'd move to strike that response.
Stay. Mr. Lacoste, you are only to respond to the question that you are asked.
All right, I got to go back from Code Red because
Portion of the answer that
we
was
need to reserve the right to go
responsive
back
enough
to
consider.
it.
You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
the court's like, just don't. I just did say mention it all, but I get it. I think the defense is going, this is just what I would do if I'm a defense attorney and this dude's like, mention it all about Wendi. All in on Wendi. All in on Wendi. But you never talked to Donna, right? All in. All in. Wendi, the deceitful person? They're not going to ask about the family
You
seeming
yourself do
deeply
not have
toxic.
any personal knowledge as to how my client, Donna Adelson, took the grandmother motion, do you?
No.
Isn't it true that you only had limited small talk with my client, Donna Adelson?
So
That's
my
correct.
In-ears are making me crazy. Wow. Wow, 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 wow.
Now let's talk about the
Pacing of this class
damage
is
to the
so
television that you
slow.
observed in June of
How much info he has.
2014. Can you tell us again how you describe that?
Yeah, there was a spider web pattern, like in the center of the screen, and it radiates outwards. Anywhere it's been cracked, it will pixelate. So you can see what's going on, you can track it, but it's not pleasant, and you would never watch that TV. And we watched a whole movie on that TV at Wendy's insistence, which was why I remember this. It was
Weird.
a very strange evening.
Didn't you suggest going to watch the movie on another TV?
Yes, I did. There was a perfectly good TV in the other room. That's correct.
And she made a fuss.
I tried to respect Wendy's boundaries, her house, her kids, so she didn't have to make a fuss. It's an awkward situation dating someone who has, 2 kids, so I'm not insisting on anything. But the kids were whining about the broken TV. That is correct, sir.
Made it difficult to even really watch or enjoy the movie.
That's right.
Could you tell us about how big that impact was?
Fist-sized.
Adult or
Fist
child?
sized.
I don't remember with that precision.
The 4-year-old didn't punch the TV if it's wall mounted.
You testified about a statement that Wendi Adelson said to you on July 13th of 2014, that she wanted to say to you in confidence.
Yes.
And it was that her brother looked into hiring a hitman.
Nothing
brother,
about her
Charlie.
mom.
Her brother Charlie.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Jeff, have you become friends with Rob since? Because I feel like y'all have been through a really strange thing together, and maybe you're the only ones who would get it. At some point, I feel like you and Rob just need to like have a phone call. There's like a support group. Just from the outside looking in.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Why is this cross so slow? Counsel, do you want me to write your cross right now? I have some suggestions. I have some ideas. I have thoughts. Why aren't we just going all in on... So let me get this straight. Wendi, Charlie. You never talked to Donna? Okay. Why isn't anybody ready? You know these witnesses are coming. You know that they're going to testify. You have transcripts from Jeff's prior testimony. And I'm sure depositions. Well, you didn't depo him, so maybe not. But his police statements. You know what's... The defense constantly seems surprised. I think his objections during direct were good. I just don't know why we're developing our cross-examination strategy in real time. This is the prep you do before trial.
Examination.
And they're
Step
done.
down, Mr. Lacasse.
That was the
Please call your next
weakest.
witness.
That was just disappointing. 2 questions, and you just sit back down. All that fight on the objections, and you're just like, I want to sit back down. It's like, womp womp. All right, next witness is Charlie's ex-girlfriend, it sounded like. June. I don't know which one, because I think 2 of them were named June. All right, Jeff. Thanks for coming to testify. Look, man, that was a real helpful flat tire, Jeff. All right, we're gonna zoom. Clipping that Miranda Priestley quote this afternoon because it seems to be the moment. I'm going to zoom while the prosecutor go gets the next witness. Wait, what did the judge say? The judge made the jury all laugh.
Don't tell me she's lost the deal.
I think they said, don't tell me she's lost.
To all bailiffs, United States Marshals, the FBI, please track down our next witness.
The judge said to the bailiffs, the FBI, you just need to get Andy on it. What do you want us to do? Call the airport?
Use the restroom during this period.
Can we do that?
Please take the jurors to the restroom.
Who knew the Devil Wears Prada would be so apropos in this trial? All right. They are still waiting for the witness. They send the jury out for a bathroom break. The attorneys go to a sidebar. I don't think we hear anything before that sidebar. But I'm just going to make sure we don't. And then we'll zoom. Still waiting for the witness? Okay. I think they have a scheduling issue. That makes sense. It sounded like one of the bailiffs was asking the court about a juror question. This happens pretty frequently if a juror has, like, what time are we doing this tomorrow? So I think that's what they approached about. This judge is like, why isn't anybody waiting? Why isn't anybody ready? All right, now they're walking in.
You may bring in the next witness. Here. Please raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly so you can be heard. You may examine.
Hi, what is your name?
Hi, my name's June Umchinda.
Will you spell that, please?
The first name is June, and the last name is Umchinda.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Boca Raton, Florida.
Do you know Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case?
I do, yes.
How do you know her?
I was Charlie Adelson, her son's ex-girlfriend at one point.
Okay, when did you date Charlie Adelson?
I dated him in 2015 to 2017. I met him after the murder.
Okay, do you recall what month in 2015 you began dating
It
Charlie
was
Adelson?
October.
And then broke up in what month of 17?
In June.
Okay, can you describe for the jury what the beginning of your relationship
So
with Mr.
she's-
Adelson was like?
She's dating Charlie through the time that they're doing the bump operation and everyone's getting arrested. Well, the Hitmen and Katie are getting arrested. Oh, I'm very interested to see this.
Well, in the beginning, him and his family were not being investigated by anything, so it was just a normal relationship. We had, everything was great.
Did you describe it as a fairy tale?
I did.
Had you met his mother?
I have.
How many times did you meet his mom?
Not more than 5 or 6, I would say.
And when you met her, was that at family events or what type of events?
Some family events and some weekends or dinners or just get-togethers.
Did you notice during the time you spent around Donna Adelson that she was very involved with her grandchildren?
I did notice, yes.
How close was she to Charlie Adelson?
They were
Too
very
close.
close.
Worked together?
At times, Charlie worked at many offices, so when he was at his office, yes.
Okay, because there was a family business as well that he was a part of, right?
Yes.
And Donna Adelson worked at that business?
I believe so at times.
Okay, and did they speak on the phone daily?
Yes.
Did it seem like Donna Adelson was in control of the family?
In control, like, can you describe?
Like the
What you would-
matriarch of the family. She was the one that everyone looked to be in charge.
She played a motherly role, yes, in the family.
She played a motherly role. She was the mother.
Did you meet Wendi Adelson?
I have.
And what about her children? Did you meet them?
I have, yes.
Were you and Charlie Adelson living together during the time that you were dating?
Not officially. I had my own place, but I had a key to his place, and we were together 24/7 since we met, so
So basically living together.
yes.
Interesting.
During what you've described,
Living
or
with Charlie
previously
during
described
this
as the
period of
fairy
time
tale
is
phase of your relationship with Mr.
much.
Adelson, was he suffering from any anxiety issues?
In the beginning,
Yes.
just stress from work, the normal day-to-day.
Okay. Did he come across as angry during that time, the fairy tale phase?
No.
During that portion of your relationship, what did you know, if anything, about the murder of Dan Markel?
I had no idea who Dan Markel was. I've never seen the case in the media. I just know that when I asked Charlie about his family, he advised me that his brother-in-law was murdered and shot in the head in the garage, and they don't know who did it. So that's all I knew. It was pretty short.
Was that a topic that came up one time or more than one time?
It was one time when I asked him about his family in the beginning when we were dating, getting to know each other. And then obviously throughout our relationship, it became a bigger topic.
Okay, but during the fairy tale phase, was it a topic that would come up regularly, like what's going on with the investigation and wonder who did it, that sort of thing?
So the fairy tale phase, that was before the investigation, before
Well, you think
they
it's before the
suspected him or his
investigation.
family. So no,
Well,
it
that's
did not come
speculative.
up, just that one time.
Okay.
Ma'am, I think they were looking into this family all along. Charlie just didn't suspect it yet.
And did you previously say, did you have a law enforcement interview in this case?
I did. I did not know I was being recorded, but yes.
It was recorded.
I
though,
was,
right?
yes.
You had a chance to review it.
If the police are talking to you, it's being recorded. Just go with that.
Many times, yes.
And in that interview, did you say for court and counsel, page 50, lines 19 through 23, quote,
I'm very
like
interested
they
in-
weren't ever curious, like who really killed him. They weren't upset about it, it seemed like. Did you say that?
If it's there, yes, I said that.
All right. And
Is
then
that
there was
true,
a
though?
time, which, are you familiar with the bump in which
That's twice now, by the way, that people have said they weren't curious, which is completely inconsistent with the stress and anxiety one would expect to see when people don't know what happened.
law enforcement approached
That
Donna
sticks out to
Adelson
me.
posing as a gang member or a
Yes,
criminal?
ma'am.
Okay. And in that, after that bump, did everything sort of change in your relationship with Charlie Adelson?
During and after, absolutely.
Okay. And that law enforcement operation that I'm referencing occurred April 19th of 2016. Is that something that he reported to you? Were you aware that that happened with his mom?
No, definitely not.
He didn't say
Not
anything?
during the time.
Okay. When did you learn about that?
I might have even
Police
learned
interview?
about it from 2020 or something when we watched it, or he told me later on
Okay.
after the fact.
So although you were inseparable at the time it happened, he didn't mention it to you?
No.
In what ways did Charlie Adelson's behavior begin to change around that time?
Around that time, I noticed he wasn't sleeping. He was up in the middle of the night. He was very extra
Anxious?
stressed and anxious, worried, depressed. Overall, he became depressed over time.
Right, and at some point, I guess you learned through the media that Charlie was under investigation for potentially having a role in the murder of Dan Markel. Is that right?
I learned from a reporter that thought I was Katie that came to the house, yes.
And do you know around what
Oh.
time that was?
A reporter thought she was Katherine Magbanua and was like, "Hey, I got some questions for you." Interesting.
I believe it was like May or June when Luis Rivera got arrested around that time.
Okay. And once you
Or
learn,
I'm sorry, Luis.
Oh, the feed cuts. Give me a sec. We will. Is Court TV pool? Maybe Court TV is pool, but the feed cut real quick. We're back. I wonder if Donna's behavior changed. It'll be interesting to hear if we hear. I'm waiting for the feed audio to come back, but if the pool goes down, everybody goes down. So we're just waiting for the pool audio to come back. So I'm not going to zoom because I don't know when the audio will come back, but that's on the pool feed. There we go.
did learn some things from the media about this case. Was there something that stood out to you about how the hitmen said they were paid?
I did read the affidavit and everything, which said Luis or somebody mentioned they were paid in staples, like bundles of cash with staples.
And why
in it.
did that stand out to you?
Because I noticed that Charlie stapled his money, or he had money that was stapled.
Okay, so you had seen that in his residence before?
Right after I read that, so after
After
I
you-
found out that the money was stapled.
So it
After you
seemed
found
weird
out the
to
money was
you.
stapled, you saw the stapled money?
Or no, sorry, let me think. I can't remember the exact moment, but I know when I saw the money already.
It sounds like what she's saying is when I saw it being reported that way, it seemed weird because I had already known that he did that. And I was like, holy shit, that's strange. He does that. That's what it sounds like she's saying to me, but she's also like backwards in the way she's explaining it.
Red flag came up, and I was like, after the fact that I saw it, I was thinking, oh, I think Luis said he got paid in some stapled cash, and I mentioned to Charlie that he should just put a paper clip in it. Instead, we talked about the staples. So
Okay, but you had seen, before learning that the hitmen were paid in stapled money, had you not seen stapled money in Charlie Adelson's residence?
That's what she's saying. She saw
before
it.
the hitmen were paid,
No, before you saw it
I
in the
didn't
media.
know Charlie back then when the hitmen
I'm
were paid.
sorry.
Y'all are crossing conversation. Before it hit the media that the hitman got paid in staple money, she had seen it. She had seen that Charlie had done that. So when she read it in the media, she went, that's suspicious. It like just cue up Cardi. That's weird. She saw it in the media and went, he does that. That's real strange. That's why they are talking across one another at the moment.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Yes, before you learned that the hitmen were paid in stapled money, which you learned from the media, you had seen stapled money in Charlie Adelson's residence.
It was after, because when I saw it, I was thinking to myself, that's strange, the staples, and then it clicked. So it was after I saw.
After you saw the article.
No, the article was after she saw the money. I don't think she saw the money after the article. I think she saw the article after the money. I'm so confused.
Or the TV broadcast, you then observed it.
After I found out.
And that's when it
Yes.
clicked.
Yes.
Okay. And the stapled money that you saw was $100 bills stapled into $1,000 bundles. Is that right?
Bills, yeah.
Yes.
And there was quite a few of them that you saw, right?
Right.
This is not clear testimony. I'm sure everyone's confused because her answers are confusing and the prosecutor's trying to clear it up. All of it's confusing. It seems to me to be that she saw that Charlie had stapled money, saw in the media the hitman saying, I got paid with stapled money, and then it clicked and she went, wait a second. Not that she saw the article and then saw that Charlie had the money. But again, everyone's confused. I'm sure it'll get cleared up. Because in the 2 motions I read about her, that's how her report to police came in, is that the
During
media
the
article triggered her
time
memory.
Between, I guess, the few weeks before that article was published, so between what we now know was the bump and when all of this came to light, did you notice Charlie beginning to communicate more with Katherine Magbanua?
I believe I saw like a message from her, or they were on the phone once or something like that. I asked him about it.
Okay, did you previously in your law enforcement interview indicate that you saw him going back and forth with Katie on the calls, like, and I said, oh, why do you guys talk so much? You remember that?
I do. So I was referring to the episode where it shows him and Katie going back and forth on the calls. And then I told Charlie and said, like, you've never talked to me like that. So I was wondering why he talked so much to her.
Isn't it
At that
true
time.
that you noticed him talking to her at odd hours prior to the media broadcast?
No, that was all in regards to the episode that I saw, that they showed him talking to her at odd hours.
An episode of
You don't
what?
remember telling law enforcement that it was
Chad, I am now directly soliciting information. Was there, when she said 2020, was she referring to the show and not the year? Is there was there a lot of you are saying 2020, the like dateline. Okay. The prosecutor's starting to get into the didn't you previously say? And I feel like we're going to get into all of the impeachment. So she saw it in the media that he was going back and forth talking with Katie. And she was like, you don't call me like that.
weird because he didn't wake up early and you saw that there were on the phone the times that they were talking and it was like 7 or 8 and you thought, oh, that's odd.
No, I did say that, but that was in the episode. I told Charlie that I thought it was odd because we don't talk that way, and he said we live together, so.
Okay. Have you described
makes
him as
sense.
being paranoid during this?
It makes sense. She's like, I saw on 2020 how much they were talking. And I was like, that's odd. We don't talk like that. And he's like, well, we live together.
Time frame.
Yes.
So he's starting to get paranoid during this
And
time.
Did he talk to you during this time frame about believing his phone was being tapped?
Yes, a lot.
Had you ever met Katherine Magbanua?
I met her briefly. She worked at her front desk dermatologist office that I went to. So before I knew Charlie, I met her there.
I thought she worked at the
And
dental
was,
practice.
At the time that
Sarcasm.
the law enforcement operation occurred, the time frame we're talking about, was Katie his most recent ex-girlfriend?
No.
Who was the most recent ex-girlfriend?
Before me, it was someone named Whitney Kick.
Okay, so she was in between you and Katherine Magbanua.
Yes.
Did you ever know of Katherine Magbanua working for Charlie Adelson or the Adelson Institute?
No.
Look, you can't tell me somebody wouldn't clock if the person they're dating who's on the phone a lot with their ex worked with their ex. That shit you would 100% know. You 100% would know if they work together. You 100%. 100.
All right, and then when you mentioned you were still with him at the time that Magbanua was arrested, did his erratic behaviors get better or worse at the time of her arrest?
It was worse.
Okay. And can you describe those behaviors for the jury?
Well, it was a lot mixed with what I said earlier, the no sleeping, depression, and our whole relationship just took a big turn, and I wasn't sure why in the beginning. He was just
tell me why I thought she was going to say took a big dump. Our relationship just took a big. Yeah, Charlie was, it seems getting real paranoid, getting real stressed about getting arrested. Did he talk to you about going to the airport? I got questions.
Acting strange and would go to his friend's house, and our routine kind of got disrupted, and I wasn't sure why. So it was just like I knew something was going on, but I didn't know exactly what the problem was. So
Did he become
Do you know now?
angry, short-fused?
at certain times he would.
Okay, and I'm particularly talking about this time frame around Katie's arrest and just after that. Uh-oh, trick chair. Around the time
Sounds like a chair
right
fell
after
over.
Katie's arrest, is that the time frame where these behaviors escalated?
Right, yes.
Okay. And did, particularly when the case or the investigation came up, is that something that would make him angry?
Not really angry. He had different emotions every time it would come up, so.
And
So he was a
one of
little
those
more
emotions
erratic?
anger?
At some point, sometimes, yes.
And did you say he would get really red and screaming and take random walks, just acting like a crazy person?
He would at times, yes.
Did he get a second phone and maybe a third phone during that time?
I saw one more phone that he got, and then it disappeared, so it was just a short period of time he had another phone.
At some point during this time frame, did Charlie Adelson begin communicating with you via
Also, I need whoever is pool. I know a lot of times y'all pop by. Hi. Can we work on the focus on the witness stand? The focus on the lawyers is so crisp and so clean. But the focus on the witnesses is like through gel, and it's just so challenging. Also, I think her earrings are cute, but I can't really see them. I want to know what like the dangly bits are. Just help a girl out, because it is way too fuzzy.
WhatsApp?
He did actually when he went to Asia, because it's like, I guess you can talk to anyone in the country on WhatsApp, so he thought it was easier that we spoke there.
Was he only communicating with you via WhatsApp when he was in Asia, or did he do it when he
We
came
just
back?
developed the habit after he got back. We just spoke on there all the time.
So he moved
No,
all
he
your
was
communications to
communicating with
WhatsApp.
Magbanua via WhatsApp.
I don't know.
Did he start keeping a bag of clothes by his bed around this time?
I saw him keep a change of clothes one time or a few times, yes.
Did he sleep with a gun?
Ma'am, did he have a go bag? Because it sounds like the prosecutor's asking if he had a go bag and a gun.
Around this time?
He always has guns around because he has his license to carry. So he didn't physically sleep with the gun, but he has one in his nightstand and all over the place. So
What about Wendi
We're not judging whether he
Adelson?
has a
Did you
license
notice,
or not. It's the change
an
of behavior.
issue between Charlie Adelson and Wendi Adelson during this time frame?
I wasn't too involved with them, but I did notice one time they got into an argument.
All right, and did he tell you it was a fight about this case?
He just said that it was something about the case. Yes.
Okay, do you remember
Also,
exactly?
Chad, I will just say, I am everyone should have a go bag kind of a girl, but I grew up in earthquake country, so I have no problem with the go bag. The change of behavior is what's important. So when people change their patterns, that's the red flag. If they always acted that way, which again, in Florida, it wouldn't surprise me if people are like, hey, we have our, whatever, we have our hurricane stuff ready to go. In tornado places, it's like, we know where our tornado stuff is. But the change of patterns is really what a prosecutor is looking at. So when you get from, oh, this is something that they don't always do, that becomes the thing. Hopefully that makes sense.
when that was?
Not
thanks, chat. Y'all found the
exactly.
earrings.
I don't know if I should guess or not.
No, please don't. So, was there a time frame where Wendi and Charlie were not speaking because of some type of a disagreement about this case?
Yes.
Ooh.
What about Donna Adelson? Did her behavior change at all around this time frame that we're talking about?
That you know.
So I wasn't around her a lot, but when I did see her, yes, she was upset.
Okay. And did you describe her as a mess?
Yes, if it's there, yes.
What does a mess mean?
Just like mentally upset and physically drained or not their usual self.
All right. Was she crying when you saw her?
At a point in time, yes.
And did Charlie Adelson advise you that she was taking painkillers for stress during that time frame?
Yes.
No.
And was there a
Don't do that. Charlie, were you prescribing your mom painkillers for stress? That's not a proper use of your license, Charlie. You know that. Also, it is for law enforcement odd if people and family members of victims and those related to victims, it is odd if they aren't relieved after an arrest. It is unusual behavior to not see some level of relief. There can still be stress because then you've got to go through court and you've got all the other things. But once an arrest has been made, it's like, oh, they caught somebody. Also, for those of you asking about Charlie's license, he's already done lost his license. So it's not really a concern at this point. I'm just being picky.
time when you were on the balcony of Donna Adelson's residence and she made a statement to you about Dan Markell?
We were speaking about Dan because the case was such a big thing at that time, yes.
Okay, and what was the statement she made?
Well, her life was crumbling down and her family's life, so she said everything felt like Dan was haunting her from the grave or them, I don't know. Whatever it says there.
Whatever it says, I
Feels
said.
like Dan's back from the grave, like haunting her or something.
In reference to that, yes. Yeah.
No further questions?
This
Cross-examination.
June, your testimony is not smooth or easy to follow. I'm real glad they were using your prior testimony, but that last statement was Donna said during this time that she felt like Dan was back from the grave, like haunting her or something.
Thank you.
Please remain seated. The attorneys for the defense are not examining.
The judge, sit back down. Ma'am, you're not new. You've testified before, standing up like she's all done. You're not done. Back from the grave, haunting her. Also, defense. Never have I ever in a trial seen the defense prepping their cross in real time. This is what you do the night before, everybody. I can't imagine that this witness's testimony is so divergent from other testimony because it seems like this witness started something and then the prosecutor said, previously, didn't you say this? Yes. Previously, didn't you say this? Yes. Why are we conferencing in real time? Also, to continue my critique, it looks like they are flipping through what appears to be a police report, not their notes for cross. Counsel, do you just leave court and go home and go to bed? Where is your trial prep? Why isn't anybody ready? If I was, this judge is so patient with them. But the lack of prepared is wild. Look, this prosecution team is so organized. It makes the defense look incredibly disorganized and unprepared.
Judge, may I ask one more question on this?
I mean, since we're waiting, Your Honor, can we just ask
Did
some more?
Charlie Adelson make a statement to you about Katherine Magbanua's breast augmentation?
Oh, back to the boobs.
After the 2020 episode, he made a statement and joked about it, yes.
What did he say?
What did he say?
He was saying they were thinking that he paid for the whole thing, and then he said, like he said he paid for one or something and laughed.
Only paid for one of the breasts. Half
Well-
of the,
Only paid for half.
Right, but he was laughing, so it was just a joke.
okay.
He just paid for the one boob. See, he only paid for half. He thought he was very funny. Did y'all watch the 2020 episode together? Now I need to watch the 2020 episode. I mean, I think he probably paid for both, given that it seems that Katherine Magbanua, who will testify at some point, but it seems that Katherine Magbanua used the money from Charlie and then the money from the hit, which is also the money from Charlie, because it seems that the go-between got like $40,000, Luis Rivera got $35,000, and I think Garcia also got $40,000. Lauren M. in the chat said, I don't understand ADB. Is the defense doing this on purpose? No. Or are they really this unprepared? It seems unprepared. This is not a strategy. Defense should be talking after court. Also, do you see the giant stack of papers defense counsel is carrying? Most attorneys will take, when they make a folder for each witness, the folder for each witness should have that witness's police reports, prior statements, notes, and then what your examination of that witness is going to be. And then each witness comes up. I mean, sometimes you need a binder, which we saw with Alan Jackson. But as each witness comes up, you pull out the folder for that witness and you have your notes on what you need to ask them about and all the subsequent reports. And sometimes you might have 2 copies of all the reports in case you need to approach the witness and show them the report. And you just have each one ready to go. It seems that they are doing this on the fly, which is confusing to me.
Morning.
My name's Jackie Fulford, and I, along with Josh Zellman, we represent Donna Adelson. I've never met you before, correct?
No, never.
I
really have a few questions.
I belong with that guy over there.
There's been some discussion in your direct examination about what you might have told law enforcement during an initial
Though
interview,
look how crisp
correct?
that camera
Correct.
is.
And
so
you
well
were told that
focused.
that was not being recorded, correct?
Yes.
And that whatever you said wasn't going to be used, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave a lengthy interview then that day.
Yes.
And at the time that you did that, you were broken up with Charlie, correct?
We were going through a horrible breakup at that time, yes.
Okay. You've previously said that Charlie's really good at persuading people. He lies and he makes it believable. You recall that?
I do.
I want to talk about the cash for a minute.
That did seem like notes there, though, so that's a good
He had a lot
thing.
of cash, right?
From what I saw, I don't really know his bank account, but
I'm just talking about the cash that you saw.
yes.
Okay. And you've testified, there seems to be some confusion about whether you knew that before you saw it come out, that it was stapled, because I thought you previously had said that when you saw in the article that Luis Rivera referred to being paid in stapled cash, that a light went off in your head because you had previously seen Charlie had stapled cash, correct?
Right.
Correct.
Okay. And he had it in $100 bills, in groups of 1,000. He'd put 10 together and he stapled them, right?
Right. I didn't see him staple them, but
you
they
saw
were
that it was-
stapled already.
You saw that it was stapled, correct?
Yes.
And he had a safe in his room that he kept money in,
He did.
and it was a very large safe, correct?
He had guns in there too. So
Well, I'm
it
glad
was
they
large.
cleared that up.
I think at one point you told law enforcement that it was about the size of a refrigerator, right?
Right.
Okay.
I mean, if it's a gun safe, I'm not
So you
surprised it's a
did
bigger
An
safe.
initial interview, you've been deposed.
But it's more clear now.
You testified in Katherine Magbanua's trial and in Charlie's trial, right?
Right, this is my 4th trial.
Okay.
She's testified at Katherine Magbanua's trial and Charlie's trial. Remember, the first trial was Garcia and Magbanua. Garcia was convicted. The jury hung as to Magbanua. Then Magbanua went to trial again and was convicted. Then Charlie went to trial. Now Donna's on trial. This is the 4th time she's doing this.
So I have the transcripts from each of those. And you testified on direct that you didn't think the Adelsons, referring to all of them, you didn't think they were curious about who had killed Danny and what had happened. You recall telling law enforcement that?
Right, at that time it seemed that way.
Okay, and didn't you later say that you were really just speculating about that?
Yes.
When you testified, let's see, when you testified in Katie Magbanua's second trial, referring to this statement about attributing to Donna that she said those words about Danny coming back from the grave and haunting her, in Katie's second trial, you actually kind of came off of that, didn't you?
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you say it again?
Yeah, sure. When you
Lost train of
testified,
thought.
so you originally made that statement to law enforcement. You used those words.
Yes.
He came back from the grave, haunting her, something to that effect.
Right.
Okay. But when you testified in Katie's trial, didn't you say that those weren't the exact words that she said? She was just very upset, and to you it came out like that. Didn't you testify to that?
What's the page and line?
Let's see, it would be page 1196. Well, it starts at line 3, the questioning, but the answer is lines 14 through 16. I don't know, like, if they were those exact words, I think she was just so, like, stressed out and upset that that's how it came out. That's what you testified to, correct?
If it says it there, I don't remember Katie's trial because it's been a while.
What?
But if it says it there, then that's what I said.
And you were testifying under oath then, correct? Every single time that you've given these, I'm sorry. You were under oath, correct?
I'm sorry?
Please answer out loud to all questions, just don't nod your head.
Oh, okay.
Because the court reporter can't put down that you're nodding your head.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So the answer was yes, you were under oath.
Yes, I think if it says that, then yes.
Well, you took an oath here today before you started testifying, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
In the other trials, you did the same thing. You swore to tell the truth, right?
Right.
Can I have just one more moment, Judge?
And the defense is taking a minute. Okay.
Redirect examination.
This is kind of a wah-wah of a cross.
Is the witness released?
Yes.
You may step down at this
Not a redirect at all. Why was there no redirect? Because it wasn't needed. There was nothing in that cross that's even memorable.
point.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
State calls Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Next witness. Holly Ann said, EDB, it feels as if the defense team's not prepared for this trial. I feel the same way. The lack of organization is odd to me. It it seems like they're conferring for each cross-examination at the table when it's happening, rather than prepping all of this the night before. They know which witnesses are coming. The prosecution tells them the night before which witnesses are coming up. So
Please raise your right hand, sir.
they're not being
Do you swear
surprised.
or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the
All
truth?
right, next witness.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
So witness 13
Sir,
is
please
Ryan
introduce yourself and
Fitzpatrick.
Spell your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Sir, do you know the defendant in this case, Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know her?
She was Charlie's mother.
Okay, were you
So
friends
you're
with
friends with
Charlie?
Charlie?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the time frame that you all were friends?
Probably 2013, 2014 to 2019, 2020. I can't really.
Okay. And during the time y'all were friends, were you like best friends?
We were very close
acquaintances?
friends, yes, ma'am.
Close friends. And based on your knowledge of Charlie Adelson, was he really close with his mother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
And also with his sister, Wendi?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How did they feel about Dan Markel, if you know?
I'm going to check. They haven't laid a foundation as to which person. They doesn't describe anything related to my
Without
client.
disputing objections, please sit down.
I'll re-ask the
Sustained.
question. How did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel?
The court just said to defense counsel, there will be no speaking objections, sit down. And the prosecution said, I'll rephrase. Oh boy.
Didn't like Dan.
Okay. And Charlie, did he have a lot of girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Katherine Magbanua one of those girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am, she was.
Is that somebody that you ever met or hung out with?
I believe once or twice in passing, but didn't, like I've testified before, didn't pay any attention to Charlie's girlfriends.
Okay, so she didn't stand out to you as anything special among the crowd?
May have looked like the others, but no, didn't stand out to me at all.
Abby in the chat said, sit down, Mr.
Are you
Salvatore.
familiar with Charlie
Yes.
Adelson's practice of how he keeps his cash?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And how is that?
Stapled money, 10-100 equals 1,000. I've been paid by stapled money by Charlie Adelson before. That's how I know.
Okay. And when the murder of Dan Markel occurred, was that during the time frame that you were really close with Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am, it was prior to us growing closer as friends.
Okay. When you did grow closer as friends, did Mr. Adelson mention the murder to you?
It wasn't discussed. Dan wasn't a topic of discussion. There was no, nobody, it was odd because it wasn't.
Okay. So you were aware of it, that it happened?
Yes, ma'am. It was,
Okay. But nobody talked about it?
no, ma'am.
Okay. And are you familiar with the law enforcement operation that's been referenced as the bump, where Donna Adelson was approached on the street?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. And did
The stapling money is
Charlie
so weird.
Adelson talk to you about the bump? His mom
Ye-
being
yes, ma'am.
approached? Okay. And prior to that, had
Oh.
Charlie Adelson ever mentioned being harassed or extorted or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So when this happened with his mother, did his demeanor change? How was he acting about this incident?
Charlie became agitated, nervous, anxiety. I guess looking back now, guilty,
Guilty conscience.
just abnormal.
Okay. Did he ever make a statement to you about murder?
He made the statement at one time that you could get away with anything if you keep your mouth shut,
Huh.
and implied murder.
This guy.
All right. After the
And I say that because this was in the probable cause affidavit that we went over not that long ago as it relates to Donna, that Charlie was saying, nah, you can get away with anything as long as you keep your mouth shut. And I think the quip I made was, yeah, but Charlie didn't keep his mouth shut and it's all recorded. So that's why we're here.
arrests that occurred in this case, and I'm referencing the 3 suspects that were arrested prior to him, did that impact his behavior, demeanor around you
When the others were arrested?
when the other arrests occurred?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. that behavior continued to increase.
Okay, so he was anxious, would you say?
More needy. Charlie talked a lot.
More needy.
And
In
he talked a lot
general?
about it. Yes, ma'am.
And he talked a lot about what? Those arrests?
Charlie would talk about something repeatedly, almost to
He's a talker?
help himself believe something, or to talk to you till he was blue in the face, until you were almost so tired of hearing it that you were like, oh, okay, and you believed it. But
Okay.
it was nauseating. It's tiring.
He was a talker.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is it fair to say that Charlie was not stressed out at all about the murder or anything related to this case prior to that law enforcement operation?
From my understanding, yes, ma'am.
And after that operation, based on your observations of him, he became very upset and worried about this case.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
All right. So Charlie became very stressed after the bump. Okay. On to cross. Okay. We're going to zoom until they are ready for cross.
Phone once and then you.
There we go.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
I've never met you, but we spoke on the phone once and then you did a deposition. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
The deposition was recently, I think August the 14th. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you appeared by video.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
When you gave your deposition, you indicated that you barely know Donna Adelson, correct?
I didn't know her like I knew Charlie, no, ma'am.
And you've been around her many times.
Yes, ma'am.
And she was always nice to you.
Very nice.
She and Harvey were pleasant to be around.
Very pleasant.
You knew Charlie very well, as you've testified.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were friends,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
But that ended, didn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was an ugly ending.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
If you do not ask him to describe everything that happens, I want to know. What happened to the friendship?
You said you were very good friends with Charlie. Were you familiar with the cash that he kept in his house?
Yes, ma'am.
You
Did
just
he keep it
testified to that.
stapled?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, $100 bills, 10 of them, so 1,000 at a time.
Yes, ma'am.
He had a safe in his house, and that's where he
Dollar
kept his money.
bills,
correct?
yo. Tell us about the breakup.
Kind of had some issues. I think my co-counsel was asking you some questions in your deposition, but the bottom line is you have a feeling, and that you say that it's known that the Adelsons didn't like Dan Markell, but you couldn't give us a specific comment in your deposition that Donna Adelson ever made. It's just well known, correct?
It was implied, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions.
Damn it.
Correct examination.
No!
Step down.
Oh, we're going to have to wait and find out what happened with the
Witness
end
be recalled at any time.
of the friendship another time.
You are released, sir. Have a good day.
This witness is not going to be recalled. Something happened with the friendship after the bump operation. For those of you new to the case, welcome. Let's talk about the bump real quick. The bump operation is where law enforcement, they already had wiretaps happening. They were trying to shake up the hornet's nest a little bit and see what happened, see if everybody started talking again. And they went and contacted Donna about Dan Markell, about the murder, to see if that would stimulate some conversation over the wires, and it sure did. So with the bump operation, it was an undercover FBI agent contacting Donna directly to then see what would happen on the wiretaps. We'll find out about the wiretaps later. We'll hear more about the bump operation later. They talked about it in the opening. Let's continue on. I'll go look up what happened with their friendship later.
State calls Mary Hull.
But they are just flying through witnesses this morning.
We were provided with some information before today or to report.
Speaking objection rules.
It's not a speaking.
Hold on, stop talking. Please take.
The witnesses leaving the courtroom, they are on the record And the court just yelled at the attorneys, stop talking, because the prosecutor said, we're not doing speaking objections. Oh boy. The attorneys are now, I want to hear what defense said that started that, but the judge is like, stop talking. The jury is still in the room. That's the problem.
Your Honor.
You are released, sir. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
State calls Mary Hull.
Okay, that's
We're
what
going to need to speak to her first. We were provided with some information before.
the defense is saying. We're going to need to speak with her first. We were just provided some information. This is when you approach. The jury's on the bench. Your Honor, we need to approach before this witness begins. That's it. We need to approach before this witness begins. So she's saying, we were just provided with some information.
Today or to report.
Speaking objection.
It's not a speak.
The prosecutor said, Your Honor, this is a speaking objection. And then Fulford is like, Your Honor, it's not a speaking objection.
Hold on, stop talking. Please take the jurors to the jury room.
And now the judge is kicking the jury out. The defense can ask for what they need. They just need to ask to approach. It's unprofessional. Just say to the court, Your Honor, we need to approach before this witness takes the stand. That's all. That's it, period. And the judge has never denied them a moment to approach. He has given them more than enough time. The judge, stop talking.
Be seated. If there's a topic that needs to be addressed, please ask to approach, but no gratuitous statements need to be made in front of the jurors.
Exactly.
I thought this was something that had been worked out previously with the state, and I should not have made those comments. I apologize.
You need to speak with Ms. Hull before she testifies.
We do, Judge.
State you need to be heard concerning this.
Yes, sir.
Very well. How long will it take to speak with Ms. Hull about this matter?
It should not take long, but maybe 15 minutes, Judge?
For scheduling purposes, I think for direct, maybe about 45 minutes to an hour. I'm not sure about cross, so whatever the court would like to do with that.
All right, let's put the jurors then on early lunch. During this time, the defense can speak with Ms. Hull about any topics that you need to prior to her examination. Please bring the jurors out so we can put them on the lunch break.
Early lunch. So, again, this should have been addressed in the morning because the court always says to the attorneys, is there anything we need to address? At that point, the defense could and should have said, yes, Your Honor, it seems the prosecution's calling this witness today. We need to speak with that witness before they testify. The prosecution just turned over some information. That should happen at the beginning of the day. And if that doesn't happen at the beginning of the day, because sometimes you might not even think about it because you have a lot on your brain, then the next thing is, before this witness takes the stand, may we approach? That's it, period. But doing it in front, having that conversation in front of the jury is just not what this judge is going to allow. So they're going to bring the jury in and send them out to lunch, it sounds like. And then we're going to take a quick break for lunch and see if we can zoom past most of it. I'm just waiting to see what
We're
happens.
going to take an early lunch break today.
The jury's like,
Once
we're up, we're
again,
down,
I'm
we're in,
going
we're
to
out.
Remind you of the instructions that you have received before, not to discuss this case with each other or anyone else. If anyone attempts in any way to speak to you about this case or talk to you, please make sure you report that matter to the bailiff so I can deal with it appropriately. Also, during the lunch break, do not look at any information about this case or any of the news reporting. Again, you may eat together if you choose to do so, but the only prohibition is discussing this case. We will get started again at 12:35. Please make sure you have reported by 12:30. Enjoy your break. We'll resume at that point.
All right, so we're going to be able to speed through the entirety of the lunch break, which is great. I'm going to take 15 minutes to just grab a snack for later and run to the restroom since court is on their lunch break. But yes, the defense said they had been given some new information. That can happen with witnesses if things come up that might be impeachment that gets turned over or new things happen. So that doesn't surprise me. It's appropriate that the defense has time to ask the witness about it.
Everyone can be seated.
It's the manner in which they ask that's the problem.
Parties, please report back at 12:30 as well. This should give the defense an opportunity to speak with Mrs. Hull and have your midday break as well. Does anything else need to be addressed?
Just one thing, Judge. The state is going to present.
Right, that's how you do it. Is there anything else we need to address? Yes, Your Honor, there is. Let's do it now. Great.
A PowerPoint presentation during Mrs. Hull's testimony, and I do have an objection, a hearsay objection to slide 38. It's a text messaging conversation between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson, and Harvey's statements would be hearsay, and that was ruled on yesterday as well.
And may I respond, Judge?
Go ahead.
Let me pull up the slide just a moment.
I'm going to see if I can gain that audio down because it just got crazy. This interaction that just happened with this defense attorney that's what I would expect to see for everything. Your Honor, we need to bring it up. The state's going to show a PowerPoint. We've gone through it. We have an objection to slide 38. This is what the objection is. It is just that. Exactly. That's it. Objection to what? Very clean and effective. All right, I'm going to try to fix that audio real quick, but the whole thing just got gained up and then the background noise got crazy.
And it was also a statement before the conspiracy.
The defense is going on to say that was also a statement before the conspiracy.
Judge, it was December 14th of 2012.
December 14th, 2012.
So, Judge, I believe the court has seen this before, but I can also provide the court with a copy. Slide 38 is a text message exchange between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson from 2012, where they are discussing.
I'm glad we stayed.
Having a large amount of cash. And I plan to ask Ms. Hull, did the family keep a large amount, or did the family keep cash? Did they have access to a lot of cash? Did they have, did they give cash discounts at their dental practice? And this is an example of them taking whatever. Okay. Taking
I don't know what that was in court, but it was loud.
whatever cash that they did receive and keeping it as opposed to depositing it in the bank. And so I do think that it's probative and more probative than it is prejudicial.
But what's the hearsay
The
exception?
objection is hearsay, not that it's relevant.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the hearsay exception?
Yeah, let me see. Harvey is the one making the statement.
And again, that's on the prosecutors. The defense attorney made
Okay, so the statement is.
the defense attorney made a very clear and concise objection, and the prosecutor end round that objection and made a relevance argument. The defense very clearly made a hearsay objection as to Harvey Adelson's statements only. The prosecutor didn't object or didn't address hearsay at all. She objected prejudicial versus probative. That's a relevancy argument. We're not talking about relevancy.
I have too much cash, and talking about there's no tax advantages for a large gift, except that he has too much cash. But we're not proving it to prove he has too much cash at that time. We're using it to prove
So it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, and
this family keeps a large amount of cash outside of
so habit, practice.
banking institutions. They have a lot of cash, and that would be relevant to them having a large amount of cash at the time that these payments were made.
So it's partly offered for the
Not
truth.
offering the statement for the truth of the matter asserted, but rather a separate claim.
Not for the truth of the matter asserted in these messages, but rather
But it is.
the fact that they had cash in general and kept cash out of banks.
So that's their habit.
That is for the truth of the matter asserted, Judge. She's trying to use this.
Yeah, if the statements, I don't disagree with the defense in this. If the statement's about them having a lot of cash on hand and they're using it to prove there's a lot of cash on hand, then it is in fact being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. They're going to have to parse Harvey's statements from Charlie's statements. Charlie's are admissible. They didn't argue co-conspirator statement at this point, and I don't think the defense is wrong saying if they're talking about cash and they're arguing about cash, then obviously it's for the truth of the matter.
A hearsay statement from a person who's not a party to this litigation. You know, there's an argument in Charlie's trial, but here, this is not about Donna, and they say they're not using it for the truth of the matter asserted, but then she turned around and said, we're using it to prove they had a lot of cash.
I don't
So if they are
disagree with
using it for the
counsel.
truth of the matter asserted.
What would be the other issue that is being offered for Ms. Dugan if it's not for the truth?
Opportunity, motive, plan, habit. I think there's other arguments there for Ms. Dugan to make.
The matter asserted, Ms. Fulford is making a good point.
Yeah, Ms. Fulford made a great point.
I think that if it were for the truth of the matter asserted, it would be that he has too much cash on this date and there's no tax advantage of this gift. But we're using it.
Read in the exact statement. Unless the judge has it, read the exact statement. Because the defense made an excellent argument, which is they're saying it's not about cash, but then they're turning around and saying it's about cash. And the prosecution is just not addressing that issue. But if they read the entire statement verbatim, it might help in their argument.
To show that they keep a large amount of cash outside of banking institutions, that they have a large amount of cash in general. That's just the distinction I'm saying. But the statement is, I have too much cash.
Oh. So the statement is, I have too much cash, and they're saying it's not about them having too much cash, it's about them keeping a large amount of cash?
Putting the hair is pretty thin. On that matter, I'll reserve a ruling for now. Do you have a copy of slide 38 that I can review?
Yes, sir.
I'm with the court on that one. They need to argue it goes to motive, habit, practice as to the family's habit of keeping cash and to why they keep cash. Because the argument that it's not offered for the truth of the matter is real weak. He's reserving the ruling. And he wants to review the slide. That's fair. Yeah, the defense made a real good argument on that. The prosecution's argument on that is not nearly as good. So the audience is leaving. It's lunchtime. Music Freak in the chat asked, is it normal to kick the jury out so much to discuss things? I actually think it's been pretty restrained this trial from some of the trials I've seen. But yeah, there are things that need to get discussed. They sent the jury to lunch. They haven't had a ton of sidebars, but there is stuff that comes up in trial that just has to be dealt with in the moment. So what they are arguing about now is slide 38 in the prosecution's PowerPoint that they want to use with the next witness and whether or not that slide is coming in or not. So the court asked for a copy of the slide to review. He's going to reserve his ruling. And look, the prosecution has the PowerPoint that they want to use printed out, and they went and handed it to the judge. This is why you need to have shit printed. Because the judge now can see exactly what the objection is and exactly what is being discussed. The judge's face is like, huh. He's still standing on the bench, so we're just waiting.
All right, Ms. Dugan, you can have your slide back.
Look, he's like, nah, we're good. I see what I see. Take your slide.
Right, as to slide 38, I will find that this does predate the conspiracy, at least as it's been alleged during this trial. Additionally, as to the discussion of cash and it flowing from one party to the next between the two Adelsons, as to that, it cannot be offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It is hearsay. The non-hearsay basis that it's being offered for, again, Ms. Dugan, is what exactly? That's unrelated to the money specifically.
Can you say the last part is unrelated to what?
What is the unrelated aspect of this exhibit that's unrelated to the money that you're offering it for?
Right, I mean, it is related to the money. We're trying to establish
Then it's
that
hearsay
they
and it's
keep
out.
a large amount of cash.
She's missing the judge's cues at the moment. The judge just laid out incredibly clearly what the issue with this exhibit is. It predates the alleged conspiracy, which means Harvey's statements are not co-conspirator statements because it predates when the conspiracy is charged. So then Harvey's statements are hearsay. Because Harvey's statements are hearsay, what is the non-hearsay purpose that you can use them for? And the prosecution looped right back to, well, about the money. The court just told her it's not about the pasta. Like, he just said, if it's about the money, it's hearsay. So it can't be that. Is there another purpose? And nope, that's not what she's arguing.
They don't put it in banks and they transfer it from one family member
Nope.
to another.
That's not going to fly.
All right, that
Transfer it via just giving it to them.
Yeah, that's
as opposed
hearsay.
to putting in a bank.
you may question Investigator Hull concerning what she learned as a result of going through the financial records, but as to the slide, I will sustain the objection unless there is another basis for which it's being offered, not.
The thing is that the court has said 5 times, unless there's another basis, there are other bases. He is not going to tell the prosecutor what they are, and he is not going to rule on that sua sponte. So if the prosecutor over lunch has a minute to like pull out their evidence code and think, which is hard to do when you are in trial because there is so much going on in your brain, if the prosecutor thinks about it over lunch, she may be able to come back and say, these are the other bases. But without another basis, it's hearsay, it's edited out. But the court said, without another basis, give me something else, counsel. So they're going to have to talk about it over lunch.
Truth of the matter asserted.
It's not about the money.
Well, that is our break at this point. Please return at 12:30.
Thank you.
So Harvey's statement can be taken out of the PowerPoint pretty easily, I would imagine. Harvey's statement is out. So Harvey's statement is coming out of the PowerPoint without another exception in the evidence code. We'll see what happens after lunch. We're going to zoom through lunch pretty quickly, and it sounds like an investigator is taking the stand after this to talk about the Adelsons keeping money out of the bank and the rest of it. I'm a big fan of Follow the Money, so I'm really interested to hear what this next expert has to say. However, the important thing is the court did note again that this is not a co-conspirator statement because it predates the conspiracy as to Harvey. We knew that at sidebar, based on the judge's rulings and the defense objections, that the court was reminding the defense that co-conspirator statements, which can include people who have not been charged. Wendi is an uncharged co-conspirator. Harvey is an uncharged co-conspirator insofar as the prosecution is saying, look, in these conversations, they are making statements that are uncharged co-conspirator statements. Will they be charged down the road? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But conspiracy allows a lot of evidence in that wouldn't come in otherwise. And that is things like Wendy's statements to Jeff, Charlie's statements to his ex-girlfriend and his ex-bestie, etc. So at the lunch break on day 700 of this trial, teasing, it's day 3. on the lunch break of day 3, I didn't think we could get a more jam-packed group of testimony than we had yesterday. But the amount of information that comes in on these direct examinations is quite substantial. We haven't yet really seen a witness that it's like, all right, let's keep it moving, because it is so much information. The testimony of Jeff Lacasse was wild about the coincidences that weren't coincidences of what was going on with him and Wendi, and whether or not Wendi was seeking specific information about Jeff to make sure that he was wrong place, wrong time when all of this went down. And it's very clear that Jeff sees himself as a potential fall guy in all of this, and that law enforcement at one point was looking at him as a suspect. And he's like, no, I got a flat tire. I can show you that I wasn't in that area at the time because of the literal receipts from a flat tire. Wendi, though they were on the verge of breaking up, Wendi strung out the relationship just a little bit more and then made sure to clarify with Jeff what day he was traveling. Wendi knew that Jeff was leaving Friday around 11 a.m. Wendi knew that Dan Markel, the victim in this case, was leaving on Saturday. And the Hitman's men seemed to know that there was a window to kill Dan Markel after 11 a.m. in the morning. And somebody knew that Dan Markel was going to the gym that morning. And Dan and Wendi had that conversation on the phone, that he was dropping the kids off and going to the gym. Interesting that even though Wendi had that information, somehow the hitmen who only spoke to Katherine Magbanua knew that information. Who's giving that information to Charlie then? Is it Wendi or is it Donna? And those are the things we're going to start seeing, I think, thread through the information that's coming in this prosecution. I very much like the way that the prosecutors are bringing in these witnesses, the order that they're bringing in these witnesses. The story is fairly clear through the direct examinations. This is not a trial where we're sitting here wondering where is that going to go? We're seeing the threads that the prosecutors are pulling on immediately. So it's really interesting. I think the prosecution is doing a great job of telling the story of this case. We had a cross-examination of Wendi Adelson yesterday that had some moments where I was like, oh, okay, the defense, go get her. Not quite as much today, so we'll see where that goes after lunch. Court's taking the lunch break. I'm going to take the lunch break real quick. So thank you all for being here, staying on topic. We're going to zoom past this entire lunch break. I am still saving questions to do Q&A if we have a break in the afternoon, because we'll be getting caught up a little bit more. Hold on, I'm going to pause that because they are back from the lunch break. I just need a few moments to use the restroom and then grab some food for the afternoon. And we're going to zoom. If you do not have the Lawnerd app, it is free. Grab the Lawnerd app. We will message you, A, when stuff goes sideways. B, when new witnesses take the stand that you want to hear from. Because at this point, everybody's like, when are we going to hear from Katherine Magbanua? When are we going to hear from the other gunman? When are we going to hear from some of these other witnesses? So we will be letting you know in the Lawnerd app. Make sure that you have it. We'll also let you know when we come back from lunch. I anticipate like 15 minutes. But also a lot of you are indicating that you're having issues on the YouTube end. So I want to make sure that I can reach out real quick about that and see what is going on and see if I have any recommends. But I would say close out your app if you're on mobile and give it a try again. If you are having issues on the YouTube end, it's not a stream end because we can see that on our panel. So it's not a stream end. A lot of you are asking if Charlie's going to testify. He's on the witness list, but he still has appellate rights after his trial. So it's going to be real interesting to see. All right. With that, we're going to take just about 15 minutes. So I should be back by 1:05 Central, if not a little bit before, but we'll let you know in the app and you'll hear our chimes when we're coming back if you were listening to our beats in the background. So I'm going to put this as a stream break because Court's already back from lunch. So we will see you in just a few. Law-nerds, you're the best. Get some food, get some hydration, get a little bit of shit done, and we'll be right back. You ready, chat? I think we are ready. We are back from lunch. YouTube is taking a look to see if they can figure out why so many of you were having some stream issues. But if you do have audio issues, our stream health looks good. So it's not on our end. So refresh wherever you are watching, because that should help most of you. But we are keeping an eye on it. That's what I was taking care of over lunch. So I will be eating on stream a little bit later because we were doing other things. That's, we went to the restroom and we took care of other things. That's how we do it. We got to make sure that we have a fantastic issue or a fantastic stream for y'all. I know a lot of you were having issues with chat as well, and that chat was crashing and disappearing and just not having a smooth experience. We let everybody know what issues you were experiencing. We are often the one of the largest streams on the platform at the moment, so it happens. So thanks, y'all. Just try your best to reopen, and thank you all for no spoilers. Thank you all for staying on topic today. It's really distracting to me, especially when we were trying to deal with the YouTube issues. So I appreciate it, because that's what I'm keeping an eye on right now. Let's get back to court, because I want to see what's going to happen with this investigator after lunch, and we're finally getting to the show me the money. So Katie's mom said, "What did EDB get for lunch?" Nothing yet. I ordered a sandwich. It'll be here in a bit. I didn't have time to do it sooner. It's been a busy day. So trying to take care of making sure things are smooth on the viewer's end. That's what we're doing. So, the replay crew can just time jump and timestamp and zoom past things, because that's amazing. Let's get back to court. I'm ready. You're ready. We're ready. Oh, I had turned the zoom down the swoop way too low. Way too low. We'll fix it in post. We'll fix it in post. All right. The court took a lunch break. Let's get back to it. We're going to see what.
Go ahead.
Counsel said I've got one issue before the jury comes in. We're going to see what that is.
Go ahead.
Shortly after we began the lunch break, I received a new PowerPoint from Sergeant Corbett. I forwarded it to my experts for them to review it to see what the changes are. Ms. Dugan just advised me what some of them are. I need to email the expert to see if it changes anything. I don't yet know what my expert's going to say. They're trying to review it right now.
Dugan, concerning this change in the PowerPoint, this is the demonstrative or what the state is seeking to admit?
This is both. And I advised defense that my understanding is the only change being that Sergeant Corbett, there was one slide that changed, and I think it changed in defense favor, but I need to double check that. And then the rest is just some slides we took out that I didn't feel like we needed. But he has a copy of the presentation we sent in May and this one. And it's also my understanding the defense has several objections to some of the communication in the PowerPoint that they've had since May. And so we may need to speak to the court before Sergeant Corbett testifies.
All right. Concerning this exhibit, and at this point, I'm going to refer the parties back to the scheduling order, specifically the portion of the order that dealt with if things are not timely raised, they can be deemed as waived. Are these matters going to any constitutional issue of evidence that were obtained in violation of the defendant's rights?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
As the violation, or as these matters would not be constitutional in nature, why should they be heard now if they were not previously raised, the deadline that was given in the prior scheduling orders?
So what the prosecutor said is we took out a few slides. We had one change to one slide. The defense is looking into that, but the defense is raising some objections to the things that were in the PowerPoint in May. As to that, it's too late. So as to what has been in there since May, and you can't, if the prosecution culls it down and makes it more streamline. You can't really force them to put things back in. But if the defense did not object to those things in May, then it's been waived. So as to the one change of slide, then there might be an issue as to that one change of slide, but we'll see. But the judge is like, you've had this since May. Why weren't there objections then? Because the objections aren't to what's new. Oh boy. Judge is like, done. He asked for an answer.
Judge, the only explanation I have for not having raised this previously is the amount of information that we were provided beginning in April.
And several continuances were granted to accommodate you on that basis.
There was one trial continuance, yes, Your Honor.
And multiple, I believe, deadlines were extended as well.
That's
at
correct.
least 3 or 4 times.
Yes, Your Honor.
On that basis, why was this not raised?
Just didn't have time, Your Honor.
You have to have time. Being a lawyer is hard. You have to have time. You have to have time. The judge is like, we gave you a continuance. None of this is new. We had too much work to do. You knew that there was trial. You had deadline continuances. You had trial continuances. The judge's face is like, that's not how that works.
Right. What are you raising for the record?
Well, I don't know how this applies to the new one. It's one of the reasons why I forwarded it immediately to my expert to see how it has changed. I don't know how the pagination has changed. So if we could have some time to review that, it might resolve some of what
Everybody grab the document from May and go through the pages from May. And if the pages are removed, you have a paralegal sitting right there. The paralegal can go through slide 1, slide 2, slide 3, removed, slide 4, slide 5, slide 6, slide 7, 8, removed. That's why you have a paralegal sitting right there. Are you guys eating lunch during lunch? What are you doing? But then pull up the one in May and say what pages you have issues to.
I'm objecting to. Some of the objections had to do with hearsay.
Those are all waived.
I understand the court's ruling concerning allowing the state to prove up the co-conspirator exception as we move through the trial, so that would probably apply to the vast majority of what the objections were. But if I could have a few moments to review this, please.
Ms. Dugan, as you stated, you may have a few moments. As you stated before, we're not talking about new information. This is just being packaged in a different way.
Correct, and all the communication that defense let me know that he is objecting to, which is essentially all the text message communication, all of that remains the same and has remained the same not only in what we sent him in May before the deadline, but I believe it was all the same as well in the presentation that was provided to Ms. Adelson's previous attorneys before that trial.
Very well.
So
Deputy Phillip.
the Adelson was originally set to go to trial in September 2024. She was arrested in November 2022. So from before the last trial, defense had this. It doesn't matter that these are new lawyers. The work that was done by the previous lawyers and the work that's done now is combined. So they've had this for well more than a year. And they have to keep moving. Oh, sorry, September 2023 was the original trial. That's right, not 2024. It's been that long. Absolutely wild.
So if you can inform the jurors that we'll get started in about 10 minutes. I'll give you this opportunity, Mr. Zellman, to look at the document. But again, on these issues of exhibits specifically, there was the pretrial scheduling order. Also last Friday, I provided each party the opportunity to go through these items if they were still disputed. Neither side took me up on it. At this point, we're not going to be wasting time on exhibits that could have been objected to and ruled upon. Take your 10 minutes now.
The court's not wasting that time. And he did tell them, he told them on Friday, if we need to do this, we'll do it now. They've had an entire weekend since then, but it can't be that important if they didn't review it. So I don't know what's going on with this. But the judge is frustrated. Also, this is not new to them. There have been numerous other trials. I'm just watching Donna watch the prosecutors. No! I mean, we can hear the judge tippy-tapping on the keyboard. Can we go back to watching Donna watch the prosecutors? Because that is fascinating. Oh, the judge is so mad. Angry typing. It's like cartoon angry typing. It's just like. Dear Diary, this is a murder trial. I have given these attorneys nothing but time. How are we still doing this? Oh my God. All right, since he's giving them 10 minutes, we are not going to sit here and listen to 10 minutes of the tippy tapping. I'm going to try to zoom until the court goes back on the record. Nope. But he has every right to be frustrated with the attorneys. He really does. They had plenty of time. The time that this defense team had is not the only time that's considered. It's the prior attorneys too. For those of you new to this case, what happened with the prior attorneys? Oh God, it's just a foreseeable shit show, but there was a conflict and they were bounced off the case like the day that the jury was supposed to come in for jury selection, and the court was so frustrated. But that was foreseeable. The court kept asking and asking and asking, how is this not a conflict? And the court's like, I saw this issue coming from 100,000 miles away. And then it was an issue the day of trial. So then the new attorneys were hired by Donna Adelson, and away we go. That was what? September 2024. I think I have confused myself on dates because I don't have my notes in front of me, but September 2024. And then the case was reset and then continued. So it was reset for, I think, May, and then continued to now. April or May, and then continued to now. So we are now waiting. Oh, I guess the witness is just coming in. I guess we're ready? Are we ready? Did the whole feed just jump? I think the court feed, that's got to be from the pool. The court feed just completely skips. Hold on, give me 1 second, chat. Let me see if I can double check. But if that's from the pool feed, it's not going to matter where it's coming from, because if the pool feed completely skips, there's nothing we can do. So give me 1 second. Let me just double check another feed and see if I can figure out what happened there. Give me one moment. I was not expecting. I mean, that's a strange jump, and then we don't hear what the court says at all. So just give me a second and see if it jumps on all of the feeds. So if you hear a feed in the background, it's because I'm looking to see if that happens on all of the feeds. And yeah, it looks like it does. It looks like that's a feed issue. Unless it's a YouTube issue, but that looks like it's a feed issue. Yeah. Hold on. Nope. Let's see. Yeah, I'm also having stuttering on YouTube, you guys. So as I'm trying to pull up an alternate feed to see what happened, I am also having issues with it. So.
You continue your search while the examination.
All right. It's not it. All right. I need to refresh my feed because it does not happen on the other feed I was looking at. So give me 1 sec to refresh this feed and try to get back to where we are time-wise. But the playback issues aren't just y'all. So give me just a moment.
Dr. Charlie Adelson.
And we'll see if we can get back to where we were meant to be before this witness takes the stand, and see if we can roll past that stutter. Nope. All right, hold on. That feed just completely dies on me, so let me grab a different one real quick, which is not easily done because I want to see what the court says to the lawyers before this witness comes on the stand. And that is proving a little bit difficult from every single feed. Okay, so it's not just y'all. Every feed is having some issues. What's with today, you guys? All of the feeds just having a bit of a moment. So we're going to switch feeds real quick to see if we can catch up what the court says. And this could be happening in court. It's the issue. It could be happening on platform. I don't know. But the fact that different feeds are having different experiences says it's probably not the pool camera. It's how it's being relayed. Give me a sec. I want to see what the court says to the lawyers before we bring the witness in.
Viewing the addition. Zellman, have you finished reviewing the additions to, or the changes to the exhibit that the state intends to offer through Sergeant Corbett?
Still trying to locate some of them, Your Honor. Have not yet heard back from my expert as to their review.
Who is cross-examining Ms. Hull?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, then.
Well, then you can continue your search while the examination of Ms. Hull is taking place. At this point, we do need to move forward with resuming with the trial.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Please bring in the jurors.
Okay, that makes sense. So they said to the defense attorney, okay, well, you can work on this. Your co-counsel is the one doing the cross-examination of this next witness. It's not this next witness. Fine. So as the jurors come in, we'll switch back to feeds because I get really distracted by tickers.
To the jury, I hope you had a
hate them.
restful midday break.
So we will-
At this point, we're going to continue with the state's case.
When the other feed
Dugan, you may call the state's next.
catches up, we will switch feeds. All right, jury's back in. They are calling their next witness.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to offer will be the truth?
It will.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, my name is Mary Hull, Maryhull.
Yeah, I
Where do
couldn't
you
tell if it was
currently
Hall or Hull.
Executive
like a boat.
Office of the Governor in the Chief Inspector General's office.
Ooh, tell us
And
more.
where did you work when you first became involved in this case?
The Department of Financial Services in the Office of Fiscal Integrity.
And what was your role there and in your current job?
Currently, I'm an auditor. In the position in
Finances.
DFS, I was a financial investigator.
All right, and were you a financial investigator with DFS back in the summer of 2016?
Yes.
Okay.
I love a financial investigator, and this catches us up to where the feed that we were using cuts. So we are going to jump back into a cleaner feed because it's much easier for my brain. So money, 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 money is what we're going to be talking about now. You know how much I love Follow the Money.
Yes, I was a financial investigator.
Also, the sound is way better.
All right, and were you a financial investigator with DFS back in the summer of 2016?
Yes.
Okay. As a financial investigator there, did you investigate economic crimes?
We did. It was a criminal investigation.
Department of Financial Services Criminal Investigation Unit. Tell me everything.
Investigative unit for the state of Florida.
And how long did you work in investigations there?
Investigations there 7 years.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about your education and your experience in order to be a financial investigator?
Sure. I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in finance from Florida State University. I'm a certified fraud examiner in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I have 22 years of financial analysis, auditing, and financial investigative work for both the state of Florida and the United States Attorney's Office.
And has much of
Feds,
that 20
feds,
years
feds.
been doing white-collar crime investigations?
10 years I did white-collar crime investigations to include money laundering, contract fraud, identity theft, and embezzlement.
Okay, and were these like multi-agency
Ma'am, tell me how you feel about wet money. I have questions. I have questions about the money laundering.
financial investigations
I
for
have
both state
questions.
courts and federal?
There were several that were multi-agency investigations. I did both state and federal at the same time. But I also worked at the United States Attorney's Office for 3 years, and we did all criminal economic crime there.
And what's your specific area of expertise? Is it forensic accounting?
Yes, I do forensic accounting, which is a very detailed analysis of financial records to be used in court.
Forensic accounting is the coolest shit ever.
Fraud examiner. What does that mean?
Forensic accounting, math, but make it like badass.
You have to take special training to actually be certified to do financial crime.
And are you in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners?
I am.
While a financial investigator, did you also receive in-service training?
I did. As a criminal investigator, additional training in search and seizure requirements, the handling of evidence, the chain of custody protocol, as well as witness interviewing techniques.
Chain of
And have
custody,
you ever
you
testified
say?
in court about your analysis of financial records?
I have.
How many
About
times?
how many times?
21 times in court.
Okay, those are all my questions as to this witness's qualifications, Judge.
The defense wishes to voir dire the witness. Is there any objection?
The reason the court gave the defense an opportunity to voir dire the witness is because this witness is being offered as an expert in forensic accounting. You can see the glee on my face because I have so many questions. So offering this witness as an expert, they gave the defense an opportunity to challenge the qualifications, and they didn't. So, all right, just I feel some kind of way about financial investigations. They are fascinating. I love them. It was the area I focused my practice in as much as I could because I found it absolutely fascinating. I'm also nosy. You want to know people's tea? Money. The money is where the tea is. It will tell you every fucking thing about what people are up to. Phones are next. Money is first.
To her ability to provide an opinion in the field.
This is the follow the
I
money.
believe this is for
Follow the
financial-
money.
Excuse me,
Forensic accounting.
forensic accounting.
No objection.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify today in the area or provide an opinion in the field of forensic accounting while she testifies today.
What were y'all
You may
up
continue.
to? What were y'all
So you
doing?
mentioned that you first became involved in this case when you were working for DFS back in 2016.
Were those cash
What was your
discounts getting
role? What was your
reported?
responsibility?
So I looked at all of the bank records, specifically was my first look at the records to analyze and detail everything that happened in those accounts.
Could you speak out in this hall and we're having problems hearing you?
Sorry.
I can hear you just great, Miss Hull.
I did all the financial analysis for the bank records, as well as I did some iCloud records and emails and other documents that would come through DHSMV records.
Okay, so did you look at a lot of different records in this case to see to see what the banking habits were, whether there was any spike in cash, and whether there was any link between the parties?
Yes.
I want to ask you about, first kind of go through several of the things you reviewed in this case, and then ask you questions about your review. Did you review State's Exhibit 68, which is going to be the Adelson Institute's subpoena response?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in reference to Katherine Magbanua's employment?
It was.
And were those records from September of 2014 to 2016?
That sounds correct.
May of 2016, in fact.
Yes.
Okay. Did you also review State's Exhibit 75, which is Dr. Rudner's records for a breast augmentation for Katherine Magbanua?
Oh,
I did.
you did?
Did you also review 76, State 76, which is Broward Dermatology?
Wait. Wait a second. Wasn't Dr. Rudner Charlie's roommate? They were talking about Charlie's roommate real quickly in Jeff's testimony earlier today. I'm going to have to circle back to that because I'm very curious. Because I think Dr. Rudner was Charlie's, but I'm going to put an asterisk around that. I need to go look because it did not stand out to me. I don't know if it's the same doctor or a different doctor, but I'm going to go look. That's an asterisk. But they actually pulled the financial records from the plastic surgeon. I need to go look at that too.
Records for
Fascinating.
Possible Magbanua employment from there.
Yes.
Okay, and are those records from July of 2015 to March of 2016?
Yes.
Moving on to Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. Did you review State 69, which is going to be the records for the Lexus acquired by Katherine Magbanua, and 77, 78, 79, and 80, which are vehicle and motorcycle records for Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera?
I did.
Did you review bank accounts for the Adelson family?
I did.
Does that include accounts for Harvey Adelson, Donna Adelson, Wendi Adelson, and Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
And I won't go through all those accounts, but did you review checking and savings accounts for them, personal and professional accounts for them, as well as investment accounts?
That's correct.
And how many total investment accounts did you review?
I believe there was 24 total investment accounts.
That's a lot of
So,
accounts.
A lot of different accounts you reviewed for each person in the family.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess
and
it's
were
a lot of
several
people,
of those
but-
accounts that more than one family member was on at a time?
Yes.
Did you also review credit cards for the Adelson family, specifically States 111 and a portion of those records, 111A, which are Capital One and Amex records for Charlie Adelson?
I did.
Did you also review States 110, which is Adelson Institute bank records from Regions Bank?
I did.
Did you also review States Exhibit 106, which is going to be a checking and savings account for Luis Rivera from Chase Bank from 2014 to 2015?
Yes.
Did you also review States 107, a Bank of America records from Garcia's account from 2015 to 2016?
Yes.
Did you also review State 74, which is employment records from Coastal Masonry for Sigfredo Garcia from 2009 to 2014?
Yes.
Did you also review States 108 A and B and 109 A and B, which are Bank of America accounts and JP Morgan Chase accounts, respectively, for Katherine Magbanua from 2013 to 2017?
This is
Yes.
all foundation.
Did you also review States 82, which are copies of 44 checks from Adelson Institute deposited into Magbanua's bank account?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity before court today, so you didn't have to do it now, to review all of those records that we just talked about, to assure yourself that they were the same as the one you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay, and did all of those records that you reviewed come with a certification attached to them, certifying them to be official records from
The
each
search
respective
warrants.
company or business?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I would enter into evidence states 68, 75, 76, 69, 77 through 80, 106, 107, 108 A and B, 109 A and B, 110, 74, and 82.
Bingo. Sorry.
Any objection to the items being offered?
Yeah, go through real quick, Judge.
Go ahead.
So she just laid foundation for all the different bank records. Defense should have an index of these pulled up so they know exactly what documents they are. So they're taking a look at this, but all the things that she just listed are the things that they're looking for. I'm messing with my chair. My chair was bumping into my
Clerk,
desk.
would you go through the item numbers one more time, please?
Sure.
So that was all of the numbers. And again, the prosecutor has all this
So we're gonna have
organized.
69,
Chat's very curious
Hold on
about
a moment. What did that sound?
Chat's very curious about what's going on in 69. Also, something made noise in the courtroom, and the court's like, wait, what is that? Chaos.
Hold on a
Seven.
moment. What did that sound? Once again, please turn the phones off or turn the sound off. I don't expect to hear any phones in this courtroom. You may continue, Ms. Dugan.
68, 69, 74 through 81, 82.
So
I'm
74
sorry,
through
let's
82.
hold off on 81. So 74 through 80,
82.
82,
106, 107, 108, A and B, 109, A and B, 110.
106 through 111A.
She added 111 in at the end.
Fulford, does the defense have an objection to these items being admitted?
I got out of number order. Can you just give me one more second, please?
Ma'am, don't take the exhibits out and shuffle them around. It will be a lot easier. Because the prosecution gave a numbered exhibit list.
The item numbers are admitted as previously stated with the exception of states 81. You may continue.
Thank you. Did you also review, you mentioned iClouds as far as written communications, whether that be emails or text messages between the parties to determine the financial relationship between them or whether there are any money or gift transfers between them?
I did.
Okay, and did you also review those items to determine how the Adelson family received or kept their cash?
Yes.
All of the records that we talked about today so far.
So they're going to do summaries.
Is the amount of data in all of those records pretty voluminous?
Yes.
Are you going to be relying on a summary of all of the records that you've reviewed today for your testimony?
I am.
Okay, and did you review before court today, this notebook states 81, which is a summary of your findings from all the records that you reviewed?
Yes.
And is it a true and accurate copy of a true and accurate copy of the results from your findings?
Yes, it is.
Okay. At this time, Judge, I would move State's Exhibit 81 into evidence as a summary.
Any objection?
If I can just look real quick, Judge.
Go ahead.
So the defense is looking over the next group. They are not being presented with these for the first time.
Yes.
States 81 is admitted at this time.
Thank you. And just for the record, that's going to be a composite exhibit. Now, in this composite States 81, for each of the graphs that we see that were created, after each graph, is there also information from the accounts kind of showing your work of how you made those findings?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a PowerPoint that's been created showing
Yay!
the graphs in the case that report your results?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd ask for permission to use a demonstrative in this case, which is going to be a demonstrative of parts of the
summary.
records and the witness's graphs in this case.
You may proceed.
Oh, I'm so excited about graphs and PowerPoints.
Now, the graphs that we see,
Like a
we're not
nerd.
going to see,
And I love it.
portions of the records in the notebook on the PowerPoint, right?
Yes.
Okay. But those portions are in the notebook. If the jury wants to review them in the jury room, they're there for each graph.
Yes.
Which is what I'm saying is the portion that's kind of showing your work for each graph.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm
All
ready
right,
for a
so-
PowerPoint.
You mentioned that one of the set of records that you looked at was Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicle records for some of these subjects. Did you review the Department of Highway Safety Motor Vehicle records for Luis Rivera?
I did.
And what, if any, vehicles?
Not the what if any. Day 3. We got to day 3 without a what if any. However, this is, if there's an appropriate time for a what if any, we're there right now because it's what if any findings were there, not the worst time for a what if any.
Did Rivera acquire after the murder of Dan Markel on July 18th of 2014?
He purchased a 2003 Suzuki motorcycle on July 28th, 2014, and a 1996 Toyota Camry on July 31st, 2014.
And here are these pictures from the social media records in this case of Luis Rivera and Garcia
photo.
on motorcycles.
Yes, it is.
And the one that Rivera's on is on a yellow motorcycle.
Yes.
Looking at Luis Rivera's
I wanna see the next graph.
bank accounts in this case, the Chase bank account from May 2014 to November of 2015. Were his checks from his workplace direct deposited into that account?
They were.
About how much was direct deposited every week?
Every week was about $500 or $600.
And where were his paychecks coming from?
Coastal Masonry.
So he had a steady job at Coastal Masonry throughout the time that you reviewed his bank records for in 2014 and 2015?
Yes.
What did you learn about how his banking patterns or banking habits changed following the murder of Dan Markel?
Yeah, he had a very interesting banking pattern. All his bank checks were deposited into his account, but then he would go by and withdraw virtually all of it. And he had certain preset auto drafts that would come in, and then they would bounce because there wouldn't be any money in the account. So he had a lot of overdraft charges.
And how did that change after the murder of Dan Markel?
Right after the murder, he all of a sudden left the money in the account, and then nothing overdrafted for about 4 months.
When was his last large cash withdrawal before the murder of Dan Markel?
Change in
It
pattern.
was 7/15/2014.
And you said it was about 4 months then that his old habits of,
Yeah, the next overdraft didn't happen until November 1st of 2014.
and what do we see here?
So this is a visual depiction of his bank account showing the overdrafts. The red bars are the overdraft amounts that happens, the number, on the specific days.
And what they are showing here, I'm going to move myself a little bit, but what they are showing here is the change of pattern of how he is using his bank account. So you see that there are somewhat frequent overdrafts. You can see where they change, and then you see the chunk of time where all of a sudden we got just no money problems. So that change of pattern is what they are highlighting. I wonder why someone's money troubles would go away. Would it be because of a large influx of cash?
And then you can see that big wide span in the middle where there's no red bars. And then it picks back up in the first part of November. I will add that even though it's not on this chart, that the car and the motorcycle was purchased in that section where there were no overdrafts.
So in the same section.
So from July to November, it's all good.
Where there's no overdraft, he's also acquiring those vehicles, and he doesn't have any overdrafts from the time of the murder until about 4 months later.
That's correct.
And could that be indicative of him having another source of cash during that time?
Yes.
Yeah, it can be indicative of another source of
moving on to
cash.
Sigfredo Garcia.
Trying to
Tell
keep
us
me
what
out
you
of the
saw when
way.
you looked at the DHS-MV records for Garcia.
Yes, he purchased a 1997 Honda Racer on July 26, 2014.
So we moved on to Garcia.
A 1984 Monte Carlo on August 22nd, 2014, and a Nissan Maxima on October 17th, 2014.
The Monte Carlo is pretty sick. I mean, don't go buy shit with murder money, but the Monte Carlo is pretty sick.
Okay, so we didn't find a picture of the Maxima, but that's kind of how a Maxima of that style would look here.
Yes, it was a sedan.
Okay, and then the Monte Carlo is on the Tuto Dade account here.
Yes, that's correct, in blue.
Okay, and then we see his yellow motorcycle all the way to the right of the screen.
Yes,
And so those were all purchased within 3 months of the murder.
that's correct.
And can you tell us about Garcia's bank accounts?
There was not a bank account located during the time or shortly after the murder.
Huh. No bank account.
He did have one, let's see,
No bank account they could find, I should say.
from June 15th to July 16th.
Okay, so from June of 2015 to July 2016, he established a bank account and maintained it.
Yes,
All right, and during that time, was he having paychecks being direct deposited into that account?
yes.
From what company?
He was employed at Rapid Capital Funding at that time.
Okay. But before of June 2015, there were no bank records that we could find to review for Garcia.
There was no account located for him.
All right. And did he work regularly in 2014, around the time of the murder?
Actually, his employment record, at least with Coastal Masonry, was very sporadic. He worked 2 months from February of 9 to December of 2009. And April 2010 to July 2010, he worked 3 months. October from 2012 to August of 2013, he worked 10 months.
I wonder if he was getting hired
And April
based on
of
jobs.
14, he worked 1 month.
Okay, and we have no record of him being employed at the time of the murder.
No.
So both Luis Garcia and Luis Rivera and Garcia both worked for Coastal Masonry. Rivera's job was consistent and steady, and Garcia's was more sporadic.
Correct.
All right.
The reason they are covering their jobs is because they are tying up there could be another source of income. So they're going through, this is what we saw in the accounts to show that there is an influx of money here that's not explained.
For Katherine Magbanua, did she already own a car according to the DHS-MV records at the time of the murder?
She did.
And what type of car was that?
That was
Jessica in the chat said, how can one exist without a bank account? Well, I'm not going to get into all the detailed ways, but people don't always use their own bank accounts and don't always use their own names. And I'm gonna leave it at that.
Here, I might be able to show you something to help move it along. Sorry, if you're having trouble finding it. Yeah. Did you, when you were reviewing the messages in this case, did you find some evidence that Charlie Adelson helped her financially with a car that she had in 2014?
Yes.
Okay, and was that car, in these messages, did they refer to this car as her needing to get it fixed, the parts alone, or?
All right, these are texts. I really appreciate that the prosecution, again, I didn't watch Charlie's trial. I don't know if they just did the exact same thing. This could probably, they would have used the same information, I imagine, at that trial. I very much appreciate not only did they show the texts with generally what text would look like, but that they also took the photos of Katherine and Charlie and circled them in the color corresponding to who's doing the texting. So this is from November 18th, 2014, 4:04 p.m. from Katie to Charlie. OMG, I have a bad and a bad news FML. I have to take it back tomorrow, but the parts alone is expensive for both, so I need a loan, buddy. Frowny face. And then, imagine if I took it to another mechanic. Charlie responds at 4:07 p.m. Lol, you will be fine. I got you. Then I just texted Sully my credit card. And then she says, stop paying for shit on your card. Katie knows. Katie knows. This is 2014. November 18th, 2014. Katie knows.
Expensive, and she's asking, I need a loan, buddy. Frowny face.
That's correct.
Okay, and does she say, you know, just imagine if I took it to another mechanic?
Yes.
All right. Did Charlie Adelson in the messages have a mechanic that was a friend of his that he would refer people, especially Katherine Magbanua, to?
He did.
And was that person named Sully?
Charlie's got a guy.
And does Charlie Adelson then respond,
Charlie's got a guy named Sully.
LOL, you'll be fine, I got you. I just texted Sully my CC.
That's correct.
And she says, stop paying for S word.
Shit.
She misspells it on your card.
Yes.
And this was in November of 2014?
Maybe she meant shite.
It is.
Okay.
I mean, she could have meant shite. Stop paying for shite on your card. I don't know. Is that how you spell shite? Chat, I don't know. Help me out.
So he's offering to give her the loan she wants and is texting Sully what appears to be his credit card number.
That's correct.
SHITE. Thanks, chat.
All right. In May of 2015, are they still discussing her car repairs?
Yes, they are. And it says it's a Mazda.
Okay. So in this one, she needs her time. He says you need your belt changed. Just bring it to Mazda. And does he offer to take care of it for her?
Yes.
And she's saying yes, she needs to take it ASAP.
Yes.
And what do we see here in November of 2015?
A bunch of text messages between Charlie and Katherine, November 9th, 2015. Yes, I'm going to pause and read every text because they don't do that. So Katherine in green, Charlie in blue, ready, go, 5:28. Katherine says, hey, I need to have a credit card auth firm. I think she means form sent to you. Are you, and for those of you not looking at this, if a letter could suffice for the word it is, are you at an office now so they can send it? I'm going in the morning to pick up the car. Call me. Then at 5:31, so this is all between 5:28 and 5:31. Hey, it's going to be too much of a mission. I'm just going to try. I'm in a put it on my credit card tomorrow morning because I doubt that you're nowhere near an office right now, and then help me pay for my credit card, please. 5:45, Charlie, call me ASAP. 5:45, I will only pay for it if you let me put it on my credit card. Charlie's like, I'm getting my fucking miles. I've got an international trip that I'm thinking about in my head. This is all me being, well, this is all supposition and snark. Charlie, 5:46, I'm at an office, send it now. 5:46, call me ASAP. If you pay for it on your credit card, you're on your own. Sorry. 6:07, what is the amount? So weird. Okay, and then it continues. Let me move myself out of the way. Hopefully that shows on your end. But then it continues with Katherine saying, don't put anything yet, just put the authorization that I'll put them out when I get there tomorrow. Fuck, they are closed. Just put 16:30 at 6:11 p.m. And then Charlie texts back at 6:11 p.m. Okay, how about I put $1,650, so $1,650. Let's continue.
This is a text message exchange about him paying for the repairs for that car.
Okay. And in this exchange, Charlie Adelson is continuing to offer to put these repairs on his credit card?
Yes.
And this is Charlie Adelson words in blue and Katherine Magbanua's words in green?
That's correct.
And at the end of that conversation, does Katherine Magbanua let Charlie Adelson know?
Paid on Charlie Adelson's gold Delta Sky Miles card. Katherine texted him, it came out to $16.20. Thank you again, I'll pay you back. And paid on Charlie Adelson's credit card. His gold Delta Sky Miles, American Express, Mazda of North Miami, Mazda. Oh, that's double. $1,622.77. Only a gold card, Charlie? Really? Yes, I'm judging.
At the end of that conversation, does Katherine Magbanua let Charlie Adelson know how much the repairs ended up being?
Yes.
And what was the amount?
$1,650.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm on the next page. I think you are correct at the bottom of that.
That's what he authorized to put on his card, but the actual payment was for $1,620.77.
Okay, thank you. So looking at the bottom of this exchange, Katherine Magbanua estimates, she says, just put $1,630, and Charlie Adelson offers, how about I put $1,650?
Yes.
Also, Lawnerd Chat, I appreciate you. Lawnerd Chat's like, look, we're not going to make fun of people's looks. We are not going to disparage people, but occasionally we're going to come for your credit score when you're trying to hold yourself out like Mr. Big Baller Shot Caller and you can't qualify for a platinum card. Stop trying to flex on us, Charlie.
So he offers, I'll even pay $30 more.
Yes.
Now we know why his hobby was go-karts and not yachts.
And then she says it came out to $1,620. She says, thanks again, I'll pay you back. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then when you looked at Charlie Adelson's Amex, what did you find?
I found the payment to Mazda for the $1,620.77.
At the end of 2015, after all these repairs and Charlie Adelson offering to help her financially with these repairs, at the end of 2015, does it appear that Katherine Magbanua got a different car?
She did.
And what's the first indication of that?
There was the title. We looked up for the GHSMV records and saw where it was purchased.
Okay. Were there also messages where they discuss basically her having the Lexus now?
Yeah, Charlie wanted that lay flat seat or those really fancy things I always see on Kara and Nate. So if he was going to fly, I don't know, Emirates, he wanted to be in the little like apartment one where you like get your own shower or whatever on the international flight. I mean, if Charlie's going to flee the country, which he didn't because he's in prison, but if he's going to, if he's going to zoom, he wants to use his miles.
Charlie Adelson needs to cancel his insurance on the Lexus.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, can you go through what we see here?
This is where he's discussing on December 14, 2015, that he's canceling
I love
the
Kara and Nate
Lexus
too.
insurance. And she said she would get to it. She has the kids, she would do it later. And then he says, I just paid for it.
Okay. And in these messages, when he says he's going to cancel the Lexus insurance today on December 14th of 2015, does he say, just spoke to my mom, she's paying the insurance now, just please go this Saturday, smiley face?
Yes.
And that's when she's saying, I'll do it, I've got my kids.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes,
then
ma'am.
does Charlie Adelson then say, just paid it, they'll prorate it back to us, just go Saturday, don't rush today?
Date, December 14th, 2015. Charlie, I'm canceling the Lexus insurance today. Just spoke to my mom. She is paying the insurance now. Just please go this Saturday. Smiley face. Catherine, if I ever get out of here early, I would do it. Saturdays, I have my kids. Charlie, I just paid it. They will prorate it back to us. Just go Saturday. Don't rush today. Catherine says, I'll take care of it. Don't worry. Charlie, already paid it 5 minutes ago. Just chill. You, just the letter, are still the best. Catherine responds with, bro, I'm just so pissed off with these idiots. And I haven't had a chance to fucking shop for my kids. That seems to be a disconnected conversation, but okay.
She's saying, I'll take care of it, don't worry.
Yes.
Does he say, already paid it 5 minutes
He's like,
ago?
we'll give you the card. We're not paying for your
Just
car
chill.
insurance, though.
You are still the best.
That's correct.
You mentioned the DHS-MV records in this case. What do we see here?
This is showing that the title transfer between Harvey and Catherine.
And what date did this take place?
This says,
Y'all, is this normal? Because, like, nobody's just, like, given me a car that wasn't my parent.
January 23rd, 2016.
And even then, I was helping
Right-hand
pay for
side.
it.
Right here?
Yes, January 23rd, 2016.
Okay.
And yes, I did get my first car in high school. Some of you know what my first car was. Drop it in the chat. But yeah, no, nobody's just like given. I'm living a different life, clearly.
And what type of vehicle was that?
That was a Lexus,
2001 Lexus?
black four-door, that's correct.
Always a Lexus. Does this one also go to space?
And the previous owner is listed as Harvey Jerome Adelson?
Thank you, chat.
Yes.
The
How much did
1978
this
Volvo.
DHS-MV title indicate that it was sold to Magbanua for?
$1,700.
And that's there on the right side of the screen?
Yes.
Were you able to find any record of payment from Katherine Magbanua to any of the Adelsons for this vehicle?
No.
Did you search all her accounts?
Yes.
Was there any check, or maybe she just withdrew that amount of cash? Was there any cash withdrawal for that amount?
Nothing that correlated.
No check, no cash
Were you able
withdrawal.
to find any deposit into, if she, let's say she already had that cash at home? Any?
Y'all, it's a sham transaction. It's, all of you were like, Alexis for $1,700. It's a sham transaction. They just gave her the car.
Deposit into the Adelson's account for that amount?
No.
Was there, in a little while, we'll see that she was receiving money from Adelson Institute, correct?
That's correct.
Was there any drop in the money she was receiving from Adelson Institute in that time to account for maybe this was just taken out of her salary?
No.
Her salary.
Can you insure a vehicle without transferring title?
No.
Do you have to put a sales price or listed as a gift on the title transfer.
That's correct.
If you say it's a sale on the title.
You see where they're going with this? First of all, the Adelsons are like, look, we'll give you a car, but we're not covering your insurance because we're not doing that. So which is, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. It's proper, but they're getting into that the Adelsons didn't want to gift the vehicle to Katherine, because gifting the vehicle, if you write it as a gift, you can see that it's a gift and that might insinuate some kind of thing. So to make it a transaction, you have to put an amount of a transaction. That's where they're going with it, to change the title.
Transfer, are you taxed?
Yes.
Is there a financial benefit for listing a really low?
So I'm going to back this up as they get into the rest of this.
Can you insure a vehicle without transferring title?
No.
Do you have to put a sales price or listed as a gift on the title transfer?
That's correct.
If you say it's a sale on the title transfer, are you taxed?
Yes.
Is there a financial benefit for listing a really low sales price on a title transfer for a vehicle?
Yes, it makes the registration fees less.
And who decides what number goes on the title?
Normally, it's usually the seller that's supposed to put that on there, but all the transactions I've ever heard of, they just leave it blank and let the buyer put in the amount.
So just the person who's submitting it to the tax office so they can later get their car insured?
That's correct.
So if I sell a car to you for $3,000, but we agree to put $300 on the title transfer, we would pay less taxes on it?
Yes.
Looking at other written communications between Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, did it appear that Charlie Adelson provided other financial assistance or gifts to Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
I was trying to go to the next slide, but I think I got to zoom out first.
I love you guys sharing in the chat what your first cars were and the cars you've loved before.
What do we see here in Charlie Adelson's Amex records?
This is 2015.
So this is a purchase of airline tickets for Katherine Magbanua on March 6, 2015 for a flight to Santo Domingo, and that was $970.74.
And the passenger name is there at the bottom, Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
He didn't use miles?
Okay, other than these $970 worth of airline tickets to Santo Domingo, were there other evidence of financial assistance or gifts?
Yes, there was.
Looking here on October 19th of 2015.
I'm pausing this. I'm going to read the texts. You know, we want the tea. From Katherine to Charlie. Charlie's in blue, Katherine's in green. This starts with Charlie at 1:05 p.m. saying, "At least you and your kids are healthy," smiley face, "and I always have your back. Do the right thing." Sorry, I don't know where that came from. It just, we're in court. It feels like that's what we're talking about. She texts back at 1:08 p.m. "Thanks, hun. Don't you get a hookup with plane tickets? I want to leave for Thanksgiving and I want to take my mom too. It's her 60th on November 9th. I have that guy, but I know what he wants," with a smiley cat emoji. Katherine with the ma'am with the texting. "I have that guy, but I know what he wants." Okay, sorry. Charlie goes on to say, "I don't have any hookups. My name is Charlie, not Jerry. Winky face. I got jokes on a Monday. Where do you want to take your mom?" She doesn't have a guy that wants that cat. She wants to know if you have a hookup on plane tickets. Yeah, his hookup on plane tickets is his Delta card and his Sky Miles account. That's the hookup on plane tickets. Also, I don't Wow.
This is a set of text messages from Catherine, between Catherine and Charlie.
Y'all didn't think we'd be
she's
getting this much
asking
tea.
for,
We're absolutely getting this much tea where Catherine's like, well, you know, I could go to my hookup, but we know what he wants.
She wants to take her kids. I'm sorry. You don't have to look up with plane tickets. I want to leave for Thanksgiving. I want to take my mom. It's her 60th on November 9th. And then he's discussing cruise options. She wants to take a trip with her mom.
Okay, so she wants to leave for Thanksgiving. She wants to take her mom too. It's her 60th birthday. And at the bottom, he asks, where do you want to take your mom?
It's so generous. It's like, I want to take my mom on a nice trip for her 60th birthday. Can you pay?
Correct. This is a continuation of the text messages where she...
They're not reading all the text messages into the record, so we're going to continue to do that. This is on October 19th, 2015, starting with Catherine. I want to do something nice for my mommy. Let me see if she has days off on Thanksgiving. Charlie said the holidays are a shit show to travel. I mean, facts, also way expensive. She goes on BTW. She's having a major surgery for her spine on January. She has to be out for 6 months. Yeah, spinal surgery sucks. Is she having a fusion? Because that 6 months sounds about right. She goes on to say, I know, but I don't want to be here. I want to be with my family. I'll rent an RV, drive cross country. Charlie said, do you want me to get you a cruise for you and your mom? Because we need to spell you with just the letter. Catherine says, I was thinking about a cruise too. Charlie said, perfect. They'll have really nice ones that you guys can leave on a Friday afternoon, go to 2 ports and come back Monday morning. You won't miss any work. Okay.
She says she wants to do something nice for her mom, and she may have days off on Thanksgiving.
Does she offer the fact that maybe I'll rent an RV and drive cross country?
She does.
And then what does Charlie Adelson offer to do about halfway down this page?
To get her a cruise for her and her mom.
And she agrees. I was thinking about a cruise too.
Yes.
And then he discusses, perfect, they have really nice ones. Y'all can leave on a Friday, go to 2 ports, come back on a Monday morning, and you won't miss work.
That's correct.
Okay, and this is in October of 2015?
Yes.
And then does he continue to offer in that text messages, I think it would be super cool for you to go with just you and your mom from Friday to Monday on a Norwegian cruise. It leaves Friday at 4, comes back Monday at 7. Does that work for you? Let's look at dates. Is that right?
Yes.
I saw a few of you in the chat saying, maybe I'm just picking the wrong men. No. Chat, you are not picking the wrong romantic partners. You've got to remember that what preceded all of this was Charlie asked her to be the go-between in a murder, and she did it. So now Charlie needs to make sure that she doesn't get pissed off because she knows literally everything. So no, this is not a healthy dynamic. This is a, we got to keep everybody happy to stay out of prison dynamic. That's not a good dynamic. We don't want that dynamic. We don't want that at all. That's not what we need. Yeah. All of you are like, oh yeah, there's that. Yeah. No, prison bad. So no, you don't want to do that.
That's correct.
She got a cruise with her mom, but then she also got life in prison. So there's a trade-off
So in
for
that
Catherine.
exchange, Magbanua mentioned something she might want to do. Charlie Adelson is the one offering to do this.
Yes.
She knows that if she asks, Charlie's not really going to say no.
And this message from May of 2015 is Katherine Magbanua saying she has a lot of things to pay for. She needs a little help because of her kids' tuition and stuff, and she had to stop her weekend job. She says, I hate asking.
That's right.
And he says, I will lend you whatever you need.
That's correct.
And then shortly after this text message exchange on May 20th, what do we see in the bank records?
We see an ATM cash deposit for $1,400 into Katherine Magbanua's account.
And was that a large amount of cash for her to deposit?
I don't think they could ever prosecute Catherine for blackmail. A lot of you are asking in the chat. It's more of a incentive. She's just asking, hey, I'd really love to take my mom on a cruise. And he's like, oh, I got you. He's offering the money. Hey, I need help with my car. I'll pay you back. Don't worry, I got you. So she's asking, but he's also saying, oh, I got you. I got you. She's not saying, hey, I'm going to need this much money or I'm going to have to start telling people what I know. She's just asking. And he's saying, yeah, I got you. She hasn't needed to turn up the heat on that because everybody knows what it is.
For her.
Yes.
Have we decided if this is pronounced shit or shite? I don't know. This time we're going with shite. May 20th, 2015. Remember, Katherine doesn't get arrested until 2016. Katherine in green. Hey, BT dubs. I have a shiteload. We're going with shiteload of things to pay for. I need a little help because the kids' tuition and crap for summer and that I had to stop my weekend job. I hate asking. Charlie, I'll lend you whatever you need. So they're talking about this as a loan. Also, summer camp is fuck expensive. And then the transaction detail with the May 26th $1,400 deposit into her Chase account.
These are some of the bigger items, but was there also, he would give her teeth whitening, he would give her, pay for meal plans for her, offer her rides in fancy cars, or her ability to lend or borrow fancy cars from him throughout these years.
Yes, he had a lot of supportive.
He was supportive. Also, he's a dentist. The teeth bleaching is the least scandalous thing of all of this, honestly. We can get you some teeth whitening is literally the least scandalous thing of all of this.
Activity of her.
Looking at these records from Dr. Rudner's office, did Katherine Magbanua have a breast augmentation surgery in October of 2014?
She did.
And looking at this record here, how much was that breast augmentation surgery?
The total credit was $4,608.
That seems low. No? I don't know.
Looking at the records, how was that paid? Oh, I'm sorry, let me go back. How was that paid? Was it paid by cash or credit card or both?
$4,400 was in cash, and then the $195 was on her credit card or debit card.
I mean, that
So what was
seems
the portion of that
low
breast
for
augmentation
boobs.
surgery that was paid in cash?
96%.
Are there
Then again, I don't really know. I don't know. I'm going with vibes.
corresponding withdrawals of cash from any of Katherine Magbanua's accounts to
No.
reach $4,400
No,
or even $4,000
no,
around that time or before that time?
no.
Did you actually add up all her cash withdrawals from January 2014 to October of 2014 and they only
Thank you guys for
over $2,000?
That's correct.
I appreciate you guys giving the price breakdown for the boobs. I know some of the comments are probably getting grabbed by Google not understanding why we're talking about boobs, but we're actually just trying to price match how much the boobs are. So I don't know. It kind of varies, I would imagine, by where you live, but I appreciate it. Thanks, chat.
And what date was her surgery?
Surgery was, looks like it was July, it was October
2015?
Of 2014?
2014.
2014?
October 18th, 2014.
Okay. All right, now I want to focus on Magbanua's bank records.
I know a lot of you in the chat are saying my boobs are free.
Based on the
Yes.
bank records and
Fair.
employment records that you reviewed, were you able to ascertain where Katherine Magbanua may have worked or what business she received income from her bank records?
I'm going to move me out of the
What do we
way.
see here? Can you walk us through this?
So from the summary of the bank records, I was able to show through her deposits, her checks or employment that she had. So this is a schedule of the bank records from 2013 to 2016, showing her employment deposits.
And at the bottom here, do we see the name of each business that she received income from and the dates that she received income from those businesses?
Yes.
All right.
All right, so we saw her records.
Quintana Lopez, we see her at the bottom. Was she a realtor?
She was.
And we see another name, Jerome R. Obed. Was he a dermatologist who was a friend and former roommate of Charlie Adelson?
He is or was.
Ah, a lot of you in the chat said no, Charlie's roommate was Dr. Obad. I did not remember.
Okay.
Prosecution just cleared that up for us, that apparently Katherine also worked for his roommate. Katherine also worked, that's the, wait. Didn't the ex-girlfriend that testified earlier today, June, say that Katherine and her met because Katherine worked at the front desk at the dermatologist she went to? So the dermatologist June was seeing is where his ex-girlfriend worked, but was also his roommate. Okay. Everybody knows everybody, huh?
And when, according to this, when did she work for Adelson Institute?
The first deposit that hit her account was October 7th, 2014, and the last one was May of 17 of 2016.
Okay. And that's when she received checks from Adelson Institute.
That's correct.
What do we have here?
So this shows the horizontal bars show her employment time frame, and then the murder and the bump are also showed on as a time frame.
Oh, I love the overlap.
When was her?
So she's working both at Charlie's office where she's working, but then she's also working at Dr. Obad's office at the same time. I think she probably was working front desk at the derm office and just getting paid by the Adelson Institute. But did she really leave her job at SoFi Dental Care? Her job at SoFi Dental Care was from May 8th, 2013 to July 13th, 2014. What, the Friday before no, not even the Friday before the murder, like that week, because the murder was the 18th. She left her job days before the murder? What, was she anticipating money coming in? She was just like, I don't need my job. I got a man.
Her last check from Sophie,
Weird.
Dental Care, the dental company she was working at before the murder.
The first part of July 2014.
Okay, and then she didn't have any more checks, or didn't receive any more checks from them after that point?
That's correct.
Is there any record of her being employed anywhere at the time of the murder?
No.
And you said she began receiving checks from Adelson Institute about a little less than 3 months after the murder?
That's correct.
And she received checks from them until the last check was dated in May of 2016?
That's correct.
It's just so obvious. So she quits her job, gets the cash payout from the murder, and then 3 months later is like, what? I need you to put me on payroll?
Did she receive any checks from any other company anytime between the time of the murder and when she received checks from Adelson Institute?
No.
And is Adelson Institute the Adelson family's dental practice?
It is.
Was it a financially successful dental practice?
Yes.
In 2012, did Charlie, well, in 2012,
Was
did
she
Charlie
W-2?
Adelson become the listed manager
Wait.
of Adelson Institute?
Yes.
Ma'am. Was she paying payroll taxes? Was she paying payroll taxes? I have questions. Or were they paying payroll taxes for her?
And then
Questions.
in 2015, did the articles of organization change from both Charlie and Harvey being listed managers?
Yes.
And what date was that in 2015?
October 2nd, 2015.
Okay. Now, even though Charlie was the manager beginning in 2012 to October of 2015, was Harvey Adelson still employed as a dentist at Adelson Institute
He was.
and received checks from there?
Yes.
The change of
In 2016,
the change of who
in
owns the
July of
practice is wild.
2016, did it change to only Harvey being the listed manager and Charlie being a registered agent?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, throughout all those years, 2012 to 2016, did Donna Adelson have signing authority for the Adelson Institute?
She did.
And what does that mean?
She had the ability to move money without having someone else approve it.
Was there evidence from Charlie Adelson's iCloud in reference to how or why Magbanua began receiving income from Adelson Institute?
Ooh, tell us.
Yes, she was saying that she needed to show employment to get not only health insurance for her kid, but an apartment that she wanted to rent.
Okay, so looking at this text, is this a text from June 24th of 2014?
It is.
So this is about maybe 3 to 4 weeks before the murder of Dan Markel?
That's correct.
And in this text, does she say, "Baby, I'm going to need help on the employment info. I have to send to DCF for my kids' INS, INS."
Insurance.
Could that be short for insurance?
Insurance.
Also, if I have to end up moving later on, I need to show I'm working for you, or else I won't be able to get an apartment. Does she say that at?
She knows that landlords aren't just like, oh, here's the cash, it's fine. Right?
12:33 p.m.?
She did.
And what does he say back at 12:36?
No problem.
No prob, short for no problem?
No prob.
Okay. And is this a time when his mother is signing authority there?
That's correct.
And he's manager?
Yes.
And his dad is a dentist there?
Yes.
Now, during this time, was that Charlie Adelson's only form of income? Did he also have income from his other work as a periodontist?
Yes.
Okay. Would he receive income from other dental practices where he would travel around and do specialized work for them?
Yes.
And was that a successful periodontist practice?
Very successful.
I want to ask you about this text message. She says she needs employment to send to DCF for her kids' insurance, or if she moves later on.
If she moves
in order
later
to rent
on?
an apartment, do people sometimes have to show proof of employment?
Yes.
I mean, these are common sense things.
In order
but
to get
yes.
public assistance, health insurance, do people need to show they're employed, but they don't make above a certain amount of money?
That's correct.
Did you review checks from Adelson Institute to Katherine Magbanua?
I did.
Tell me all the
And in
things.
what accounts did you find those checks?
They were deposited into Katherine Magbanua's, sometimes in her checking, but a couple of times they went into her savings.
Okay, and they were coming out of Adelson Institute's business account with Regions?
Yes.
How many total checks were there from Adelson Institute to Katherine Magbanua?
There was 44 checks.
Were all the payroll checks handwritten out of that practice?
What do we see here?
This is a list of the checks that she received from the Adelson Institute.
List of checks.
Okay, so this is a summary of the checks.
It is.
There's also a footnote at the bottom that says note check 2083 was written by Harvey Adelson dated April 11th, 2016. So there's a little footnote down there. And then they have the different periods with memos. All the checks are, or almost all the checks are $407.58. The very first check is $203.79.
Okay, but in evidence,
But yes, the check numbers are in groups of sequential and lots of groups of sequential. But if they have payroll, it's odd that they're sequential.
as we kind of went through earlier, all of this will be back there in case the jury wants to see specific things, but 682 is a copy back and front of every check. Here it is, that Katherine Magbanua received from Adelson Institute.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so in the summary here, what's included?
So it's the first row, just a number. The second column is a dates, the date that it was posted to her bank account. The second column is a date of the check was written, and the check number, the payment amount, and what was in the memo column.
Were all of these checks deposited by Katherine Magbanua into her account?
They were.
And who were each and every one of these checks signed by?
Donna Adelson was signing the checks.
Okay, are these
Except for
examples
one.
of 3 of the checks in the exhibit?
It is.
Okay, but she signs all 44?
She does.
And you did say that she did have signing authority for the business during those years?
Yes.
In addition to signing these checks from Magbanua, did Donna Adelson also sign all the other checks to the Adelson Institute employees, their front desk people, their hygienists, the dentists,
Yes.
all of the people who work there?
Yes.
Was she the person who did payroll every month?
That's correct.
So Donna signed all the payroll checks.
And looking back at this summary, you mentioned that Harvey Adelson was listed as manager again in October 2nd of 2015. Looking at this chart here, would that be just between number 26 and 27 there? At that point, he would become manager again?
Yes.
Okay, but all throughout the rest of the time, he worked there?
Yes.
Okay, so about 3/4 of the second chart we see, Harvey Adelson was manager during that time
That's right.
for all those checks that were written.
That's correct.
And for both of those charts, Donna Adelson had signed it.
Chad, I went back and looked.
Yes.
It does look like that one check was written
Who else had
to
signing
Harvey, not
authority
from
at Adelson
Harvey.
Institute when these
I'm interested
44
to see what
checks were
that,
written?
when that
It
footnote
would have
comes
been
up.
Charlie and Harvey.
But check written to Harvey in that list. But it's in the middle. It's not even in the middle of the
When
sequence.
you
It's at the
reviewed the
end
phone
of the
records in
sequence.
this case, did Donna Adelson manage more than just the money at Adelson Institute? Did she also manage a lot of personal details of Charlie Adelson's life?
Yes.
Would she often book his travel as far as his plane trips, his hotels, whenever he wanted to take a trip?
Yes.
Would she remind him regularly to pay this bill on time, pay that bill on time, transfer this amount of money to this account? She helped him with all of his money.
Yes.
Did she kind of run his life, so to speak, as far as helping him keep up with the details of all of his day-to-day needs?
Yes.
When was the first check issued to Katherine Magbanua here, looking at the summary?
The first check that shows up in her account is October 8th, 2014.
Okay, and what was the date on the check? Meaning the date that,
Would
you're
have been-
assuming that that's the check, that's the date that it's written.
Right. So the date that was on the check was September 17th, 2014.
Okay, and was that almost 2 months to the day from the murder of Dan Markell?
It was.
Was that, I guess, about 3 months after she asked to be employed by Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And how often did Magbanua receive checks from the Adelson Institute after that?
2 times a month for almost 2 years.
So payroll times.
Looking at these checks, can you show us, do you have your clicker? I'll just ask you. On the bottom right of each check where it says Donna Sue Adelson on these checks, is that the signature line?
It is.
Thank you. Checks are kind of becoming an ancient art form, so just in case we have any jurors who haven't written one.
Oh my God, are we there? Are we there where jurors over the age of 18 might have never written a check? Oh, I guess we're there, aren't we? So yeah, let's explain what a check is. Let's go through the parts of the check. I guess we're there.
The amount is here.
Yes, that's the amount that's written the check for.
All right. And then the amount's written out here, and then you mentioned a signature line. I'm sorry, a memo line. Is this the memo line?
Yes, that's the memo line.
Okay, and what does this memo line say on these checks?
On, I believe, all of them, let me just look for a second. Almost all of them have a date range. There's a few that don't.
And would that date range be the pay period?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Looking at these Adelson Institute checks to Katherine Magbanua, I have a couple of questions. When we're looking at the memo line for each, do the time ranges for the pay periods vary?
Yes.
They're not all for the same amount of days, in other words.
They're roughly around a 2-week period.
Are all of the checks for the same amount?
All except for the first one, which appears to be a 1-week pay period instead of 2.
Okay.
It was $203.79, which is half of the $407.58.
And so for these red check marks, the red checks denote all of the checks that were for the same amount.
Yes,
Were some of the checks advanced pay?
they were.
And what does that mean?
That means that she actually would have received the check or deposited the check before the end of the pay period.
So the check is posted before the pay period on the memo line is complete.
Yes.
Huh.
And were any of these checks sequential?
They were.
And what does that mean?
It means they were all the next in line check numbers, 25, 26, 27.
So going back to our picture of the checks.
Bless you.
Excuse me.
So,
Are
yeah,
these 3 checks sequential here?
they are.
Okay, so 24, 25, 26.
Yes.
Let me go back to where we were.
Y'all give me one
Since
sec.
they were sequential, were they dated all at the same time, showing that they were written at all the same time?
No, they just have the sequential check numbers.
How many sequential checks did she receive in a row?
There was a total of 18 sequential checks. There's one set of 3, another set of 6, and another long set there. 1, 2.
Again, if you're getting
Okay,
paid
so are
in
these
payroll,
3 checks sequential here that I'm
checks
pointing
being
to?
sequential
Yes.
would indicate
Okay.
to me they're all
And
being
then are
written at the
these
same time.
6 checks sequential?
That's correct.
The payroll
And
checks
then these
generally wouldn't be
first 6
sequential out of the
check
pay,
marks, were these sequential?
out of the
They
checkbook.
were.
And then the final 3 here, checks that she received, are they sequential?
They are.
So this isn't 9 sequential checks, it's a set of 6 sequential checks and then another set of 3 sequential,
That's correct.
okay? We talked about the ones that were sequential. Are there also a lot of the checks that are not sequential?
Yes.
And if they are not sequential, does that mean that those checks appear to have been written in the normal course of payroll?
It would appear so.
So when you're looking at the records, she may be check 1,000, and then another employee, a hygienist, might be check 1,001. Harvey Adelson might be check 1,002, and a front desk employee might be check 1,003.
That's correct.
And are the ones that are not sequential, do they not have a check mark in this summary in the sequential column?
That's correct.
I need Dr. B's help with my sandwich. So he came back.
For this last column, Katherine Magbanua, known schedule. You said earlier that except for the first check, They were all the same amount, all 44. We know that she received a breast augmentation surgery in October of 2014. Was she receiving checks at that time in October of 2014? Was Magbanua receiving checks?
She was.
Was there any disruption in her paychecks from Adelson Institute during that time to reflect needing time off from a major surgery?
No, there was not.
Oh,
After her surgery, was there any decrease in the
that's a great point. Did she take any time off of work after her augmentation? Because you would need some time to recover. But nope, still just getting paid.
amount she received from Adelson Institute that might reflect her being off or having a reduction in pay?
No.
Does the the date range in the memo section appear to be every 8 to 10 days, kind of like the other ones do?
Yes.
During that time. Now, what about the time of her trip? We saw she went to Santo Domingo on March 22nd of 2015.
There's no reduction in her pay.
Oh, so no vacation
So
time
nothing to
either.
reflect time off
When
for
she went on
going to another
vacation.
country during that time?
No.
No decrease in the amount she received for him having paid for it?
That's correct, no decrease.
What other records did you receive with respect to Katherine Magbanua's employment at Adelson Institute?
There was a subpoena that was issued for any and all employment records, and what we received back was a simple QuickBooks summary that you see there.
So this is the QuickBooks summary here?
Yes, that's correct.
The thing is, we've already learned that Katherine Magbanua didn't have a job description. She didn't apply for a job. The other employees didn't know who she was.
Did the subpoena ask for any and all records of her employment from Adelson Institute?
It did.
Did the records,
No time
did they
cards.
come with an employment application or timesheets or W-2s or tax filing records, performance evaluations,
No
anything like
tax
that?
filing records.
A job description?
No,
Just this QuickBooks sheet?
that's correct.
What time period does this sheet cover?
Only
This
QuickBooks.
covers from the September 18th, 2014 to March 31st of 2016.
No, they didn't even turn over any.
In your time doing
They didn't even turn it over any paperwork for the 1099s. They didn't turn over any filings that would indicate she was 1099 or W-2. So,
forensic accounting, have you seen subpoenas for any and all employment records?
I have.
When a person has been employed with a business for 2 years, do you usually see some of those things I just listed out?
Yes.
Okay. So was it a surprise to you to just receive this QuickBooks printout?
Yes.
What was the date of the last check according to Adelson Institute's QuickBooks records that they handed over to law enforcement when they received the subpoena?
It's at the top, March 31st, 2016.
Okay, so according to their records,
March 31st, 2016 was the last
the
check.
last payment they made to her was on 3/31 of 2016.
That's correct.
When you looked at Katherine Magbanua's account, were there any additional checks after March 31st of 2016 that were paid to her by Adelson Institute?
Yes, there were 3 additional checks that did not show up on the QuickBook records.
Looking at this graph,
3 checks that were not in QuickBooks.
3/31/16 check that was dated and posted the same day?
Yes.
And so these would be the 3 checks that were
So 3 checks that were not in the QuickBook records, but they indicate that the check was written to Harvey Adelson. I'm curious if these were deposited into Katherine's account because they are listed on this spreadsheet, but we are seeing a check from 3/14/2016 written to Harvey for over $9,000. A check from April 11th, 2016, written to Harvey for over $9,000. And then a check from May 2nd, 2016, written to Harvey for a bit over $4,000. I'm interested to see where these get deposited. So let's take a look, shall we?
Deposited after March 31st?
Yes.
Do these 3 dates reflect the dates on those checks? Written? The
Yes.
dates written. And these would be the dates that Magbanua posted them to her account?
That's correct.
So the dates on the spreadsheet are the dates that those checks were posted into Magbanua's account, even though the checks were written to Harvey.
And the date range appears that her working period there were these 3 lines.
That's right.
So those went into Katie's account, even though they were written
With
to
the last
Harvey.
check deposited into her bank account, dated on May 12th, 2016, and posted on May 17th of 2016.
Yes.
Those are the biggest checks.
If Garcia
that we
was
see.
arrested on May 25th of 2016, and the last check to Magbanua was May 12th, did it appear that she did not receive any checks, according to her records, after he was arrested on May 25th?
That's correct.
What was the total net amount received by Magbanua from Adelson Institute from September 2014 to May 2016?
The net amount that went into her account was $17,729.73.
Okay. I want to ask you.
The net amount, $17,729.73, is in addition to any cash she received. That's how much she received from payroll, from the dental office.
A little bit more about this timing. Are you familiar with what law enforcement called the bump on April 19th of 2016?
I am.
All right. Looking at these last 3 checks that were deposited into her account, was there evidence of a check later than those in sequence that was actually posted to the bank account before the bump on April 19th of 2016?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the check here to Harvey Adelson on April 4th?
That's correct.
And that would have been before the bump,
It would.
but after in sequence of Magbanua's checks?
Yes.
So is it possible, given the sequence, that Donna Adelson stopped writing Magbanua checks after she was approached by the agent during the bump?
It appears that way.
Looking at Magbanua's income from 2013, how much cash did she deposit into her bank account for that year, the year before the murder of Dan Markel?
$13,035.
Now they are looking at the change in
Looking
pattern.
at 2014, the year that Dan Markel was murdered, how much cash did she deposit into her account that year?
$46,820.
And were cash deposits the large?
That's a big change in deposits. That's a big change in deposits, y'all. Look at the amount of cash deposits for that year. $46,000 in cash in 2014, which is when the murder happened.
Or the highest source of income for her that year.
It was.
And is that depicted here by the red part of the pie graph?
It is.
How much income, or how much percentage of her income did she receive from Adelson Institute that year?
4%.
Okay, and that's depicted by the yellow portion of the pie chart?
It is.
Yeah,
And
it's
that was the year that she
noticeable.
started receiving paychecks. The first one posted to her account was in the beginning of October.
Correct.
Okay. And then she received them every 2 weeks after that for the rest of the year. Is that right?
That's right.
Combined with Adelson Institute was 68% of her income from either Adelson Institute or cash deposits that year?
Yes.
Moving on to 2015, the year after Dan Markel's murder, what was the total amount of cash deposits for that year?
$26,523.77.
Was that about 51% of her income?
It is.
Was about 20% of her total income from Adelson Institute that year at a little over $10,000.
Yes.
And a little over $5,000 at 10% of her income was her income from Dr.
Still a lot of
Obed's
cash.
dermatology practice.
It was.
Okay, and he was Charlie Adelson's roommate.
That's right. They were good friends.
Okay, so about 80,
Oh, boy.
81% of her total income was from Adelson Institute cash or an Adelson friend, Dr. Obed, that year.
Yes.
Looking at 2016, how does the amount of cash she deposited that year, this is now 2 years after the murder of Dan Markel and the year that the bump took place in April, the first part of that year. How does her cash deposits compare that year to the two previous years?
It's $11,921.33.
So significantly less?
Yes.
And same for Adelson Institute. She stopped receiving checks in April or May of that year, according to her bank account.
That's right.
What do we see here?
So this is a visual depiction of the cash that went into her accounts by year.
Stop it. I love this. The way that they are showing the jury what's going on with the money, I think the visuals are so helpful. Money testimony can be a little bit of a thing that the jurors are kind of like, okay, we hear a lot of numbers. But look at the way that they've illustrated this for the jury. They are going through the years 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016. The jury knows these significant facts. The murder took place in 2014. The bump happened in 2016, where law enforcement contacted Donna and was like, we know what you did last summer. So we see the cash deposits in 2013 at $13,000. And then in 2014, those cash deposits skyrocket. Then in 2015, the cash deposits kind of half, a little more than half, but still double-ish what it was in 2013. And then in 2016, the cash goes down, but there are other ways that that income is being made up. The visuals are so helpful because when you're asking, did somebody get paid for a thing? Well, it sure looks like it.
And did you track every single one of her cash deposits from 2013 to 2016?
I did.
Which year, looking at 2013 to 2016,
Just great
had the
visuals.
most cash deposits?
The year of the murder, 2014.
Was 2014 about 3 times as much as the prior year
Yes.
and about twice as much as the next year?
Yes.
What do the graphs at the bottom represent?
It's just another visual depiction, a circular graph.
Of
the
percentage
cash.
of income.
How much the cash was a percentage of her total income?
Yes.
How much of a percentage of her total income the
Yes.
cash was? Thank you.
And yes, chat, she was arrested in 2016.
And it was the highest source of her income in 2014 and 2015?
Yes.
What do we see here?
This is adding on the other, the Adelson.
And again, there is nothing wrong with having fluctuations in income. It's just not explained in any other way. So now they've taken that cash deposit chart and overlaid it with where the money's coming from, whether it's coming from Obed, Charlie Adelson's roommate, the Adelson Institute, or cash deposits. And so you're seeing them visually depict this in 2 different ways to show her percentage of income. And so in 2015, we are seeing that income coming from Charlie's roommate and buddy, the Adelson Institute, and cash. And then they are lumping together in the total percentage of income down here, Adelson Institute, Obed, and cash deposits, because they are saying that these are sources of income that are Adelson connected, because you're working for Charlie's roommate and buddy. How did we get that job? Right?
Institute checks that are in the yellow highlights.
Charlie's
and
like,
then
hey.
Dr. Obed, his roommate.
I got a girl.
Was in the purple.
Showing the total amounts from all those sources, and then the percentage of her income all of those sources were.
Yes.
And this all goes to what the co-conspirators were doing, right?
You said that 2014 was the year that Magbanua had the most amount of cash deposited into her account. What does this graph depict?
So this is a line graph showing the level of cash for each month, and then they're connected. The dots are connected by a line for you to have that visual look. The visual.
Just let's take a moment to appreciate how clear these charts are, and that they're also showing the amounts of cash on the side. So they are showing those spikes in cash in 2014. They have made it just so clear month by month, and then how much cash is getting deposited.
Representation.
And was the month in 2014 that she had the most cash deposited into her account August?
It was.
The month after Dan Markel was murdered?
Yes.
And the second and third highest month, October and July?
That's right.
That would be the same month that she started receiving income from Adelson Institute, and the same month as her breast augmentation in October for number 2?
Yes.
And number 3 being the month of the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes.
When you compared 2014 to the amount of cash she received in all 3 years, were those 3 months still the highest amounts of cash she received in all 3 years?
Yes.
August, October, and July of 2014?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is all of the cash she received depicted by the bar graph for all 3 years?
It is.
What do we see here?
So this is a composite graph showing both her employment, that are the horizontal bars show her employment, and that line graph showing the cash deposits that went into her account. Kind of
with
just
the
represents
overlaps
that she was receiving cash.
They're just like, let us just put it all together for you so there is no confusion. In gray, they have overlapped where her employment is at the same time frame that they are overlapping the chart of cash deposits. So they have put all of this information together so that you get a full picture of the timeline and the spikes in cash deposits. Just
was not being employed.
Well done visuals.
Okay. So
Easy
these
to
bars
understand,
are the employment
impactful.
Chart that we already saw, right?
Yes.
The red is all of the cash she received throughout those 3 years.
And now let's put it all together.
Okay, and then is this black line the date of the murder of Dan Markel?
It is.
And this other black line the date of the bump?
That's right.
Bump, 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 bump.
What was the amount of cash deposits in the year before
have to keep
Dan
moving the
Markel's murder for Katherine Magbanua?
closed captioning.
The year before was 15,600.
And what were the total cash deposits in the 12 months after the murder?
12 months after was 44,963.
She more than doubled
so
her
about 3
income.
times as much as the year before?
Oh, the cash deposits were triple, but the total
What is this
income.
cash spike?
It's wild.
The cash spike was August 13,200.
And that was the most cash she received?
All in 1 month, yes.
Is there any record of her being employed when she had that cash spike in August of 2014?
No.
Doc TJB said, is Katie up next? I wonder. It would be interesting if she's the next to testify. I don't know. For those of you asking about the bump, it was a law enforcement operation. We heard about it in opening. We'll hear more about it later in the trial, but law enforcement contacted Donna, and this is part of looping in Donna, right? The bump was to try to get some more activity on the wires because everything was being wiretapped. And so law enforcement contacts Donna, but then all the behavior after that starts to shift. So if Donna's not involved in this, Why does everything change after the undercover contacts her? That's going to be part of the prosecution's argument. So we'll hear more about the bump, but the bump is a law enforcement operation that contacts Donna.
And how much did she deposit in the 6 weeks after Markel's murder?
She deposited $17,300.
And that was during a time when there's no record of employment. There's a break in these bar graphs.
That's correct.
Barbara,
And
the
the
money's
next bar
coming
graph
from
is her income
Charlie's
from
dental
Adelson
office.
Institute.
It is.
And then the month after that is the breast augmentation in October.
Yes.
Okay. You told us earlier that you analyzed Adelson Institute along with the bank account records of Donna, Harvey, Charlie, and Wendi Adelson. Well, first I want to show you a contract that's been shown to defense for the purchase by Wendi Adelson of a home, I won't say the whole address, but on Whittendale Drive in Tallahassee. Okay? And what date did she sign this to purchase this home?
October 24th, 2013.
Okay, so she signed the contract about a week before Halloween of 2013.
Yes.
Okay, and how much was the purchase price of this home?
It's listed as $371,000.
Did Wendi Adelson have the means in her account
Oh boy, oh boy.
to pay for a down payment for this home on Whittendale?
Yes.
Would it have been a real financial stretch for her to do that, or was she able to do that comfortably?
Oh, she could do that comfortably, for sure.
Did each of these members of the Adelson family?
So weird. It's just so weird. In October of 2013, they said. 2014, 2013. Wendi testified yesterday that the reason she couldn't pay for the house is because she couldn't afford it, because Dan Markel hadn't paid what he was supposed to pay in support. So she couldn't afford it. The financial analyst, the financial analyst who went through all of Wendy's accounts and, you know, all the other accounts, was looking at this house that she was going to purchase for $371,000 and said, yes, she had the means to pay for this home. She had the means to put on a down payment. This wasn't going to be a financial stretch. This was a comfortable purchase because Wendi said, no, I pulled out of that purchase contract because I just couldn't afford it. The forensic accountant would beg to differ that you couldn't afford that house. So it's not as much about whether she could or couldn't afford the house. It's about what she told the jury. And it's about the timing of her deciding that, well, the relocation is denied. Wendi is looking at buying a house, and then something changes her mind, and it's not money, but something changes her mind, and she decides not to buy that house. I wonder why. I wonder why she changed her mind and decided she didn't want to be locked into a mortgage. Is it because she didn't anticipate actually staying in Tallahassee? And what we saw from My Name's Jeff earlier today is that Wendi said after the relocation was denied that the only way she was moving out of Tallahassee was if something happened to Dan. So in 2013, October, months before the murder that happened in July of 2014, did Wendi decide that she wasn't going to be living in Tallahassee?
Family, and when I say members, I mean Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson, Charlie Adelson, and Wendi Adelson have the means in their respective accounts in 2013 to pay the $1 million bribe that was discussed in the messages?
Yes.
Did each of the members of the Adelson family have the means in their respective accounts in 2014 to pay the 130-something thousand, let's say $140,000 given to Garcia, Magbanua, and Rivera?
Yes.
Did Charlie Adelson have the means in his account to pay for all of the different benefits and gifts that he gave to or offered Katherine Magbanua over the years from 2014 to 2016?
Yes.
And when I say means in their account, is that money that's available for withdrawal? I'm not talking about homes or properties or cars or other assets.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And would that amount, would those means obviously not include cash that is not deposited in any bank, right?
That's right.
We wouldn't know that amount.
Right.
Based on your review of Adelson Institute's.
So the financial analyst reviewed the bank accounts and said that any of these given bank accounts, the family members have the money to pay the amount that was going to Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera. And that is separate and aside from any cash that never goes into a bank. Interesting.
Records and messages in this case, did the Adelsons prefer to be paid in cash for their services at Adelson Institute, or did they prefer a credit card or check?
It appeared that they preferred cash.
Okay, were there lots of messages where they discuss giving discounts for cash, certain clients being willing to pay cash, and that being preferred?
Yes.
Are these just some of the examples?
Just some of them, yes.
Oh boy.
Were there messages in the Adelson family's records where they discuss having cash and how they store their cash?
Were they chit-chatting?
Yes.
Tell me all about the
I want
cash.
to turn your attention to this text message we see here on the screen. Can you read these messages to us? And these are from
A lot of y'all are asking about Wendi being charged. I'm just going to say real quick, Wendi has not been charged. The prosecution, I'm sorry, that's a rude pause.
from 2000.
Counsel, you deserve better. Wendi has not been charged. The prosecution refers to her as an unindicted co-conspirator. Wendi has testified at all of the trials that have gone before. Her immunity is not a deal with the prosecutors. It's a function of law of the subpoena. She has immunity for when she testifies. However, her cooperation might change when she is in custody. So at this point, they have chosen not to prosecute Wendi. Will they prosecute her later? Maybe. There is no statute of limitations on murder. We'll see. But when we are talking about conspiracy, they are showing all the different moving pieces of the conspiracy. What Wendy's doing, what Charlie's doing, and how Donna is responding to those things. Where the money is, how the money's moving, etc.
2011, but what I'm looking for here is dimensions of cash and how the cash is kept, if you could read those for us.
Okay. So the first block is from Donna. It says, "Good morning, Charlie. I need to take $25,000 from your office checkbook and put it in Dad's office checkbook.
What now? We can't see the chart. What now? What now? Where Donna is saying, hey, Charlie, I need to move $25,000 from this business to that business.
Is dimensions of cash and how the cash is kept, if you could read those for us.
Okay. So the first block is from Donna. It says, "Good morning, Charlie. I need to take $25,000 from your office checkbook and put it in Dad's office checkbook in order to break even this month. Can we do that? Do you have enough money in your office account for us to write that?"
Oh, good. We can see the emails. Fantastic. This is 2011. So this is setting up habit and behavior. This is 2011. July 19th, 2011. Good morning, Charlie. I need to take $25,000 from your office checkbook and put it in Dad's office checkbook in order to break even this month. If you all are asking if this is okay, no, this is not how businesses should operate. We'll get there a different day. Well, maybe we'll get there with this witness. No, they're different businesses. They are not the same business. Do you have enough money in your office account for us to write that check? If you do, then Dad will move $25,000 in cash in the safe into your pile. Never in my life has anyone referred to cash that I have on hand as a pile. What? Can you move $25,000 off of your business books to Dad's separate entity books? Dad will take $25,000 in cash in the safe into your pile. Notice that fucking Harvey doesn't choose to take that $25,000 in cash and move it into his business. Sir, if you have $25,000 in cash and your business isn't going to break even this month, why aren't you taking your cash and putting it into your business? You already got that money out tax-free. You would have to explain that then. We'll just take $25,000 from cash and put that into your pile. Please let us know as soon as possible so Dad can take care of this today. You can call I'm home or you can text me. Whatever's better for you. Love you, honey. Mom. Charlie, no problem. No problem. You know who might have a problem with that? I mean, the IRS. The IRS might have a problem with that. Who said this is some Scrooge McDuck shit? I love you, chat. At 3:28, the text to email is, thank you. Love, Mom. The thing that's most shocking about all of this is it seems that perhaps they actually know how to really launder money and maybe just didn't realize that they actually knew. You don't have to wash it, Donna.
That check. If you do, then Dad will move $25,000 in cash in the safe into your pile. Please let me know as soon as possible so Dad can take care of it today. You can call, I am home, or text me, whatever is best for you. I love you, honey, Mom.
And he says no problem?
He says no problem.
Okay. So here, do they discuss having large amounts of cash and keeping it in piles in a safe?
Yes.
Were there other messages besides this one in the records where they discuss things, cash being in the safe or piles in the safe?
Yes.
Is this just one example?
Yes.
And as we talked about earlier, is it common for Donna Adelson to move money around between the Adelson family accounts?
Yes.
Stephanie, they have not been charged with financial crimes. They're just showing what the family's doing with the money.
And does this safe appear to be at a place where Donna Adelson would have access to it or control of it?
Objection, Your Honor, that's speculation.
In the rule, you may answer based on your review of the records if you are capable, Ms. Hall.
Could you restate the question?
From the messages here, does the safe appear to be in a place where Donna Adelson would have access to it or control of it?
Yes.
Just a second.
All right. I'm gonna zoom while the prosecutors are talking to one another and are bringing up some other information. The courtroom got real empty when the money stuff came on. Y'all are missing the tea. Everyone who left the courtroom for the financial stuff, y'all are missing the real story. Look, the money is gonna tell you what's up. This courtroom was packed this morning. After lunch, it's like, investigator. The investigator is the interesting stuff for me.
Good afternoon.
No further questions. Moving on to cross. Let's get to cross.
Quite a bit of testimony. I only have a few questions, okay?
Okay.
Thanks for the commentary, counsel. We needed to know that.
What credit card account statements did you review in your analysis for Donna and/or Harvey Adelson?
I believe there was only two, an American Express and a Capital One, two different credit cards.
An Amex and Capital One?
Yes, ma'am.
The car that you were referring to that had previously been in Harvey Adelson's name, that shows that Katherine Magbanua paid $1,700 for, you didn't find bank account transactions for that, but that could have been a cash transaction, correct?
That's correct.
And it was a 15-year-old car, right?
Yes.
And it had over 150,000 miles on it, right?
I'd have to look, but I think you're right.
Would you like to look?
If you want me to be exact.
I just want to make sure I can't testify, so I need to make sure that you do.
Sure, hold on a second.
You could just say yes if you'll check. That's all that needs to be said. Yes if you'll check. Look at all the tabs. Oh, they're colorful. They are colorful tabs and an organized binder. Love everything about this. I'm gonna zoom till her face looks like she's reading. There we go.
Odometer was 17,058 miles.
Ma'am, I think that's the original.
Yeah, 17,000 doesn't sound right for a car that old.
Last time it had been checked, the mileage at the time of the transfer would be down lower on the bottom.
Oh my, I can't hardly see it from this one.
I feel you, ma'am.
40,000 or 160,000.
Okay, thank you.
The thing is, though, counsel, it's cross-examination. So you could say, does 140,000 sound right? Yes. And that's what would be reflected on this document? Yes. And this document is exhibit number this? Yes. Okay.
Now, we saw the slide where Charlie Adelson was talking about cash discounts for his travel periodontist work that he was doing for different dentists, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware from your analysis that the cash discount that was offered at Adelson Institute was simply the same amount as what they would be charged if someone used a credit card for the fee, a 5%? So the difference in the discount was if you paid by cash or check, so there wasn't a credit card fee, they gave them a 5% reduction.
There was no explanation in the text messages to say why there was a discount for cash.
Okay. And you can't say what their deposits were in cash at Adelson Institute, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you mentioned that sometime in 2016, Harvey for Adelson Institute, the business that we're discussing, became a manager in 2016, correct?
I believe you are correct, but I'll look at the date. Harvey becomes manager in July of 2016.
Okay, and you would agree with me that there's a difference between being a manager
That's me
and
on the
being
back
an owner,
end.
right?
Yes.
And it wasn't until 2020 that Harvey actually became the owner of the business again, according to the records that you reviewed. Is that right?
That I'm
That's
interested
correct.
in.
Just one moment, please.
I mean, there's not much the defense can really do with this witness because so much of it is the other members of the conspiracy. Yeah.
Any redirect examination.
The cross is done.
You may proceed.
Brief redirect.
Defense counsel asked if the cash discounts mentioned in the text messages were from Charlie's traveling periodontist work, or did the cash discounts are those messages also sent from Adelson Institute employees here that you saw listed in Adelson Institute payroll?
It is.
So the cash discounts are mentioned in more than one place. This is going to part of them having a lot of cash on hand. I have some other questions about it, of course, but
The only other thing I had was on direct, you mentioned that Harvey Adelson was taken off as manager in 2012. He continued working there as a dentist, but then on October 2nd of 2015, he became manager again. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then in 2015, were Harvey and Charlie both managers?
That's correct.
Okay. In October of 2015.
Yes.
But then in 2016, July of 2016, only Harvey's a manager then at that point. Charlie has now dropped off to a registered agent.
That's right.
And these are on their articles of incorporation.
Yes.
Okay. They could still be both working there as dentists and have their own understanding of their role in the practice, but we're talking about what's listed on the articles of incorporation.
Right.
Okay. So it went from Harvey and Charlie both being managers in October of 2015, Magbanua still getting checks through the spring of 2016,
That's right.
and then after the arrest in 2016, Harvey Adelson becomes manager in July. Charlie is now a registered agent.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled?
I don't plan to, Judge, but if you could just remain under the rule just in case, you can go about her business though.
Very well. Please do not discuss with anyone else the substance of your testimony. You may step down.
Thank you.
Do any of the jurors need to take a restroom break? The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
all right. I'm going to fast forward the afternoon break. If the court goes on the record with the lawyers, then we'll stay there. If they just go to an afternoon break, we'll zoom. But financial testimony can be a little bit sloggy for jurors. I'm particularly fascinated by it. But with that said, I think they did an excellent job with the graphs, keeping people in the story and keeping the jury following along what's happening and where the employments are, where the spikes in crime are, where the spikes in cash are, and Donna writing the checks. It's why you saw Rob Adelson asked yesterday, is your mom just going to be asked to do something, or is your mom going to ask questions if she's asked? I think what the prosecution is going to argue with that is Donna Adelson's running this practice. She's essentially the office manager. She's making sure money's moving between practice and practice. So if Charlie comes to Donna and is like, hey, I need you to just start payrolling Katie, do you think Donna's going to be like, excuse me, why are we putting your girlfriend on payroll? What? Is Donna going to ask some questions? Or is Donna just going to be like, oh, okay, I'll just write some checks? That's what they're getting to, Donna's pattern of behavior. And that's why they were asking Rob about that yesterday. Donna's not just going to start writing out checks from the business for no reason. So let's continue.
We'll resume with the next witness at 2:25. If Mrs. Adelson needs to use the restroom, now would be the time.
Okay. Cheryl, yeah, I don't know if Donna would have said girlfriend. I'm trying to not impute what Donna might have said, but oh yes, I can see Donna phrasing that differently. Sure.
Everyone can be seated.
I know that they're still
Using the bathroom.
But are you ready when they're ready?
Yeah, I'm ready when they are. Ms. Kappelman, who will be the next witness?
I didn't hear what she said. Donna is currently in custody. Donna's been in custody since her arrest. So yeah, Donna is in custody. Remember, and oh God, I love the judge's clacky keyboard. Remember, in a conspiracy, what the co-conspirators are doing is also relevant to the trial. But things like Donna just writing out checks to Katie. Donna's not just writing out checks to somebody who doesn't work there. Showing how much Katie is involved by how much money she's getting in cash and checks shows that Charlie is paying her for something. And so it's all pieces in the puzzle that they're putting together. So let's see. I'm going to zoom past the judge working. So, oh, we've got I guess the jurors are all waiting. Hold on. I guess the jurors are all still in line to use the restroom. All right, next witness is coming in. Charlie's on the witness list. I don't know if he's going to testify. Charlie still has appeal rights, so that could get complicated. Okay. Witness number 15 for
Do you swear
the
or affirm
prosecution.
the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
They've been moving it.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. Adjust the microphone if you need to.
Okay.
Will you tell us your name and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
My name is Clariza, Clariza, Spoltore, Spoltore.
Clariza, I
Thank
already
you.
love you.
Did you recently get married?
Yes.
Congratulations,
Your name
Clariza.
before you got married, Libre.
I have no idea why Clariza is here. I already love her. Emily, are you, yes, vibes. I already love her. Vibes are already yes. She's like, my name is Clariza. I'm like, Clariza, I love you. Now we need to know why she's here.
Libretto.
Okay.
She just got married. We love this.
Where do you currently work? Where do you work?
I worked at the Adelson Institute.
Okay. And you currently work for a dental practice that took over for the Adelson Institute?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. How long did you work?
Oh, Clariza, you know the chisme. If you worked at the Adelson Institute, girl, tell me everything.
Work at the Adelson Institute.
Over 40 years.
Wow. Good for you.
And where is the Adelson Institute located?
You knew all this family
In
shit.
Tamarack.
Woo! She knew everything.
Is the exact address of the Adelson Institute 7737 University Drive in Tamarack?
Correct.
Is Tamarack near Coral Springs?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to talk about the positions at the Adelson Institute going back to 2013, 2016. What was your position?
I was Dr. Adelson's dental assistant.
Which Dr. Adelson?
Was that Dr. Harvey Adelson?
Dr. Harvey Adelson, yes.
Okay. Did you ever work the front desk?
No.
Okay. So
No,
worked
she's
as
the
his
DA.
personal assistant.
No,
Worked as his assistant.
she's not his ma'am. Counselor. You have done enough trials with dentists to know she is not his personal assistant. She is his dental assistant. She is the right hand. Also, she knows all the tea. The dental assistants know everything. She knows if this man's in a good mood, in a bad mood, if he got enough sleep, what instrument he needs next, when he's going to want suction. She knows what he's going to tell the patients. She knows when he's going to want to look at the x-rays. She knows literally everything. She can read his mood by the way his eyebrows look in the morning. She knows all the things, but not his personal assistant. That's his dental assistant.
Yes.
And what about Donna Adelson? Did she work there during that time?
Yes.
And what did she do there?
She was the office manager. She worked up front.
Okay. Did she keep the books, do the payroll, that sort of thing?
Yes.
What about Charlie Adelson? What was his role there?
Charlie was our periodontist. He's a dentist.
Dentist, okay. And
He's not an oral
the 40
surgeon
years
though,
that you
ma'am.
worked there, you worked for Harvey Adelson all of those 40 years.
Yes.
Was there also an employee during, and I'm talking about the years 24?
For those of you that are familiar in more the paralegal context, when we talked about, especially in our interview with, oh my God, my brain has just stopped. But when we were talking law, having a dental assistant that works with you for 40 years is a very big deal. But it also means that they worked well together. So it's a relationship like a paralegal lawyer relationship where people just anticipate each other's needs and work well together. It is very right hand, left hand. Alessi, thank you. My brain actually stopped. So they worked together for 40 years. And I wouldn't be surprised if she started working with Harvey when she was, 18, 19, 20 years old. So love it. Love it, love it. But also Harvey, do not put this gem of a woman in harm's way with all your fuckery.
2014 to 2016, in addition to yourself, Dr. Harvey Adelson, Dr. Charlie Adelson, was there also an employee named Erica Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, and what was her role?
She worked up front and she was Charlie's assistant.
Okay. And we had talked about Donna Adelson and her role. What about, did you have a hygienist named Amy?
Yes, we always had a hygienist.
Just one?
Okay. Were there any other employees that you can think of during that time at the Adelson Institute other than the ones I just named?
No.
No other?
Any other dentists besides Harvey and Charlie?
No.
You mentioned that Charlie is a periodontist.
No other employees?
Did he also, in addition to working at the Adelson Institute, did he travel around and do that type of work for other dental offices as well?
Yes.
How often was he in the Adelson Institute office? Ballpark.
Once a month.
Really? Charlie was
Okay,
only
so
there
one
once
time
a month?
he's going to serve his clients for the Adelson Institute, and other than that, he's traveling around to all different offices.
Yes.
Who was the boss at the Adelson Institute in your understanding? Who did you think was the boss?
Dr. Harvey Adelson.
What were the Adelson Institute's business hours back in 2014, 2016? Did y'all have Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, 8 to 5?
Monday, yes, and we had one late night.
Was
it
when?
11 to 7.
Okay. Was that Wednesday?
Y'all were on 3 days a week? I'm jealous.
It was Wednesday.
And then off on Fridays?
We were off on Friday.
And no work on Saturday or Sunday?
No.
Who had access to the employee records at Adelson Institute?
Was it 4 days with just
Adelson,
Fridays
Donna.
off?
Dr. Adelson meaning Harvey or Charlie or both?
Harvey Adelson.
Was that something that you had access to or would know anything about?
No.
No.
How do you know Katherine Magbanua?
I know her from the office. She was a patient there.
So she actually came and got dental work done there?
Yes.
Okay. Was she like
What kind of dental work did she get? Just have some questions.
a regular or just came in once or twice?
Once or twice.
Did you ever see her at Adelson Institute doing anything other than being a patient that once or
No.
one time or two times? Okay. Did you ever see her working at the Adelson Institute in any capacity?
No.
How did you get paid by Adelson Institute?
By checks.
And how often?
Every 2 weeks.
Did you ever get paid for weeks of work prior to completing your work?
Yes.
When would that happen? When might you get advance pay or get more than one paycheck at a time?
If they were going away on vacation, then we would get the checks before.
They being,
I mean, Judge Adelson and Donna.
okay. So if Harvey and Donna are going on a vacation that may last 2 weeks or more,
Right,
they're gonna go ahead and pay y'all in advance so you don't go without.
right.
And how often would that happen?
Once a year, twice,
Would you ever get 4, 5, 6 paychecks in a row?
Oh,
no.
ma'am. I see.
Were you
I
ever
see you
aware
looking
of
at
any
Donna,
Adelson Institute
catching a look at Donna.
employee in the history of the 40 years you were there that worked exclusively by phone or remotely?
No.
Did they?
Ma'am, it's a dental practice. No, that's not. No, not working remotely. Also, for it to be the Adelson Institute, they have Harvey. I said 3 days a week, but y'all said 4 days a week. I trust you. They were off on Fridays. You got Harvey working with his assistant, one hygienist, and Charlie and his assistant are there once a month. Sir, that is not an institute, first of all. But it's also a fairly small practice, which there's nothing wrong with that, but it is not a ton of employees. And then Donna was working front desk.
Adelson Institute back in 2013 to 2016, did y'all have a cleaning service?
Yes,
And would the cleaning service, was it a husband and wife team?
yes,
Was Katherine Magbanua the wife part of that team?
no.
Do you remember back in 2016, okay, when 2 law enforcement officers came to Adelson Institute and were asking some questions?
Yes,
They just closed the door on, well, maybe Katie was coming in and cleaning the office after hours. No, she wasn't. Someone else was coming in and cleaning the office. Also, there are some particularities to cleaning a dental office. Interesting.
Okay, and were they asking questions about Katherine Magbanua?
yes,
Did you, since you didn't know anything,
My chair and my desk are
did
fighting.
you refer them to Erica Johnson, another employee?
yes,
Okay. And did Erica Johnson speak with them?
yes,
The dental practice is
Prior to
not
court
still
today,
open.
did you have an opportunity to listen to States 100, which is the recorded call that you were played, which was a conversation between a man and a woman? Is that a yes?
yes.
Okay, thank you. I saw you nodding. I've got to ask you. When you listened to that conversation, did you recognize the voices in States 100?
Yes,
Who was the woman in the call?
Erica Johnson.
Okay. And you said she was an employee at Adelson Institute?
Yes,
And one of her roles was being Charlie's assistant?
yes,
And did you say she also kind of works in the front office?
yes, she did.
All right.
Did.
Who was the male voice on States 100?
Charlie
Adelson?
Charlie Adelson.
And did you work with both of them for many years?
Yes,
At this time, Judge, I'm not going to admit States 100. I just want to
No,
lay
we wanna
that
know.
foundation, and we will seek to admit it through another witness later in the trial.
Okay.
That's all.
So she's identifying the voices. She's confirming that Katherine Magbanua did not work there in any way at all and letting them know what she knows. But she did indicate that she still works at the practice that had been the Adelson Institute, so still working at the same location. I imagine that was probably a comfort to patients to see a familiar face after all of this went down. So still working in that location. And I imagine that all of the patients that come in are just like, girl, what? Because of course they are.
Questions I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Work to cross. Defense has asked for a moment. You can ask for more character evidence? What do we need from this witness? Are we not having these conversations before court? Like, what are we doing?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Before I lip gloss, because I need to, a few of you in the chat said, I like that this witness refers to Harvey, Dr. Adelson, as Dr. Adelson, refers to Charlie as Charlie. Charlie has lost his license. I have not seen anything that indicates that Dr. Adelson Harvey has lost his license. So, a very good catch, chat.
I want to direct your attention back to time frame of 2013, 2014. Did the office have an old style answering machine?
Yes.
Okay, so it'd play a recording if somebody didn't pick up?
Yes.
Okay. and
Explain
you
it for
had
the tape.
You
Explain
had to
the
go to the
tape.
machine and
Play
play
the
the
tape.
messages at the machine?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in your 40 years of knowing my client, Mrs. Adelson, did she ever speak badly about Dan Markel?
No.
Counsel. She's not going to publicly speak badly about her son-in-law. It would ruin appearances. No, she only talks shit about her son-in-law to her family.
Isn't it true that you would call the Adelson family, Donna and Harvey, a hardworking family?
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Counsel, are you asking if they work hard for the money? So hard for it, honey? Or is that what we're asking? Chat, they're just like you. They're a hardworking... Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Law nerds of the chat. They're just like you. You know. When you just move $25,000 at one place and one time from one account to another account and just replace it with cash onto the pile, it's just, you know, just everyday folks. Just like us. Just it's every day, bro.
Any redirect to the witness.
Back during that time period, if a patient were to call Adelson Institute and it was closed, maybe because it's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, would that call be routed to voicemail?
Yes.
Okay. And then would the voicemail be able to be checked from there if it's checked by someone in the office? That would be Monday morning.
Yes.
Do you know who else had access to that voicemail?
No.
You and Donna Adelson had a friendly relationship throughout your time at Adelson Institute?
Yes.
As they should.
Were you, did you?
There's no way that a dental assistant would stay for 40 years if the office manager / wife was a nightmare. And there are some dental practices where the wife is the office manager. That's really quite common, where the wife is the manager and the dentist has new dental assistants every year because they just can't handle the office manager. So to stay for 40 years means that Donna was not a nightmare for them at work, because otherwise no dental assistant is putting up with it. So no, Donna as the office manager was not causing problems at work. So I'm not surprised this witness is like, no, it was all fine. Otherwise, there's no way you're staying for 40 years.
You socialize or spend time together outside of work, or was your friendly relationship at work?
At work.
Okay. So while at work, you never heard her say anything negative about Dan Markel?
No.
But you didn't spend time with her outside of the office?
We've gone out on occasions, but
Not regularly?
Holidays.
I'm sorry?
Not on a regular basis?
No.
Okay, thank you.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled at all?
No, sir, she can be released, thank you.
You are released from your subpoena. Have a good day. Please
So it
call your
seemed-
next witness.
State calls Katherine Magbanua.
Oh boy. So Katherine Magbanua is our next witness.
Just take a brief break. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
The jury is taking a break. Katherine Magbanua is in custody, so she's going to be coming into the courtroom in custody. So the jury is going to go out while they take a brief break. And Katherine Magbanua is testifying next. But it's actually nice to hear that from the dental assistant of Harvey that they all got along well. I'm glad for that. But oh boy. Miguelina, if you'll just go ahead and let the app know for anybody who bounced out during the financial testimony, who was just like, yeah, that now is the time. Now is the time. Katherine Magbanua is the go-between. Yes, she and Charlie dated, but she was the go-between that arranged this hit and this murder. She went to trial twice. Let's just do a quick background on Katherine Magbanua, shall we? After the lunch break, the prosecution has called Katherine Magbanua to testify. Katherine Magbanua was dating Charlie Adelson at the time that this murder of Dan Markel went down. Charlie at some point asked her, and I think in her testimony we'll probably find out the dates of that, but we'll see, asked her if she knew a guy. And based on what we've seen in the probable cause affidavits, Katherine Magbanua reached out to her children's father and said, hey, this dude's got some cash. You have time for a job up in Tallahassee? So we are going to hear from Katherine Magbanua. She went to trial twice. The first trial, the jury hung as to her. The second trial, she was convicted of the same things we're seeing here. Well, no, I don't think solicitation, but the murder and the conspiracy to commit murder. I don't know if I'm going to look while we're getting this going. If she was convicted of the solicitation, she will tell us when she gets on the stand. She is currently serving life in prison. Her appeal was denied in July of 2025. So her appellate rights are done. So let's zoom to trial. As the jury goes out before Katherine Magbanua is brought in.
I see. Yes. Go ahead.
Defense counsel's going to take a minute to use the restroom while they're bringing Katherine Magbanua
Preemptively,
in.
before this comes up during the testimony, Mrs. Adelson, I'm going to remind you again not to have any emotional reactions while the testimony is going on. No head shaking, no nodding, nothing to indicate that you either disagree or agree with what's happening. Do you understand?
Yes.
Ma'am, gird your face. Do not let the face during this testimony. All right, I'm going to zoom.
Magbanua is going to be Sergeant Corbett, and he will need just a second to get situated.
So she said after Katherine Magbanua will be Sergeant Corbett. It sounds like he's going to be doing a lot of the AV stuff, the calls that we haven't seen yet. I appreciate that the prosecution is going to chunk the digital presentation together, it seems like.
Judge, our next witness after Magbanua is going to be Sergeant Corbett, and he will need just a second to get situated. So, is that okay?
That's fine.
Thank you.
Letting the
For
court.
how long the Magbanua will take as a witness? Do you believe we will still get to Sergeant Corbett today?
Letting the court know the anticipated schedule is helpful.
5:30, I think we can start.
If we have until 5:30, we can get it started today. Okay.
Well, we can start a lot of things, but we will not finish them today in all likelihood. All right.
It might make sense to break after Magbanua and then start with Corbett tomorrow. Oh boy. Somebody's like crumpling a freaking water bottle or something. I do like the navy blue suit with the nude heels. I mean, the prosecutors, like snakeskinny print shoes are fantastic. I'm loving the prosecutors' fits. All right. I'm going to zoom until we get Katherine Magbanua on the stand. I love that we have zoom room. Also, after last night's marathon late stream and travel day, I started a little bit later this morning. Oh my goodness, we're just like, all right. I'm not surprised it's taking them a minute to bring her into the courtroom. I anticipate everyone's going to ask if Katherine Magbanua is in custody clothes. Yes, she is. They're not going to have her dress out into civilian clothes because she has been convicted. She is in prison. She doesn't have a presumption of innocence. Part of the thing with criminal defendants is criminal defendants have a presumption of innocence. Showing them in their jail clothes can impact the jury in thinking, well, they look like they're in custody, so it seems like they should be in custody. So they let defendants who have not been convicted yet be in civilian clothes. Katherine Magbanua doesn't have that presumption of innocence. She is in custody. They're going to hear all about her conviction. She is serving life. So that's it. All right. For those of you asking, Florida only has life. Florida is a life, period, end of story, no parole. You're in it as long as you're on this planet breathing, kind of a life sentence. Though I do need to know how the hair has so much body when we're in custody. I'm a little jealous, I gotta be honest.
Jury entering courtroom.
Jury's coming in. So just to remember,
Please remain standing. Everyone else can
no name calling.
Please raise your right hand.
I've already seen our mods working a little bit overtime on that.
Swear or affirm
So
the
thank you.
testimony you will give today will be the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may take your seat.
We'll see
Please
what
speak loudly and clearly for
we'll
the
see what she has to say. She did testify in her own trial, and she testified at Charlie's trial, and I have gotten the sense that her testimony has shifted around because during the prosecution's opening statement, they said during Charlie's trial, Katie decided to tell the truth. So I imagine that Katherine Magbanua's testimony in her own trial was different than Katherine Magbanua's testimony at Charlie's trial. And I wonder if after Charlie was convicted, Katherine Magbanua's like, hey, yeah, let's just, I'm in for life. You're all coming with me. I'm just curious.
Yes.
But the jury has to be tuned
Please say your name
in.
and spell your name.
Katherine Magbanua, KATHERINE
Ms. Magbanua, are you in custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you serving a
Obviously.
sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
For what?
Life
Life for what? Crime?
for the murder of Ann Markel.
And did you have a trial before you received that sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in that trial, did you testify in your own defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, they're just getting out there with all of it.
And in that testimony, did you testify that essentially we had it right about everyone else, but you were in the dark, you weren't involved in any way?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Katie didn't know.
And was that true?
No, ma'am.
Full Shaggy defense. Katie didn't know. Katie didn't know. Everything else is right, but not me. It wasn't me. Was that the truth? No, ma'am.
you didn't have to testify in your own defense. You could have chosen to remain silent, right?
Yes,
Could
ma'am.
have.
Okay. And you testified also in the trial in which Garcia was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And same thing there. You testified, you did not tell the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why then come now with a different story?
Why the change of heart?
I think that the truth needed to come out, and the people responsible needed to get arrested.
Okay. Are you hoping to get something out of this?
I would eventually like to see my children again one day.
And are you hoping that something can be done for you even after being sentenced?
Yes, ma'am, I'm hoping so.
Okay. Have you been promised anything
No,
in
ma'am, I
exchange
have-
for your testimony?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Okay. By me or by anyone?
No, ma'am, nobody.
Okay. Has anybody told you what you need?
Ma'am, Florida doesn't have parole. By all accounts, you were offered a deal. You can be prosecuted for murder even if you do not pull the trigger. And she was convicted. I double checked it in my notes. She was convicted for murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation of murder, because she's the one that hired her baby daddy and his buddy. No, Florida does not have parole.
To say here today?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody told you, well, you need to implicate a certain person?
No, ma'am.
Weren't you originally offered immunity in this case to come forward with the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Why did you not take that opportunity?
Well, in the first trial, I was tried with Sigfredo Garcia, and he was facing the death penalty, and I just couldn't do it.
Okay, because the truth would...
Well, there it all is. She was offered immunity to testify against Garcia and Rivera. Garcia is her off again, on again. He was facing the death penalty. So she's like, no, I couldn't take immunity for me because that's the father of her kids. So.
Implicate your child's father.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about the second time?
I've been living a lie this whole time, and it was just so hard to come out with the truth that I kept fighting.
Did anybody threaten you or harm you to prevent you from coming forward with the truth?
No, ma'am.
Also, I believe her 100% when she, like, that's real. She's just like, look, he was facing the death penalty. I can't take immunity and then testify against him. Like, I'm not doing that. I wonder if the situation would be different if he was just facing life. But that's a really, really hard choice to make. But I can understand why she made that choice. I get it. So that's a real hard choice to make, right? That makes sense, though. That makes absolute sense.
Were you ever promised anything by anyone to, if you'll just remain silent, we'll pay for your kids' education or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Were you involved in the death of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Did we have it right? Were you the middleman between the shooter and Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
Who solicited you to become involved in this?
Charlie.
Who was he to you at that time?
We were dating at that time.
When did you start dating Charlie Adelson?
Rivera's the only one that took a deal. He got
We started
19
dating
years.
around 2013 when I was working for Sophie Dental.
Okay. Do you know what month?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And when did you stop dating him?
Probably towards the beginning.
Also, to answer chat, and I just wanted to double check my notes to answer chat, Sigfredo Garcia, not Rivera, who already testified, Sigfredo Garcia, who was the shooter in this case, Garcia was the driver. Rivera was the driver. Garcia was the shooter. Garcia got life. I don't know if they took the death penalty off the table later, but he was sentenced to life in prison. not to the death penalty. They all got arrested in 2016. And Rivera was like, you want to know what? 19 years, let me stay in federal custody. He was already in federal custody for other things. So he was like, I'll tell you what. All right.
Beginning of 2015.
Okay. Was there a period of time where it kind of wasn't clear whether you were still with Charlie or dating Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and Garcia is your child's father, right?
Yes.
And what's your history with him? How long were you together?
I've been with Sigfredo Garcia since I was about 18 years old.
All right, so a lot of history there.
Yes, ma'am.
Fair to say that you're on again, off again quite a few times throughout your history together.
Yes, ma'am.
And during one of those off times, is that when you started seeing Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then toward the end of Charlie Adelson, there was a little bit of overlap with the two men.
Yes, ma'am.
And that sort of is in the middle of the time frame that we're talking about here today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When did Charlie Adelson first bring this idea up to you that I'm looking for someone to harm my brother-in-law?
This was around October. What stuck out in my head was on Halloween on October 31st.
What?
And
what did you just say? And also, you can feel the weight of sadness on Magbanua in her testimony. Like, you can feel it. You're telling me that Charlie brought it up to you right around Halloween of 2013, the same time that Wendi Adelson stopped buying the house in Tallahassee? That's what you're telling me? The prosecution was asking Wendi Adelson if she pulled out of the house purchase on Halloween, and this is why they were asking about it. Because that is when he came to you to say, hey, maybe we could work out a solution. Wendi, girl. Oh my God. Oh my God. And starts dating Jeff. Oh shit. Wendi. Ma'am. Wendi. You signed the paperwork to buy a house that you could afford in October. The financial analyst just told us that you could afford it, but we knew that already. Well, we suspected that. We had vibes. And then this witness is coming in hot with, yeah, it was around Halloween when Charlie brought this idea up to me. Yeah, Katie, you should be mad. You should be mad that the dentist you dated was like, I got a bunch of cash. I can make everybody's lives better. Nobody will even know. We'll sort it out. What did Charlie tell you? No, they'll think it's this other guy. We got it. Sir, the digital evidence shows that you're on the phone all the fucking time with Katie. And now that we've seen Katie on the stand, I 100% believe if Katie worked at Adelson Dental, the girlfriend June would have 100% clocked it. Because when June saw the 2020 episode, June's like, why are you talking to her so much? Oh, 100%. I want to hear what else you have to say, Miss Magbanua.
What year was that?
That was 2013.
Okay. And so on Halloween, what is your memory of what y'all were doing that night that you're able to remember that happened that night?
Well, we were out in Lincoln Road. It was like a kind of like a block party in Lincoln Road. And then when we were getting ready to get into our cars, he jumped into my car and he basically suggested that, do I know anybody that can harm someone?
Katie, what did he say?
And were those the words he used, harm?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you know somebody that could harm someone?
Yes, ma'am. At that time, I mean, Sigfredo was the first person that kind of popped in my head.
Okay, I want to approach and show you an exhibit. This states 36. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a fair and accurate photograph of you and Charlie Adelson when y'all were dating?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving to evidence states 36, Your Honor.
Does Katie not watch these trials?
States 36 is admitted.
Wendi?
You may.
Did Wendi not see how all this evidence is coming in?
Where was this photograph taken?
That was down at the Keys.
When was it taken?
I believe that was his birthday.
That was not in focus.
Charlie's birthday?
Charlie's birthday.
In 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
When was his birthday?
October 27th, I believe.
And y'all drove down to the Keys?
Yes, ma'am.
So that would have been just a few days before he broached this subject of harming someone to you on Lincoln Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you aware of him sending this photograph to his sister that night?
No,
Or
ma'am, I
that
was
day?
not.
Also, Katie, you're super cute. Girl, you were all
Why
good.
would he think that you knew somebody that could harm someone?
Why would Charlie think?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I've spoken about Sigfredo, just kind of the situations that we were having, and
So he knew a little bit
problems.
about your ex's criminal history?
I might have mentioned something along the way, yes.
What did Sigfredo Garcia know about Charlie Adelson?
At that time, I don't think he really knew of him yet.
I mean, you mentioned him.
At some time, did he become aware that you had started dating
Oh,
someone
this
else?
is what Sigfredo knew about Charlie.
And there's one phone call in the phone records that we're going to hear more about with the next witness. It's from Sigfredo Garcia to Harvey Adelson on July 1st, 2014. Do you know anything about that phone call?
What now?
Yes, ma'am. There was a bit of an altercation between Charlie and Sigfredo. I believe prior to that, like a couple hours before that, where like he saw us leaving and then he kind of blocked off where I was like residing. Like we were already in the car, me and Charlie were, and he stopped and started screaming some stuff, but we didn't know what he was talking about.
Okay, so when you first started dating Charlie back sometime shortly before around Halloween of 2013, or October of 2013,
Yes,
is that
ma'am.
right? Garcia didn't know about it.
I
But
believe
it's-
he didn't know anything
Okay,
about
but
it.
at
yet.
some point he learned and was jealous and there was a confrontation.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I want to hear.
So
I want to
how
hear
does
that call
that
too.
confrontation explain a phone call to Harvey Adelson?
I think he was trying to contact Charlie, and maybe he somewhat probably Googled, tried to find, and that's the number that he had.
Did he call the
gotten.
dental office and get the
Okay,
cell
maybe
phone
he was
number
looking
for Harvey?
Dr. Adelson or something like that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But to your knowledge, there's no connection between Garcia and any member of the Adelson family other than you?
No, ma'am.
Who is Luis Rivera?
Sigfredo Garcia's friend.
Okay. And how long have you known him?
Honestly, y'all should have just listened to Rivera. Like I'm not advocating for crime, but if we're on a spectrum of picking, Rivera's "why can't we just rob them" is just can we talk? Can we just
For a number of years, over a decade probably.
Okay. Why did you agree when Charlie asked you to enlist somebody to harm someone? Why did you agree to do that?
Oh, at that time, Charlie knew that I was going through financial situations, so
He was gonna solve that problem?
Make some money.
You needed the money.
Yes, ma'am.
And Garcia and Rivera, they were also motivated by money, right?
Of course.
Did Charlie Adelson tell you why he wanted to harm Dan Markel?
At that time, no, ma'am.
Did he tell you later?
What did you learn about Dan Markel over the course of your relationship with Charlie Adelson?
Well, through the course, he was just mentioning that his parents were going through it, that his sister was going through it, that, he basically painted a bad picture of Mr. Markel, and since he knew that I was going through stuff with Sigfredo, it was I was like sympathizing with his sister because I know how it feels to go through.
Okay,
turmoil.
so you knew that his sister was having a terrible time with her ex.
Yes, ma'am.
And you had some things going on with Garcia that felt relatable.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what does it mean that his parents are going through it?
He just said that they couldn't sleep, that at some point I think somebody was throwing up. I don't know if it was his mom or his dad, and that it was just becoming a big problem to them.
Okay.
We know it
And
wasn't
the
his
big
dad.
problem was Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever meet Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you meet her?
From my recollection, it was from the dental office.
And why did you go to the dental office?
I needed some cavities and teeth whitening done.
Is that the only time you ever met Donna Adelson?
From my recollection, yes, ma'am.
All right. And did she know you were dating her son when she met you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were things cordial between you at that meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you discuss anything beyond greetings and pleasantries?
No, ma'am.
After the initial approach of you at Lincoln Road on Halloween, was there any more discussion with Charlie Adelson about this potential job?
Throughout, the couple weeks whenever I had a chance to hang out with him, he would mention here and there.
How often were you seeing each other during this time frame?
Probably, I had children, so I always, if I could get out and I can find a babysitter, I'd go over to his house, or we'd have dinner and hang out.
Okay, would that be like once a week, 3 times a week, once a month?
About 2 times a week.
2 times a week. And would you stay over, or would you just go for dinner?
Sometimes I would stay over, yes, ma'am.
And you're saying when you would go over there and hang out with him, sometimes there would be further conversation about this potential job where you're going to be paid to hire someone or enlist someone to harm Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you learn any more details about what needed to be done?
No, ma'am. He never gave me any details.
And so
At
he
some
would
point
just
he did.
continue to say the same things?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
At some point he told you.
Tell me that they were going through hard times.
Okay, so the conversations typically were, my family is really suffering under this situation.
Yes, ma'am.
Sustained, did not answer the question. Please rephrase.
Yeah, it was leading as hell.
In these conversations, are you asked, like, have you secured anyone? Are you asked further questions about who's going to be doing it?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell him, like, yes, I can do it?
Yes, I just agreed to it.
Okay.
That I had somebody.
All right. And during these conversations with Charlie Adelson, was there ever a time when he's in the middle of these conversations with you about what's going to happen, speaking to his mother?
Sometimes he would get on the phone, he'd kind of look at me weird, and then just step out of the room and discuss whatever he needed to discuss.
I'm going to object if she's going to give any information about what was discussed outside of presence.
Overruled. She is
do that.
talking about what took place, not the substance of the conversation itself.
Correct.
You may continue.
All right, so he would step out, have a conversation with his mother, and then come back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then you would resume the conversation about
Yeah,
this
he would just
harming?
kind of go off again, saying that this needed to be taken care of and what his family was going through.
All right, how many times did this particular situation happen where you were discussing what would eventually become the murder and his mother was interjected in that way that you just described?
How many times did...
Ma'am, just because he is telling you it needs to be taken care of does not mean it needs to be taken care of by you. Y'all could have just said no. Or if no was not on the table, and it seems that no was not on the table, Rivera was the one who said, yo, Garcia, if they got 100,000, we could just take it from them, not kill anybody, and go to jail for way less time. Because I bet you both Rivera and Garcia knew that the sentence for murder and the sentence for robbery were substantially different. And then Charlie probably would have tried to find somebody else. That person likely would have been a Fed and we wouldn't be here. Because
I think he stepped out and
Yes.
speak to him a number of times.
More than twice?
Yes, ma'am.
More than 5 times?
Yes,
these
ma'am.
are all of Charlie's
So this is
chats
like
with his
a regular part
mom.
of the way this worked whenever this conversation came up?
Yes,
He would
ma'am.
consult his mother and come back and speak to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever relay to you, my mom says whatever?
He never specifically said what he spoke to his mom about. No.
Okay.
He just kept saying, my family's going through it.
Did you understand that getting the job done would relieve the stress on Charlie Adelson and his family?
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled.
Did you understand that getting the job done would relieve the stress on Charlie Adelson and his family?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, did you learn this isn't going to be just harming, like, I don't know, maybe punch him in the face or something? It's going to be a murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you know specifically when you learned that?
There was an envelope that Charlie had given me one day that I went over to his house, and he told me not to open it, and that he had worn gloves to close it, and that was basically it. And that I was the understanding of to pass it on to whoever I knew could take care of it.
I don't believe that for a second. There's a lot of her testimony I find truthful. I do not find it truthful that she didn't think they were talking about a murder the entire time. I do not find that truthful or credible at all. I do not believe you. I do believe that Charlie said, I put glovies on, probably from the dental office. I put glovies on, I signed it, don't open it. Charlie's trying to give some plausible deniability. But we're not dueling. It's not like the doctor is turning around and being like, I had no idea who shot who. Stop it. She knew that there was a murder. She knew she's not getting paid $40,000 to arrange someone to get jumped, first of all. Second of all, she's having problems with Sigfredo Garcia. Wendy's having problems with Dan Adelson. Charlie's saying, my family needs this taken care of. Meanwhile, taking her on vacations and doing whatever he's doing. And then she's like, well, I'm having issues with Garcia. You're having issues with Dan. If Garcia does this, I get money. Garcia goes to jail. Dan's gone. We're all good. Also, the amount of misunderstanding of accomplice liability is pretty strong. And it's not surprising that, she's sitting there going, yeah, it's fine. I'm not shooting anybody. I'm not going to get in trouble. People do not understand that conspiracy can get you popped for the underlying thing that you are conspiring to do. And I wonder if she thought, he'll get in trouble. I'll solve the problem for Charlie. It'll be all gravy.
Okay, and when it's passed it on to whoever you knew, the name Sigfredo Garcia is used or is not used?
No, it was never used.
I've not seen her
And is
testimony
that-
before.
When we're talking about this conspiracy in general terms, are you in general trying to insulate the co-conspirator on this side of you from the one over here?
Yes, ma'am. I was basically in the middle.
Yeah, you were the
So
go-between.
you don't talk about Charlie to Sigfredo, and you don't talk about Sigfredo to Charlie?
No, ma'am.
You don't talk about Bruno or Fight Club.
Knew that it was to them, yes.
Okay. He said he wore gloves when he put whatever he put in the envelope.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so he told you, don't open it, don't touch what's in there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what kind of envelope was it?
It was a manila envelope.
Was there any writing on the envelope or anything on the outside?
No, ma'am. It was blank.
All right. So the envelope goes into your diaper bag, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you take it and Sigfredo gets it from you?
Yes, well, eventually when I came home, because I usually have that diaper bag, that's like my little weekend bag. And when I came home, I contacted Sigfredo and I was like, hey, I have a package for you. Just come by whenever you can.
Did
She
you
has
open
a
it and see what was
package.
inside?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did Charlie Adelson say anything to you about where he printed the documents that were contained
At a
inside?
Kinko's, 100% at a
He did mention that he
Kinko's.
would never, he's like, oh, I didn't print this in my, the office that he had in his home.
100% at a
Probably
Kinko's.
printed in one of the offices that he worked at.
Because he would frequent a
Travel.
bunch of different offices,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay.
No. Sir, you go to Kinko's. You don't print it at some other dental office that you're working at. Trying to pull some other dentist into this shit? Come on. Don't print out the murder document at some other person's dental office as you're showing up to be their periodontist. The fuck?
All right, so you gave this package to Garcia, and did he open it in your presence?
No, ma'am. He literally took it and left out the door.
All right, and had you talked to him beforehand about, hey, I'm gonna give you some instructions about a job?
No, there was no conversation about it. Basically, just I have that package, and then he took it.
But how did
and
he
left.
know what the package was? Had you talked to him at all about, hey, I got a job for you?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Like I told him that that I have potential person that
Chad,
needed
it's a good
to,
point.
get harmed or beat up from
Kinko's-
my understanding at that time.
Kinko's might have cameras. However, it took them 2 years to make these arrests. They wouldn't have been able to trace it back fast enough. They traced the car, but they wouldn't be able to trace. It would have been overwritten before they traced it back. But it is a good point. Kinko's probably does have some security cameras.
And then he was like, okay.
Okay. All right, so I want to ask you about the June trip. In June, did you provide Garcia with any money for expenses associated with that June trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the money from to give to Garcia?
From Charlie.
Okay, how much money was it?
From my recollection, it was a couple $100, less than $5,
So
maybe.
this was just for like gas and whatever was needed to get to Tallahassee and back?
Yes, ma'am. I just didn't know where he was going. I didn't know about
Okay,
Tallahassee.
but you knew it was for this job that we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at that point, you knew it was a murder because the envelope had been passed, right?
Yes, the envelope was passed towards kind of like in the beginning of the year, so we're already in June at that time.
All right. And when you went to Charlie to get the money for the expenses, what did you say?
I needed some money for, for the job that he had told me about, and that they needed to either scope it out or, just funds to get out of town.
Okay. So your understanding was the first mission to Tallahassee, or you didn't know it was to Tallahassee, but the first trip that needed funds was going to be like a scoping trip, not to actually accomplish
They needed
the
expenses.
murder.
To my understanding, yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you give that money to Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And after the June trip happened, how did Charlie Adelson react to, I guess, just things not progressing along very quickly with this job?
Well, since I guess nothing happened and something was to happen, he was like, well, what's going on? And I'm like, I don't know. So Sigfredo didn't tell me anything. He's just MIA again, because he just kind of goes in and out of my life.
So sometimes he'd be hard to reach.
Yeah.
So after June, Charlie was like, WTF. I don't think that was a scoping trip in June based on the testimony we've heard so far. I don't think it's a scoping trip because Jeff was traveling during that time, and Rivera said they went up there. Markel was with his kids. Dan, the victim, was with his kids, and then they lost him. So I don't think that was a scoping trip. I think that was a failed attempt. That's what I think. We'll see. I don't know if she knew that, because everybody's trying to be sly so that nobody knows too much. As we know, because Donna told her son Rob, you don't know anything. So we're trying to keep people from knowing too much.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you worried that like maybe he'd taken this few $100s and now he's gone
course.
off the grid and I can't really give any information to Charlie about what's happening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you getting any pressure put on you to get the job done?
Yes, ma'am, from Charlie.
And did that increase over time, like between, and I specifically want to know about between the June trip and the ultimate murder trip?
Yes, ma'am. He was a little bit more adamant and persistent. Well, Katie, why hasn't anything been happening? What's going on?
And were you then in turn putting some pressure on Garcia to get it done, make it happen?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you relay the message to the killers that the victim was going to be going out of town the day after he ultimately was killed?
No, ma'am.
Did
I have
you
no
know-
knowledge.
You didn't know anything about Dan Markel's travel schedule?
No, ma'am.
Do you know whether his travel
Somebody
schedule was
did.
contained in the documents inside that manila envelope?
I would think a lot of information was there because for some reason, Sigfredo knew information and Charlie knew information, and that's why the whole confusion was on me. And it's
Okay, but you don't know what was in there, you didn't look at it, and you didn't relay that message about the travel?
no, ma'am. I had no knowledge of it.
All right. I want to show you a text that was sent between the June trip and the murder trip. It's 86C.
Riley Bear in the chat said, this just shows me Charlie is guilty, not so much proving Donna did something. What's the point of this witness? Well, the motivation that Charlie was explaining to this witness was how stressed his family was, how upset his family was, but also it's showing all the puzzle pieces of how the money was moving, who knew what and when, and how that information was getting passed. It is all the puzzle pieces.
Asking Charlie Adelson to put you on the payroll, basically. You need to be able to show that you're working. Do you remember sending that text message?
To Charlie?
Yes.
I believe so, if you can show me.
I will.
Okay.
Was there a reason that you wanted to be at least part of your payment for this to be through the Payroll Adelson Institute?
Well, I was going through like insurance purposes for my son, so I needed to be put on payroll so that I can show that I was making a certain amount of money.
Okay. But it couldn't be too much money, right?
Yeah, it couldn't be too much money.
Right, because if it's too much money, you won't qualify for the right benefits. So part of cash,
Were you actually
part of
doing
payroll.
any work for your payment at Adelson Institute?
No, ma'am, I was not.
I'll show you this. I'm just gonna publish it. This judge is gonna be in 81, and I can't read the slide number. This is in evidence, so you can see it when I publish it.
and she confirms not doing any work.
So,
Why would the office manager, Donna, be paying Katie on payroll when Katie's not doing any work at the office and multiple witnesses confirmed she's doing no work at the office? Why would Donna write her those checks?
Take a moment to review that.
Also, Donna's part of this is going to become more clear as we get into the bump operation and what Donna's told and what she starts saying on the phones. We're not there yet with the wires and what Donna knew and what Donna was doing. We've seen these. These are from the earlier slide presentation. Baby, I'm going to need help on employment.
All right, so here you're asking him, I need help on the employment. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you referring to getting on
Guy
the
in the
payroll at
chat.
Adelson Institute?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something you all had talked about before you sent this text, or is this the first he's hearing about it?
I don't know if I spoke to him prior to being on the payroll.
Okay, how does he know what you're talking about when you say, I'm gonna need help on the employment?
I guess he just figured, since he has an office, that he'd be able to help me.
Okay, and he says no problem, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Does he actually put you on the payroll at this time? This is June.
At that time, I'm not 100% if I was already on payroll. Not yet. I don't think so.
The evidence indicates that you didn't receive your first paycheck until approximately 2 months after the murder was completed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so did you feel like you could ask for this before the job was done because you knew you were getting the job done?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay, was the payments that you received from the Adelson Institute part of your compensation for your arranging of this murder?
I would think so, yes, ma'am.
What do you mean you would think so? It's yes or no question.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, he wasn't gonna put you on the payroll for no reason, was he?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in most or all the checks were after the breakup? You had broken up before you received the first check, right?
That I already, I wasn't talking to Charlie as much anymore? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, September, after the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Had you ever met Wendi Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
When did you meet her?
I had dinner with her one time in Yardbird and another time at the beach.
Yardbird, is that a restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the occasion where Wendi was with her boyfriend, Jeff Lacasse?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the first time you ever met Wendi?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then did you meet her again?
Yes, I met her in the beach around, I think, Father's
Is that the
Day.
photo that
We saw the
we've
pictures about the
seen,
beach.
State's Exhibit 35. Publishing.
Is Yardbird a restaurant chain or is
that
it
the
a
second time you met
city?
Wendi Adelson?
I don't know.
Yes, ma'am.
Floridians, help.
Okay. Did you ever discuss the murder with Wendi Adelson?
No, ma'am, I did
you?
I wonder if their computer's down because they had all of these in different presentations. So they're using them on the overhead or on the Elmo projector. It's not focusing real great, but all of you are saying it's a multi-straight restaurant chain. Perfect. Thank you. And Trisha, thank you. Trisha said there's one in Vegas at the Aria. I'm putting that on my list. I didn't know what the Yardbird was. Yard House, yes. Yardbird, no. Okay. I'm just curious that they're using the Elmo instead of using the computer, but we saw this picture before where it seems that they were having drinks on the beach.
You ever discussed Dan Markel's schedule with her?
No, ma'am.
So the only person you talked about it with at all was Charlie and Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, for the July trip, once the murder was done, did you receive a phone call from Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And were the two men looking to get their money for the murder?
I don't know what my conversation was with Sigfredo, but I did speak to him on the phone.
But you understood that you needed to get the money, right? And pay
Yes.
them.
Yes, ma'am.
That was part of your job,
Yes, ma'am.
part of your role in this whole thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you go to Charlie Adelson's house to get the money on the night of the shooting?
Yes, ma'am. He had contacted me and told me that there was an accident and if he can have dinner with me that night.
Okay. And the accident was a reference to the shooting of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, which was not an accident, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. When you get there,
Counsel,
how is
it wasn't.
Charlie acting?
It was the thing.
He was
With the thing, it was
he
an
was pretty
accident.
frantic, just pacing back and forth, and he had a gun in his hand.
Okay, was that unusual behavior for him?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we don't need frantic energy with
Did he say
weapons.
anything about his parents when you arrived at his house that night?
He told me that his parents just left.
Did you end up staying the night there?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Were you planning on spending the night there?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Okay, originally was your plan to get the money and take it to the two men that killed Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
All right, what happened the next morning?
Well, since that night, since he was like pacing back and forth and he had given me a Xanax, that's why I fell asleep. And
Okay,
that's why
did
I
he
was,
take Xanax as well?
Yes, ma'am, he took one as well.
Did you want a Xanax, or was he just like, we're doing this? Also, Charlie, you just prescribing shit off your license? I got questions. I mean, I got a lot of questions. I got a lot of questions. But you just can't do that. I'm so curious if he was writing prescriptions in her name. I have questions. After we got the mom taking painkillers for anxiety, I have so many questions, but it's to the side of the point because Charlie is in prison for life for murder. So, writing bad prescriptions against the license he's already lost is not really a high priority. But a lot of you have been asking how old Katherine Magbanua is. I don't know. They didn't ask her, but based on a quick noodly Google, it looks like she's around about 40. I know she looks much younger than that to me as well, but she is, well, younger than Charlie Adelson, Wendi Adelson, and me, but she is just right around 40. But yes, I also get that she looks younger than that.
Okay. And the next morning, did something happen with the money?
Yes, ma'am. So I woke up. I was like, I got to get out of here. And he told me that the money is in the trunk of my car.
All right. And was the money in the trunk of your car?
I actually did not check it. I just got my keys and left.
So you believed him that it was there?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you...
James in the chat said, Emily, you haven't listened to the FBI wiretaps? No, I haven't, because they haven't come up in the motions. I've done the motion work on the Adelson case and the jail call between Donna and Charlie that led up to her arrest. That's it. So no, I haven't listened to the wiretaps. We're going to see it, but I haven't listened to the wiretaps because they didn't come up in any of the court motions that we did.
You got to where you were going. Where did you go to deliver the money?
I was trying to contact Sigfredo and had a hard time trying to contact him. And then I eventually ended up in the alleyway of where Louis lived at that time.
At Louis Rivera's residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Garcia show up there when you pulled up there?
Yeah, he just kind of jumped in my car. I didn't know where he came from.
All right. And was he able to get the money?
Yes, I told him that his money was in the trunk of the car.
And he was able to remove it, and you observed him removing it, and the money was there?
Yes, ma'am. He went to the back, grabbed it, and then I saw him. He left.
How did you get your cut of the money?
I don't know if it was later on that night that he came back to my apartment or the following day, and then he put it in the closet.
How was your cut of the money packaged?
It wasn't like a cut. It was just basically...
No. She means your portion. She means your amount. She means your amount of the money. How is your amount of the money packaged? Also, Katie, I'm going to need you to give us all of the details about the musty money. And I need to know about you and Charlie joking about Donna washing the money. I want to know all of it.
Was in a bag, in a plastic bag, grocery bag, and I believe there was like a paper bag and then a Ziploc bag inside it.
All right,
So a
the
Ziploc-
inner thing was a Ziploc bag.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's like a turducken, a Ziploc in a paper bag in a like plastic grocery store bag. Was it Publix? We know it's not Stop and Shop. Was it Publix?
When you opened the Ziploc bag, did you notice that the money was stapled together?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
It was, okay. Did you notice something else unusual about the money?
At that moment, I didn't when I opened it, but a couple of days after the fact, it was wet and starting to mold.
The money itself was damp to the touch?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and did you ever mention that fact to Charlie Adelson?
I'm pretty sure I contacted him and told him why is the money wet.
What do you mean pretty sure? You did or you didn't?
That I did.
Okay, and when you contacted him and said the money's...
Plus, it's in a plastic bag. It can't breathe, right? It's in a plastic bag. It's wet and it's in a plastic bag. Ugh. Also, money is so gross. You make it wet and warm. Of course, it's starting to get disgusting.
Wet, or you just mentioned to him the money's wet. Did he have a response?
Yes, ma'am. He told me.
Go
Told
ahead.
me that that his mom washed the money.
That she physically washed the money?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you got a chunk of cash that day or a couple days later. You're not...
Why in the world would Donna Adelson wash with water paper cash money before putting it in a plastic bag like she's packing lunch to give to Charlie? How did Donna know how much money to put in each bag? 3 people got money. They didn't all get the same amount. Some of you in the chat are like, Emily, I really thought that you were joking the whole time. Secret Star said, no, Emily, I thought you were joking this whole time about the wet money. Yeah, musty money. No, musty money. Damp dollar bills. But also, when we are talking about if Donna Adelson is involved at all, why in the world would Donna wash with water money before it went into plastic bags, 3 different plastic bags, paper bags, and then a shopping bag, so that each person got their money? How would she know how much money? How would she know that the money was needed? How does Donna know about any of this? And why is she worried about the money? Because I bet you when Donna was moving cash from Harvey's pile to Charlie's pile, she didn't wash it. Why would you wash it? If you don't think that money is being used for something nefarious. These are the building blocks that the prosecution is going to argue. What are the actions that show that Donna knows what the fuck is going down? Because she's laundering the money in the literal sense.
Not sure which.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
And Charlie told her, and they laughed about Donna washing it. Donna damp dollars. It's...
Okay, and when you contacted him and said the money's wet, or you just mentioned to him the money's wet, did he have a response?
Yes, ma'am. He told me.
Go
Told
ahead.
me that that his mom washed the money.
That she physically washed the money?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you got a chunk of cash that day or a couple days later. You're not sure which.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you also got these paychecks that we've talked about, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did over the ensuing from the time of the murder up until the time of what we've referred to as the bump. Are you familiar with that law enforcement operation? Okay. In that time frame, did you get some other gifts and things from Charlie?
Between that time?
Yes. Plane tickets, things like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you deny getting...
A lot of you are asking, is she trying to make sure their fingerprints are off of it? I mean, with cash, I don't think I've ever seen anyone in the history of ever actually successfully lift prints off of money, because money is handled by too many people. So I don't think I've ever successfully seen money fingerprinted, ever. I just think Donna was literally trying to launder the money, but maybe we'll never know. But it shows that she's taking actions, and odd ones at that seem to indicate concealment. Jeray in the chat just said soggy. Wait, where'd it go? My chat's moving too fast because there's a bunch of you. Soggy savings. Because with money, everybody's prints are on them. Which is, it's like, I don't know where cash goes. It's recirculating.
Any type of gift or favor from Charlie Adelson other than the cash that you got?
I don't know if like specifically any type of favors. If I was going through, I was having problems with the car that I had purchased from him. So he would get that fixed and he would pay for it.
Okay, and before that he helped with Mazda repairs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
Oh, y'all asking about Donna testifying.
In September after the murder, which
Donna's going to
continued
testify
through May of 2016. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how would you receive the paychecks?
Charlie would give it to me.
All right, and you admit that you weren't doing anything to earn that money?
No, ma'am. I was
other
not.
than contributing to this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and the paychecks, would they come one at a time or multiples at a time?
It would be multiple.
Okay.
Yeah, we could tell. You know how we could tell? The forensic accountant. The forensic accountant is how we could tell. You weren't getting paid pay periods because you weren't getting paid one check every 2 weeks. They were dated 2 weeks apart, but they were stacks of checks. Yeah, we could tell because they were sequential. Because no matter how careful Donna thinks she's being, washing the money, she's handing you sequential checks. Ma'am. But you know what tells on everybody more is how frequently Charlie is calling you. So we'll see. I know all of you are making the wet bandits jokes. I know. 100% the wet bandits. Katie, girl, I mean, I appreciate that once Garcia went down and once she went down at trial, Garcia, and Rivera all got arrested. You know who didn't get arrested? Charlie and Donna. Look, it's about time to be like, you know what? If all of us are sitting in prison, fuck you people, you're sitting in prison too. Yeah, I expect her to tell the truth. There are parts that I think are being downplayed. There's no point to downplay it. At this point, just throw it on in there. Also, yes, a lot of you are asking, couldn't she have just been doing stuff with dental gold? Probably, but they didn't think of it. Let's not give the dentist ideas.
Do you know why the paychecks stopped when they stopped?
At that time, Sigfredo got arrested.
So they got spooked?
Yes.
Who signed the paychecks?
I'm sorry.
They asked to approach. The question was, they got spooked. It's calling for speculation. But they asked to approach, so we'll see. Cash Money Cass in the chat said Breaking Bad cavity check. Look, I'm not here to try to teach people how to crime better. Because you know what happens when people crime better? They're harder to catch. When people crime like this, it still took them quite a while. It took them quite a while to tie everybody together with enough evidence to charge the case. I respect that the prosecution waited. They waited to tie it together before they charged the case. And then they waited and they waited and they waited. They waited with Charlie until they had a lot of speculative stuff on Charlie before they clarified the phone call, the recording of Charlie and Katie at the restaurant. They waited for technology to catch up so that they could clarify it. They wanted to make sure that when they brought this case, it seems to me, that they didn't just have vibes and speculation and some loose connections, but that they had something more tangible. And so they waited. That takes patience, energy, and time. They worked this case. They all got arrested in 2016. They didn't arrest Charlie till what, 2022? That's a tremendous amount of patience and investigators that are still working on a case. They didn't just charge it without the evidence they needed.
May I continue?
Who signed your paychecks from the Adelson Institute?
Donna Adelson.
How many paychecks did you receive?
I can't recall.
Does 44 sound right?
She's like, I don't know.
If we assume 44, how many of them were signed by Donna Adelson?
All of them.
How many were signed by Charlie Adelson?
None.
Did Mr. Adelson, when he handed you the checks, give you any instructions on how they were to be deposited?
Just don't deposit it all at one time. Like,
Space it out.
All right, and did you always follow his directions?
Make it
on
look
the
legit.
Deposits?
not always, no ma'am.
Okay, sometimes you would cash one before the pay period ended, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and we've talked about the bump. Did you meet with Charlie Adelson after the bump?
Yes, ma'am.
Who called that meeting, him or you?
I believe he contacted me.
All right, and did you sit in the car with Mr. Adelson for a few minutes before going into the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you were in the car with him?
Well, I got inside the car. He came outside of my job and basically asked, probably where we're gonna eat. And he turned up the volume in his car and kind of just leaned towards me and was just telling me that, that his mom got approached.
Okay. And did you continue to hear more from him about his mom being approached once you entered the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at the time you did not know that law enforcement was intercepting those conversations, did you?
No, ma'am, I did not.
For everybody new to this case and just tuning in, the bump is the operation by the FBI to try to stimulate some chatter on the recorded phone calls. And boy, was it one of the most successful bump operations I've ever seen. It's just a little bit of a nudge with an undercover FBI agent to Donna. We're going to hear more about it later on. They talked about it in opening statements. But after that nudge to Donna, Donna goes to Charlie. Charlie goes to Katie. Charlie and Katie go to the restaurant. FBI agent is sitting in the restaurant, full Miss Congeniality style, recording the conversation between Charlie and Katie. Unfortunately, the restaurant was awfully fucking loud, and it took them quite a while to clarify that conversation. After that conversation was clarified, Charlie was arrested. After Charlie was convicted, he got on the phone with his mom. She got a one-way ticket to Vietnam, and she got arrested at the airport. So this is more of a nudge operation by an FBI agent. So that's what the bump is. Not the murder, the FBI undercover operation, which I'm sure will be discussed at all levels of law enforcement on how these operations go well. It went so well. I am a little, Emily, you sound like you have reverence. I'm a little in awe of how well this investigation went and how much patience they had. Yes. Yeah, a little bit.
Did you have any concerns that he might be trying to set you up during that meeting?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you feel that did he do anything to make you think he had suspicions that you might be trying to set him up?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those?
Just the way he was going through scenarios in his head. He might have, because he mentioned Tato's name, and he had a piece of paper that he looked at and then kind of talked to me about, but I didn't know what he was looking at.
Who's Tato?
Tato is Luis Rivera.
Okay, so did he say Luis Rivera or he said Tato?
He said Tato.
Okay. And so did that concern you that he knew that name?
Yes, it did. I just thought he was confusing it with Tuto because Tuto is...
Charlie shouldn't know Rivera's street name. Shouldn't know his government name either. Shouldn't know his street name. How does Charlie know Rivera's street name? And who's saying it to him? Not Garcia's name. Rivera's name. She never talked to Charlie about Rivera. He should not know, but that was part of the bump operation.
Sigfredo Garcia's nickname.
Okay. And what the setup was from the law enforcement was that this person was posing as an associate of Luis Rivera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when Charlie tells you this information, are you thinking it could be an associate of Luis Rivera? Maybe Rivera did tell someone, and
Yes.
maybe this is somehow connected to Rivera.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you tell Charlie that?
Did I tell Charlie that?
Narrator. Rivera absolutely fucking did tell someone. And they used Rivera for a few reasons in this operation. Based on what I know about this case, we will see the video at this trial at some point of the bump operation. But they used Rivera because Rivera at this time was in federal custody. We are looking at April 2016. The murder happened in July 2014. Rivera's in federal custody. Charlie doesn't know, based on, I'm sure, law enforcement's wiretaps, law enforcement would have already put together that Charlie knew Katie and Garcia, but wouldn't have had conversations necessarily about Rivera, and they probably didn't come across Charlie talking about Rivera on the wires. So law enforcement is trying to get Charlie and Donna, who are being tapped, to talk about information that they don't already know. Then they know it's coming from the operation. So in the operation, they go to Donna and say, hey, we got an associate on the inside. He needs to be taken care of a little bit. Y'all are taking care of Katie, but you're taking care of Tato, but you need to be taking care of Tuto. We'll see that video. So then after the bump operation, Donna doesn't say, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and Toto's a band. No. Donna goes to Charlie and says, there's a thing about the thing, and the TV is going to be $5K, and they're talking about your ex-girlfriend. Charlie goes immediately to Katherine Magbanua, and then this all happens. So they're now at the restaurant talking about it. Donna knew exactly what the bump operator. Hello, operator. Donna knew exactly what the undercover agent was talking about. Knew exactly what he was talking about. And then Donna goes to Charlie, and then Charlie goes to Katie. And the FBI is tailing them the entire time. And tapping their phones. And it's in this conversation that Charlie said, if they had any evidence on us, we'd already be at the airport. Looks like you miscalculated that one a little bit, Charlie.
Tell Charlie, well, actually, the guy that went with Garcia to kill Dan Markel is Luis Rivera, and he goes by Tato. Did you say anything like that?
No, ma'am. I just told him that Tato was incarcerated, but I never knew at that time that Tato was with Sigfredo, or that he...
Right,
Dude,
but you're
what?
not, I guess, are you giving Charlie Adelson...
She didn't know that Garcia took Rivera with him? Then why'd you go to Rivera's house? No, I don't believe that.
and all the information that you have about this?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you're going to handle it on your side of the conspiracy yourself, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So he's enlisting you to go do something. What is it you're supposed to do?
To contact the phone number?
Phone number on the piece of paper that was handed to his mother.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And figure out who it is and resolve it.
What's going on? He didn't know if it was somebody trying to extort him or try to blackmail him, or he didn't know if it was the FBI.
Okay, and
Who?
he's saying one of two scenarios. One of two scenarios. Are those the two scenarios?
Yes, ma'am.
It's either the FBI or it is actually someone who's gotten some information.
Why does Charlie think the FBI is involved? You're awfully self-important to think that the FBI is involved in your state case. You were correct. You were correct. But he thinks the FBI is involved.
About what we did.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you reviewed the transcript that was prepared of that restaurant recording?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that transcript fair and accurate? Does it accurately transcribe the conversation that was had in there?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew Luis Rivera well, right?
I knew him from Sigfredo, yes, ma'am.
But Sigfredo didn't tell you he took Rivera with him
No, he
to
did
do
not.
the job.
No, ma'am.
And even though it was pretty obvious, you didn't tell Charlie that Garcia was doing the job.
No, yes, ma'am. He didn't know. He didn't know that it was Sigfredo.
Okay.
Interesting. She's saying that Charlie didn't know who was doing the job. Okay.
Charlie never explicitly told you this murder is going to benefit my mother, or this murder is to benefit my sister.
No, ma'am, he did not.
The defense objected to leading. Chantal, this is a great question. Said, didn't the FBI talk to the other brother? They knew. They didn't talk to the other brother until after the arrest of Garcia. All of this is going down before Garcia's arrested. So at this point, that hadn't happened yet. That's happening. That happens later on. I don't necessarily believe that she didn't know that Rivera went, and I don't necessarily believe that Charlie didn't know that Sigfredo was the one doing the job. I'm not buying all that.
Stay and please rephrase your questions.
However, it's better for the prosecutor's case to say, yeah, nobody knew who anybody was involved, but Donna knew when they were asking about an ex-girlfriend and Tatu.
Did Charlie Adelson ever tell you this murder is to benefit my mother?
No, ma'am.
Did Charlie Adelson ever tell you this murder is to benefit my sister?
No, ma'am.
But you knew that, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
He did tell you that his mom was at the house right before you arrived, the night of the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
He did tell you that his mother washed the money.
Yes, ma'am.
Money that was payment for the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak in code on that wire?
On the wiretaps, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Property and tenant, that was code for looking into who was behind the bump, right?
Yes, ma'am. Well, Charlie tends to go on his little rants, and then I kind of just followed, what he was saying.
Yes, but you spoke in code.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understood you were speaking in code because you might be tapped, right?
Yes,
Somebody
ma'am.
might
Charlie
be
was worried
listening.
about it.
Yes, ma'am.
But there would be no reason to speak in code if you hadn't done anything wrong. Will you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Innocent people don't talk in code, do they?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
I'm interested in this cross. I think that was a great way to end the direct examination here. The direct examination is, Charlie didn't expressly say these things, but you knew these things. Charlie didn't expressly say X, Y, and Z, but you knew that this was benefiting Wendi and Donna. Charlie told you that Donna washed the money. Charlie told you that Donna was at his house the night of the murders before you came over to pick up the money for doing the job. Donna was signing your checks at the dental office even though you never worked there. And Donna's writing you out on payroll in stacks of checks, and Charlie's saying, hey, okay, so look at the dates on these and don't deposit them all at once. You got to space them out. And sometimes she's depositing these checks before the payroll period is even done. All right, cross-examination. Cross-examination. This is awkward. Do you think the jury's just like WTF? They haven't had very many sidebars, but I wonder if the jury is starting to be like, okay, it's 3 days in, and y'all are over there having a full conference call before we get to cross. Why are you not doing this the night before? You know what witnesses are being called and when. Also, how does Donna know to drop off the musty money for Katherine to come pick it up? How does Donna know what day this is happening? How does Donna know how much money is needed?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I believe when you started your testimony on direct, Ms. Kappelman asked you about previously lying under
Yes, ma'am.
oath. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And from the first trial with Sigfredo Garcia to a trial with just you, you gave proffers to law enforcement, correct?
Not between those times, but
After that, before Charlie's?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So after you testified in your trial where you've admitted that you lied, you were minimizing what was going on, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you started meeting with law enforcement in the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And gave them a little more information each time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I really think Katie didn't think her trial was going to go down like that. I really think Katie was like, I just moved some money around and just connected some people. I think she was like, nah, it's going to be fine. Ma'am, nope. But yes, Chad, I also wonder if the defense is going to bring up, but weren't you extorting the Adelsons? I'm also very curious.
Each time you became, now what you're saying, a little more truthful?
I'm finally coming out with the truth. Yes, ma'am.
You had testified on direct that you got to Charlie's house and he had indicated that his parents had just left.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that he was nervous and upset, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you all both took Xanax.
Well, he gave it to me. Yes, ma'am.
But you said you took one, right?
Of course. Yes, ma'am.
And he took one, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you two went to bed together.
Katherine didn't seem all that stressed out. Katherine's not stressed out. Katherine shows up and is like, hey, Charlie, baby, you got my money. Where's my money? Charlie. Like, she didn't seem stressed out. Charlie's stressed the fuck out. And rolling around his house with a gun and is like, I'm getting a Xanax. You're getting a Xanax. Everybody's going to bed. But she didn't seem stressed to me. Charlie was stressed. Donna was stressed. Katherine was like,
Together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sonia F in the chat asked, is this the first time I'm watching this case? Yeah, I didn't watch Charlie's case. I covered the pretrial motions and Donna's arrest, but I didn't watch Charlie's case. I might have to go back and we might have to go do that in hindsight. But no, I didn't. It was conflicting. It was probably conflicting with Reed, honestly. There was a timing reason why I didn't. So.
So what you're telling the jury is you met Charlie Adelson and started a dating relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You weren't exclusive at that time, were you?
No, ma'am.
How'd y'all
Charlie
meet?
dated a lot of women, didn't he?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh, she didn't like that.
And
She didn't like that at all.
He tells you that he wants something to happen to someone, right?
She didn't
He
like
wants
that at
someone to be
all.
harmed.
Yes.
See her flinch?
And he asks you if you know anybody that could take care of that for him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so then you contact Sigfredo Garcia, who's the father of your children, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you and he are having a rocky relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you engage Sigfredo Garcia to be the one who causes whatever harm it's going to be to Danny Markel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you do that, you know who Luis Rivera is, right?
Do I know? Yes, I know.
At that time, you knew who he was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But is it your testimony you did not know that he was going to be involved with this as well?
Yes, I did not know that he was going to be with him. Let alone, I didn't know that Sigfredo was even going to be the one.
Well, I'm sorry, you hired someone other?
Ma'am, Sigfredo could have gotten a subcontractor. I mean, she asked Sigfredo to do a job. Sigfredo might have been like, you know what? I got a guy. Let me take a middleman cut of that and let me ask somebody else to go do it. She's like, I asked Sigfredo. He said he'd handle it. She's like, I didn't know if he was going to go do it. I didn't know if he was going to subcontract the hit. I didn't want to know. Why? Deniability. Don't tell me who's doing what. Don't tell me. She didn't. She's like, I don't want to know. I don't want to know who's doing what. I need to give you the cash. I'm going to give you the cash. You take care of it. She doesn't want to know. Sigfredo, can you get this handled? I got it handled. Great. I don't give a fuck how you do it. I don't need to know the details. The less details you know, the better. So no, she doesn't want to know. Also, the less people who know things, the less they can tell the cops. So yeah, 100%. I 100% believe her. So you tap the point person, they just go handle it.
Than Sigfredo to do?
No, I didn't know that I just gave him, I told him that somebody, needed to be harmed. I didn't know that he was going to be the one.
Okay, and how much money did you tell him he could make?
I didn't tell him an amount.
So you testified before that you knew Sigfredo needed some money and you could certainly use some money, so that's why you agreed to do this.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you were going to agree to have somebody killed and you didn't even know how much you were going to get paid?
No, I did not know.
Okay, so now we know Sigfredo and Luis Rivera came to Tallahassee, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's Charlie's asked you, you've asked Sigfredo, unbeknownst to you apparently, he has asked Luis Rivera to go.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we know that Luis Rivera...
I don't believe for a second she didn't know how much money was involved. She might have known it was a $100,000 hit and she didn't know how it was going to be divided up, but I don't think she didn't know how much money was involved. No. There is no way Sigfredo and Garcia are agreeing to go way the fuck up to Tallahassee, rent a car in their own names, and do this hit without having some kind of idea of how much money is involved. Not a chance.
Sigfredo Garcia traveled to Tallahassee on more than one occasion, but ultimately they follow and track down Danny Markel, and when he pulls into his garage, Sigfredo Garcia gets out and shoots him in the head and kills him, right?
From what it shows in my trial, yes, ma'am.
I don't think she has personal knowledge.
Then,
the prosecution didn't object to lacks personal knowledge because she does not have knowledge of what they did. It would be hearsay. However, she was, that's right. She was at trial with Garcia. They were co-defendants. So she saw all the evidence about what he did in the murder during their trial together. So, I mean, it's still not personal knowledge, but the prosecutor is not going to object. So she learned at her trial what Garcia did because they were co-defendants.
they come back to South Florida, Sigfredo and Luis Rivera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you go to Charlie's house, you pass out with the Xanax, you get up the next morning, and he says there's money in the trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, you're claiming you didn't know how much money it was.
Yeah, I did not know how
And
much.
as of then, you still hadn't discussed any dollar value for having someone killed.
No, ma'am, that was probably on the paper that I had handed to Sigfredo, the one that he got out of my diaper bag.
Okay, I don't want you to speculate because you don't know, do you?
No, I never opened the envelope.
But your testimony is you arranged a homicide and didn't even know what the pay was going to be.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
She just
So
trusted
the
Charlie
next
was gonna pay
morning,
good?
Charlie says the money's in your trunk and you get up and leave, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you go to Sigfredo, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he knows you're going to be bringing him money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he hops in your car and you tell him you got the money.
Yes, ma'am.
And so your testimony is then he goes into your trunk
Yes, ma'am.
and he takes the bag out of the diaper bag.
No, it was not a diaper bag. It was the plastic bag that Charlie put in my
The
trunk.
Stop and Shop bag. I'm
The
sorry.
money was inside your diaper bag.
No, the money wasn't in her diaper bag. She said the money was in a grocery bag, in a paper bag, in a Ziploc bag in her trunk. She did not say it was in her diaper bag. She also didn't say it was in a Stop and Shop bag.
That is what you testified to before.
No, ma'am, I did not.
Oh, where'd you put it?
In the
The
trunk.
money
Yeah.
was in the trunk of my car.
Okay. All right. I must have misunderstood your testimony. I thought you said it was in the
The
diaper bag.
envelope was inside the diaper bag.
Envelope was inside the diaper bag.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's what you delivered to Sigfredo.
Yes.
That's the envelope that Sigfredo picked up from my apartment. Yes, ma'am.
That Charlie had given to you.
Yes.
That you say you didn't know what the contents were.
Yes.
Okay, so moving forward, now Danny has been killed, and Sigfredo gets in your trunk and gets the bag, right?
It gets the money. Yes, ma'am.
Well, it's in a bag or not?
Yes, in the plastic bag.
Okay, ma'am, don't get snippy with the witness, counsel. You know what? Because A, you disrespected Rivera, first of all. Second of all, now you're like, ugh, you got the bag? You've just confused the diaper bag for the grocery bag with the money. So of course this witness is like, what bag? You're the one confusing the witness and you're gonna get snappy with her? She's not the one being confusing at this point. It's not on the witness. The witness has been clear. You're the one who's getting it twisted. And this witness is 100% just like, no. What? The money. Wasn't the money in it? Counsel. This is not the way.
Okay, all right, so he gets the bag, and at this point you say you haven't
That's
even
my
seen the
phone.
money.
Yes, ma'am, I did not.
Okay, and then a day or two later, he comes back to you and gives you, I guess, what is going to be your share, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this point, you still don't know Luis Rivera's involved?
At that point, no, ma'am.
You still didn't know?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So
Counsel
you
doesn't
said
believe her.
that Mr. Garcia puts the money into your closet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And a few days later, you actually go into the closet?
I don't know if it was the same day that, that he put the money there, but a couple of days later when I had opened the bag, that's when I felt the moisture of the money.
The moist money.
You didn't touch the money the first day?
I don't recall if I did or if I didn't.
Okay. So I'm talking about the first day that Charlie gives it to you. You didn't touch it that
Oh,
day?
no, I did not.
Okay, and you didn't touch it the next day?
Well, Charlie didn't give it to her. To be fair, Charlie put it in her trunk. And then the next day she delivers it to the people that need to get paid. And she had her cut still in the trunk. I mean, I don't know if your client put little Post-it notes on them. So they knew whose money was who. So they got the right one out of the trunk, like she was packing their lunch. But somehow they all got the right bags of money. And your client packaged up the wet money. And now you're just like, I agree with counsel, though. So you didn't know that Garcia was the one? I mean, I don't know. Maybe she didn't. But she didn't touch the money the first night. She took a Xanax and went to sleep. Counsel. I am streaming and reading the chat, and I still heard what she said.
That's when you gave it to Sigfredo?
Yes, because he just grabbed it from the trunk of my car.
Okay, and a couple of days later, he brings you your share and puts it in your closet?
A day or two. It might have been the same day or the day after. He put it in the closet.
Oh, it wasn't apportioned. Sigfredo took all the money and then gave everybody their bit, it sounds like. Interesting. I'm going to back that up real quick. because I thought it was all separated out. So I'm curious to hear this part.
Okay, and you didn't touch it this next day. That's when you gave it to Sigfredo.
Yes, because he just grabbed it from the trunk of my car.
Okay, and a couple of days later, he brings you your share and puts it in your closet.
A day or two. It might have been the same day or the day after. He put it in the closet.
And then at some point, you open the bag.
Yes, ma'am.
And inside the bag, you find, I mean, it's not very thick, but you find stacks of money that's stapled together, correct?
What's not very thick?
10 $1 bill or 10 $100 bills stapled together. That's not very thick, is it?
Well, ma'am, it was $30,000, not 1,000. So yeah, $30,000 is kind of a thick stack of cash, I would think. Not 3,000, ma'am? Did you think she got $3,000? Did you think, like, itty bitty little money stacks? What? Well, $1,000. It was $30,000. $1,000 isn't very thick, is it? What is happening? I am so lost in this cross-examination right now.
Find, I mean, it's not very thick, but you find stacks of money that's stapled together, correct?
What's not very thick?
10 $1 bill or 10 $100 bills stapled together. That's not very thick, is it?
It was just in stacks of whatever amount it was. I didn't count it.
It was stapled together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So how much did you get for arranging Danny Markell to be killed from Charlie's request to passing out on to Sigfredo Garcia? How much money did you get?
I never counted how much money was even in the bag.
As you sit here today, you're telling this jury you never know what your cut was. You
No,
can't
ma'am.
tell them.
No, ma'am, I never counted it.
You spent some of it, didn't you?
I believe so, through
And you
time,
depo-
yes.
And you deposited some of it into your bank account,
Yes, ma'am.
but you don't know how much yours was.
No, ma'am.
But you do admit that Charlie gave you a check after that from Adelson Institute, right? He gave you payroll checks from
Yes,
Adelson
ma'am.
Institute, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie gave those to you.
No, it was, well, Charlie handed me the checks, yes, ma'am.
Exactly.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And
Counsel's gone 0 to 10 on this witness, and this witness hasn't yet earned a 10 out of 10, because counsel's questions are confusing. This witness, there are parts of this witness's story that seem like they are still being downplayed. There are parts of it that ring fairly true, but counsel's questions are confusing, and then she's mad at the witness for not answering clearly when she asked the bad question. The witness isn't fighting with her either. The witness is just like, I'm not quite sure what you mean. Like, what wasn't thick? No, a stack of like $30,000 was thick. Like, what? And no, Charlie didn't give her a check. Charlie gave her checks. Of course the witness is confused.
you testified that you met Ms. Donna Adelson on one occasion, right?
From what I recall, yes, from the dental office when I went to get work done.
She greeted you when you came for your appointment, basically.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you had your appointment and you paid for the services, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there's been testimony that Charlie, after that date, sorry?
I'm surprised that the judge didn't just yell at somebody, because it sounded like there was some kind of digital noise in the courtroom and everybody turned around and the judge did not yell at anybody yet. Let's see if he does.
That Charlie, after that date, gave you other benefits, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, you and he weren't together anymore, correct?
After
the homicide.
No, we were not together, but we were still friendly with each other. We were still...
You're friends, but you went back to Sigfredo, right?
There was a time where I was between Sigfredo and still intimate with Charlie as well.
Besides the one time you had that dental appointment and you saw Mrs. Adelson, you met her, Donna Adelson.
Yes, ma'am.
After that, you never talked to her again, did you?
Not that I can recall. I don't think I've
You didn't speak on the phone to each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't text each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't email each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't have any other communication of any kind?
No, ma'am.
You didn't meet with her in person?
There's only a time that I saw her, but I didn't meet with her.
Right, exactly. And when you're having these discussions with Charlie Adelson, I'm talking about you and your knowledge. When you're having these discussions with Charlie and then having discussions with Sigfredo, she's not involved in those conversations with you, is she?
No, ma'am, she's not.
Counsel is trying to distance Donna from all of this, but I think the prosecution
Just a moment.
has done a really good job of showing how everybody's kind of doing their own little thing. And I think the analogy of different train cars makes a lot of sense because she's saying, look, Donna was talking to Charlie. Charlie was talking to Katie. Katie was talking to Garcia. Garcia was talking to Rivera. Wendi was talking to Charlie. Wendi was talking to Donna. But Wendi wasn't talking to Katie about this. So it's showing that they're all doing their little piece and it's just a game of telephone. And so, look, you didn't talk to Donna? Okay, no. But Donna was talking to Charlie and Donna would step out of the room. Donna brought the money over to the house. Donna signed the checks. So it doesn't really matter if they talked. So, and Donna's the one who the undercover contacted to kind of push the dominoes down. And Donna absolutely started a chain of events that led to everybody getting arrested after that undercover operation. Donna's the one who tipped that chain of events, if we look at it like dominoes. So, a couple great questions in the chat and great comments. Lisa H. said, EDB, she got 130,000, not 30,000. It's my understanding that the cash after the murder was either 25,000 or 30,000. She got more money over time after the murder, but right after the murder, the part that was broken off for her out of that like $100,000 was around 25, 30,000, according to Rivera. I think I imagine we'll hear more from Garcia. Cleopatra said, I don't understand how she stapled them though. They were stapled into groups of 1,000. So 10 hundreds stapled into a group of 1,000. So each stack of 1,000 was stapled, not groups of 10,000 stapled together. Hopefully that helps. Let's see. Let's see if there's any redirect on that. I don't know if the cross didn't really
Motion states 55.
do much, but there's not a lot the defense can do with this witness, right? You lied before. You didn't talk to Donna. All right.
Donna did not have any conversations with you, did she?
No, ma'am.
There's no line here, right?
No, ma'am.
Donna had conversations with Charlie.
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie,
object. She wasn't participating in those conversations.
She knows.
Ruled, I believe, the witness earlier testified.
She did, Your Honor.
Concerning this very issue. You may continue your examination.
Donna had conversations with Charlie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie had conversations with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie was the go-between between you and Donna, wasn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
The same way you were the go-between between Charlie and Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Choo choo.
Your step down. Will the witness be recalled? You remain under the subpoena, Ms. Magbanua. I believe you stated Sergeant Corbett is going to need to set up before
That
we
was
get started.
fast, actually.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a break before the next witness.
Again, the prosecution has used demonstrative wells. I'm going to turn the volume down in court as everybody's getting up and the jury's taking a bit of a break. The prosecution used that analogy of different train cars and they're all staying in order, but they're not jumping over the one in front of them. Everything's staying in its own little group It's a good analogy. And at the end there, the prosecutor, I thought, was very effective using the printout of the slide that she's going to use at closing, that she used at opening. Donna talked to Charlie. Charlie talked to you talked to Garcia. That's how that works.
If anyone needs to use the restroom or stretch your legs, please do so now.
The defense attorney being rude to some of these witnesses, I don't think is going to help her. Look, I honestly think you didn't interact with Donna, right? You didn't ever talk to Donna. Donna doesn't know. Just confusing them makes it look like you're trying to hide something to me. All right. We are a bit behind court time, so we get to zoom this break. I know court said they were going to 5:30 today, so we should be getting there pretty quickly. Let's see. All of the platform has been having issues today because there have been some YouTubey things today. I know you guys have hit some of that too. Let's see if we can zoom past this break effectively. Looks like we are back. Sim asked, is the third attorney? I think that's the defense paralegal. But yes, the defense paralegal is also
And I spoke, and I'll move a summary into evidence.
keeping Donna in the loop.
Sergeant Corbett, and I'll say, subject to the court's ruling. And then that way, we can make sure that everything that is in the summary tomorrow or that goes into evidence is subject to the court's ruling, as opposed to having to do that this minute. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Thank you.
That is the conversation Ms. June and I had, and I agree with that. It makes sense time-wise.
Please bring in the jurors.
Okay. What they talked about earlier, I'm going to put this down a little while the jurors come in. What they talked about earlier was one slide that had changed, and that's going to be a summary exhibit. They're going to deal with that either later today or tomorrow because that's not going to be admitted. So she's going to start laying foundation for it, subject to the court's ruling. Look, the prosecution is working with the defense. They are trying to keep things moving along, even when they're frustrated. So they are really trying to keep it moving along. So that's what they are doing. I'm going to zoom just a little bit. And they are waiting for the jury to come in.
State, please call your next witness.
State Hall Sergeant Chris Corbett.
Y'all are asking me what notes is Harvey taking. I don't know. I think he's got a hash tally of every time his name is mentioned. Maybe Charlie's just taking notes of every time they'd mention him.
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you, sir.
Please speak loudly and clearly. You may examine when you're ready.
Hello, Special Agent. You look like you were cast from a movie about cops. I'm just everything. The hair, the shield, the glasses, the expression. I'm here for all of it. Let's go, Sergeant Corbett. Let's
Will you introduce yourself to the jury
video.
and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Certainly. Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Corbett, and that's Corbitt, and I'm a sergeant with the City of Tallahassee Police Department.
And how
Yes,
long have
sir.
you worked with TPD?
29 years and 11 months.
Not
Now,
that you're counting.
What unit are you in at TPD?
Not that you're counting at 11 months.
I currently supervise the Technical Operations Unit.
Can you tell me a little bit about your training and experience in order to supervise the Technical Operations Unit?
Certainly. I have just under 2,000 hours of general technical training, which would cover sort of all realms of law enforcement technology, camera installations, audio, video monitoring, forensics, all kinds of, again, all the ways that we use technology to assist in criminal investigations. I have just over 1,000 hours of that is dedicated to communication record analysis or cell phone analysis. And that includes the obtaining, analysis, mapping, all the things that we do with communication records specifically to assist in criminal investigations.
Okay, and have you also taught in the field of digital forensics?
I do. I teach communication record analysis to law enforcement officers, other law enforcement agencies, prosecutors associations, other groups. Yes.
And how long have you been?
Also, just so we go vis-a-vis other cases that we've watched, do you see how smoothly they're moving through background training and experience? Where you sitting there might be sitting there going, oh, I'm actually interested in what you know. But they didn't ask him about his training in the academy. Why? Because he has so much experience. They're like, how many hours do you have? What do you do? And he's just explaining to the jury, this is what I do. This is what I've learned. This is what I know. So quickly through the background training and experience without going over details that aren't needed. It's such a smoother experience for the jury, for the witness, and I think for the prosecutor. Tell us about the cool shit that you do. I mean, without saying it that way.
Supervisor of that unit.
Since 2012.
How many hours of specialized training in historical communication records analysis do you have?
Just over 1,000.
And
Wow.
what is historical communication record analysis?
Communication or historical communication record analysis would be kind of a general term for the use of communication records. And when I talk about communication records, I mean primarily cell phone records, records that we get from the carriers. They may be forensic records or reports that we get when we're able to do a forensic analysis of a phone, when we have the actual device and can download data. But we take all that information and we analyze it really in whatever way the investigator or the investigation needs. Oftentimes that's location analysis. We're trying to put handsets, are they consistent or could they have been at the scene of a crime? Could they have been somewhere else? Where might other evidence be? So a lot of that work has to do with the locations of the handsets. Sometimes it's communications, who communicated with who, when, how often, those kind of things to help establish relationships. There's really a number of ways that we can use those records and the analysis of those records, again, to assist in the criminal investigations.
And have you ever testified in court in the field of historical communication records analysis where you've given an expert opinion?
I have, yes.
About how many times?
123.
And those are all my questions as to his qualifications, Judge.
Defense wish to voir dire the witness.
There you are.
Witness is an experty expert.
To his ability to provide.
Dr. B was also surprised that the Institute had one doctor. Also, he was like, wow, he had his dental assistant for 40 years? I know. We had to talk dental for just a second. But yeah, dude's the most experty expert to ever expert. It's nice to see competent experts that are like, yeah, this is what I do.
Opinion in the field of historical communication record analysis.
There you are.
Members of the jury, while this witness testifies today, he will be permitted to provide you with an opinion in the area of historical communication record analysis.
I got to turn my fan on. It is hot in my office right now.
So in your position at TPD, you mentioned that part of your everyday duties is going to be pulling cell phone records from cell phone companies. Is that right?
That's correct.
And are those records called call detail records?
That's sort of a general term that we give to a broad range of records. Call detail records, we generally talk about specific call logs, and maybe voice or text. We have other types of reports, subscriber information, other types of location reports that are more specific, but generally, yes, we call that whole group of records call detail records.
Are those types of records ones that are kept in the normal course of business of phone companies?
They are, yes.
And are they kept by an automated system that would have knowledge of those or of those calls and text communications?
Yes.
She's laying a business records foundation.
The records?
I am, yes.
And in this case, did you review phone records for State's Exhibit 91, call detail records of Luis Rivera, 92, call detail records of Sigfredo Garcia, 93, call detail records of Wendi Adelson, 94, call detail records of Donna Adelson. 95, Charlie Adelson's call detail records. 96, Harvey Adelson's call detail records. And 97, Katherine Magbanua's call detail records. And finally, 98, Dan Markel's call detail records.
Yes.
Okay. And did all those call detail records
That's a
come with a
lot of
certification
evidence.
from each phone carrier certifying that those are authentic records of that carrier?
They did, yes.
Just 1 second.
It's a lot of records.
I'm going to show you States 55, which is already in evidence. I got to turn you off and turn you back on here. Actually, I'll just show it to you so you can remain.
He was like, thanks.
Looking at States 55.
I'll just show it to you.
This is our chart.
Yes.
Okay, here. You see some phone numbers below.
The chart has the photos, the names, and the phone numbers. So they are now going to start tying everybody together by whose numbers go to whom.
Each person's face and name.
Yes.
Okay. Have you been able to review a chart like that before?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at those numbers, are those the numbers for each person that correspond with the call detail records that you reviewed for each person and you're going to be testifying about in your testimony?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you.
Fred, you scared me. Hi. For those of you that are new Lawnards, Fred is one of our 2 cats. He just came wandering in this afternoon.
At this time, Your Honor, I would move into evidence States Exhibit 91 through 98, the certified business records.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
And they're all
States
certified,
91
so that's not
through 98 are-
hard foundation to
Thank you.
lay.
In addition to all of those call detail records we just went through, did you also review traffic tickets that were received in the summer of 2014 by Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera?
I did, yes.
Did you also review car rental agreements, 2 from Comfort Rental in Miami and 1 from Save Gas Rental in Miami?
I did,
Leave the
yes.
microphone alone.
Did you also review surveillance video from Premier Gym, as well as from Spirion, which is a GPS company that is the company that has the GPSs on the rental cars?
Yes, to be clear, the Premier was video, the GPS was latitude, longitude coordinates.
Thank you. Sorry about that. And did you base your opinions in this case? Oh, and did you also receive, in addition to all those things, Celebrates and returns from subpoenas from email addresses as well?
Yes, so there were forensic analysis conducted of several handsets and yes, an iCloud or multiple iCloud accounts.
Okay, that gave you access to emails as well?
And a separate actual email legal demand returns.
Okay. Did you base your opinions in this case on all of those records that we just discussed?
You can't
Yes.
you can't chew the cables, buddy. Hey.
Now, are
Leave the soundboard alone.
many of those records voluminous? I'm talking hundreds, even thousands of pages.
Yes, they are.
Did you prepare, instead of having to go
Summary
through
exhibit?
each page for the jury during this presentation, did you prepare a summary in order to show the jury what the phone company's records say in correlation with the other evidence in this case about the subjects in this case, phone activity and locations?
Yes.
She just very clearly laid the groundwork for being able to use a summary exhibit. For all of you who have done the legal things, you would have seen it, but it was just as, for the rest of you, it doesn't feel like she's slogging through laying a foundation for a thing. She just set out the elements for using a summary exhibit. So when things are voluminous, you can summarize it down and they're based on the underlying evidence, but you're allowed to then kind of cull it down and make it easier for the jury. That can't be done in every situation. There has to be groundwork laid for it, hence the foundation, and that's what they're doing. But she did it so smoothly. I really appreciate it. It was just like, here are the elements. Let us go.
And will you be relying on that summary for your testimony here today?
I will, yes.
I keep putting Fred on that side of the desk to the window.
Quickly,
to the walls. I keep putting Fred on that side of the desk to the window, and Fred keeps walking around behind my computer to the other side of the desk to come back this way. So I keep taking him this way, and he keeps coming back that way, which is why Fred is like the never-ending floof. And yes, he is a healthy-sized ginger kitty. All right, let's continue.
Also in the summary, are there excerpts from Celebrites?
I know.
Yes.
What is a Celebrite?
Well, a Celebrite has come to mean many things. When we do forensic examinations of computers or phones, we use a variety of different forensic tools. One of the more common ones that we use is a product from Celebrite, and often the most common report format. So once we do that forensic analysis, then it generates a report for us that allows us to visualize all of that information, location information, text message content, emails. And so that report is generally called a Celebrate report.
Okay. And Judge, at this time, I would move State's Exhibit 73, which is going to be, or which is the summary of all of these records
Fred is
that Sergeant Corbett has put together and he'll be testifying to today. A summary that will go into evidence with the jury, subject to the court's ruling.
Fred floofed on my microphone.
Any objection?
Subject to the court's ruling.
73 is admitted. You may continue.
Okay. Now, did you also
Fred's ready for
create
chaos.
a PowerPoint of this summary to use on the projector here in court during your testimony?
Yes, actually, that's a representation of the PowerPoint.
Okay. And some of the items
We love a PowerPoint.
that are in the PowerPoint that are already in evidence, emails and that sort of thing, they won't be in the summary, but we will go over those in your PowerPoint,
Hi,
correct?
what do we need?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. All right. Judge, at this time, I'd ask for permission for Sergeant Corbett to use his PowerPoint to show a demonstrative of the summary exhibit.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Oh yes, the orange cat is not going to do anything until he gets the attention he desires.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You'll need to unmute it.
Okay.
He's like, counsel, your microphone. You need to unmute it. It's time to get the desk standing. It's just time to work towards the end of the day.
All right, so you told us what call detail records from phone companies are. Can you tell us, or can you show us an example of what they look like and show us what's contained in them?
I'm so covered in cat hair.
So this is an example of call detail records from AT&T. And again, when we talk about call detail records, we're talking about this chronological listing of events. And those events may be voice calls, text messages, data sessions. And that varies a little bit by...
What chaos is happening in court? My cat's causing chaos in my office, but I don't know what chaos is happening in court. It sounded like somebody dropped a binder.
Carrier as to what exactly they retain and provide for us in the call detail records return.
So that's just kind of a look at the raw data, if you will, from AT&T call records log.
But the call detail records have a few basic sections. Obviously, there's a place that tells us the date and time of this
time
event.
to move the desk.
And oftentimes, those may be in other time zones. So we have to do a conversion to our local time to make sure that we're talking about the accurate time for that event. But that's one basic section. The other section tells us the phone numbers. So obviously, we have the target number or the number for which the records were obtained. And then we have the other numbers that number is communicating with. So here we see, again, the phone numbers being communicated with. If it's voice calls, we see a duration or how long that phone call lasted. And we can tell sort of if these are incoming or outgoing calls based on which phone number is doing the originating or terminating. So from this section of the records, we look at, again, calling patterns, calling frequencies, those things. There's a few other pieces of information there, but the other one that we frequently look at is here, which is the location information. And for these particular records, they provide us both a numerical identifier.
Oh, Mary made a great point in the chat. Mary said this testimony is hard at the end of the day. Hope the jurors are awake. Actually, yes, Mary, I agree with you. And I'm going to say this actually I really like as a strategy, because today they're going to lay the foundation and explain everything. And I imagine tomorrow they are going to get into the summary exhibits and like the actual information. So they're going to do like the stuff they have to get out of the way today. And then tomorrow, I imagine they'll start fresh. I don't think they're going to finish this witness today. So the jurors can just be like, okay, so there's call records. But those who are interested can see how to read it down the road if they want to. So, but I appreciate the way he explains. And I like I like the illustrations on the chart. I dig it.
For the location of that cell site. And they also provide a latitude and longitude. And again, this is the location of the cell site or cell tower that the handset was communicating with for that particular event. This is not a location for the phone, but again, rather the tower that it's communicating with.
And can you quickly kind of explain more about how you determine a location from that information to be able to know what the location is of a cell phone at a certain time?
Sure. So very simply, we'll take the location of the cell site and we will plot that on a map. And in this presentation, we will see several locations for handsets, and they may be represented by a colored dot, as you see here, a blue dot. And so that dot represents a location of the cell site or the cell tower for that example event that we were looking at. And sometimes just knowing where the cell site is itself is sufficient. We know that
I love this map.
A handset chooses to communicate with the cell site that it sees with the best available signal. And that's usually the one that it's closest to, although there are numbers of factors that affect what cell tower or cell site a handset might choose to communicate with. So sometimes just knowing where the cell tower is enough. But we also know that most of our cell sites are broken down into multiple sides or sectors. It means they have antennas that are facing different directions. And the cell carrier, the company, most often provides us not only with the location of the cell site, but also the side or the sector that the handset was communicating with. So here we would generally expect that one sector covers about halfway to the next sector. You can see some dashed lines that are drawn here. And that would be the approximate transition areas
Which slice of the
around
pie?
the cell site. So in theory, if you were to get in your car and drive circles around a cell site, you would transition from sector to sector as you went round and round. And from that, again, we would expect certain
You spin me right round, baby, right round. Also, I had forgotten that there are roundabouts in Massachusetts that actually refer to themselves as rotaries, which I love. But yes, if you were roundabouting, you might be on different sides of the tower depending on what you're doing with your phone.
Locations relative to certain sectors to be serviced by that part of the cell site, which we can kind of see here. When we display those or we see those,
a lot of you are
here. This
enjoying the
particular cell
testimony
site or sector that was used for this event was at 215 degrees. And that's the cardinal direction, like 360 degrees. So this is at 215, a little past due south, a little to the west. And you can see that that is illustrated here by the large blue arrow. So when we're representing a cell site and sector that the handset was using, we will use a large colored arrow so we know that's the particular sector that was being communicated with. And when we do our analysis, again, we understand that that sector goes approximately halfway around to the other sectors. And so when we do our location analysis, we would include or exclude certain locations. And we would say that locations that are in close proximity and on the right side of the cell site and sector are possible locations for the handset, and then other locations might not be.
Can you say exactly or precisely where on this map a certain cell phone is?
No.
Okay, but you would be able to tell us what cell site that cell phone is communicating with if it has location data, and the sector of the cell site, the particular sector that it's communicating with.
Yes, so one of the basic things is we can only make a determination about where a handset was when we have a record or an event.
Right.
And while different
phone's
companies
off,
and different
you don't know.
Handsets and different technologies create different amounts of records, we can only, again, make a determination when we have a record. And then, yes, we will know the location of that cell site, the orientation of the sector in most cases. And historical location analysis is about inclusion and exclusion. And we look at a location and we say, yes, this address is included in the service area, based on our opinion, is included in the
excluded.
service area of this particular cell site and sector, or no, a handset at the location you gave me would not be serviced by this particular cell site and sector. So we include and exclude locations. We do not say exactly where a handset was.
Because you can't know
Your
exactly
way
where it
of
is.
saying that, you say whether
The visual aids in this trial have been excellent. I understand that the prosecuting team has now had 4 trials to perfect their demonstratives, but their demonstratives are great. I think it's fantastic. It's incredibly helpful, and it depends on any given juror's learning style, but sitting in a courtroom all day is not easy for anyone. And so having something to keep people engaged and be able to more easily understand the information that's being explained is fantastic. It is very hard to sit and listen to, well, this side of a tower, that side of a tower. This makes it very interesting. Oh, it makes sense. If the phone's connecting to the blue arrow, then the houses in blue could be included. The houses in red would be excluded because it's on the other side. Fantastic. Just really well done. I appreciate it.
whether a certain location is consistent or inconsistent.
Yes.
Okay. And do you sometimes get records with no location data at certain times?
That is correct, yes.
You mentioned Cellbrights. How do you extract data, or how does a Cellbright that you've extracted from a cell phone, how does it look different in the actual Cellbright report versus what we're going to see in your presentation?
So this is, and I'm on slide 11 here, this is an example of a page from a Cellbright forensic analysis report. And so when we're able to select a variety of different information from within the Cellbright report and create smaller reports or sort of export.
This looks like to me it's from Charlie Adelson's phone because Donna Adelson's phone number is saved as mom and the owner phone is saved as Charlie Adelson owner. Y'all are familiar with what these look like on the Cellbright reports. So that's just an example of a page on a Cellbright report.
Different pieces of data, text messages, call logs. And we can see in the actual forensic report, there is a lot of information that is contained. They try to make it appear like a conversation we're kind of all familiar with the bubbles going back and forth. But there is a lot of information that's contained in there. They are very technical and very detailed reports. So when we represent those in the presentation, to make it easier to read the actual content, we may do something more like this. So we will provide.
Sir, I mean, I am married, but this is some sexy shit that's happening in this trial right now. I mean, I might start to blush. This PowerPoint with the faces, come on. It's so good. It's so good. And you know the defense knew this was coming because the defense attorney's been like, I'm just a simple country lawyer. However, that might work for Katherine Magbanua's attorney. That might work for some of the other attorneys. But when it comes to Donna, Musty Money Adelson, I think the jury's going to sit there and be like, this is not a defendant who doesn't have the money to hire an attorney. Sometimes the state having the resources to do this can play against them. That's not going to happen with a wealthy defendant. It's why they're trying to downplay Donna having money. They're trying to, she's just like us. Okay, she's just like the average juror. Sure, they're taking $25K in cash out of one safe and moving it to another safe. They're trying. but it's not going to work because it can feel overwhelming depending on who the defendant is. That's not going to be the case here. I just want to watch it happen again. We're gonna watch it happen again. So they take the extraction report and make the presentation readable.
When we represent those in the presentation, to make it easier to read the actual content, we may do something more like this. So we will provide a visual indicator of who is issuing that communication, who sent that text message, and then we will focus on the content of that. But again, it's taken from that forensic report, just put into this format so it's a little easier for us to follow.
Also, notice the quote they picked. They're not just demonstrating it with any quote. Right? Donna, horrible evening for your sister and for us. Dad finally had to walk outside to lower his blood pressure. Just awful. I can't even explain. What date is that from? October 13th, 2013. Isn't that right around the day that Wendi was signing for her house? Because Wendi was signing for her house right around that period of time in October, and then pulled out of the contract when Charlie spoke to Magbanua on Halloween 2013. And then he said, I bet, let's talk this week. So other than Wendi signing to buy a house, what else happened?
Can you walk us through Dan Markel's location on the morning that he was murdered?
Yes. So we do know, and I'm on slide 14 now, we do know that the morning of the homicide, he was at home, his residence on Trescott Drive. He did drop his children off at Curative Preschool. He went to Premier Health and Fitness and then returned to his home on Trescott Drive.
And did TPD believe that whoever shot Dan Markel was at these same locations that he was at that morning?
We did believe that him being under surveillance was a definite possibility.
Okay. And was there a Prius that was identified based on surveillance images following him that morning?
There was, from the Premier Health and Fitness.
Okay. How did TPD try to identify who was in the Prius from the phone records perspective?
So one of the first things that we did is what we call a tower dump. And that is just a request of the carriers to provide us all of the transactions that occurred through cell sites that may service a particular location for a very particular or specific time frame. So if we know that Mr. Markel was around his house at a certain time, then we can request all the phones that were around his house. And if we know he was at Curative Preschool at a certain time, then we could request all of the cell phones that may be in the area of Curative Preschool at the same time he was.
Right.
Same for Premier Health and Fitness.
Right.
And then we would hope that the only cell phones that would be in those exact locations at those exact times would either be Mr. Markel or whoever was following him. So that's kind of the purpose of the tower dump.
Right.
And which companies had cell sites in the areas of those locations?
They dumped all three towers to try to find the common phones. Right.
We had AT&T, T-Mobile, Sprint, and Verizon, our major carriers at that time.
Oh, that's a lot of
so
towers.
Were search warrants sent to all those carriers for all of the records for the numbers who were using cell sites servicing each of those locations?
Yes.
Wow.
And did you receive a lot of records in return?
Yes, we did.
Okay, just a moment.
Yeah, I imagine they received a lot of records. It's
I want to
it's
ask
a
you
populous
specifically
area.
about States Exhibit 101, which is going to be the T-Mobile tower dump records. States Exhibit 102, the AT&T tower dump records. States Exhibit 103, the Verizon tower dump records. And States 104, the Sprint tower dump records. when you received those for all 4 carriers, did they contain a certification certifying that they are authentic records from each of those companies?
Yes.
Okay, and did you review those records and rely on those records in your determining your results or your opinions in this case?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move States Exhibit 101 through 104 into evidence.
States 101 through 104 is admitted.
Melodic in the chat said, is
Okay.
it sad that this makes
so
tons
a lot
more
of
sense than what the state had for the Reed case? No, I don't. I honestly don't think it's sad. I think it highlights the differences between the two. It illustrates the frustration of the Reed case when you look at what an investigation is supposed to look like and what you would hope an investigation looks like vis-a-vis what, well, that'll do, looks like. So when you have law enforcement going, okay, we know the victim was in place A, B, C, D. We have a car driving away at this time. What do we do to figure out who's in that area at that time? And then they just started asking, what do we do to find out who's in that area at that time? We have a rough estimation of a car, and you heard about all of the SunPass records they were trying to get from the other investigator, going through all the SunPass records and finding out what cars were going this direction, that direction, pulling the video from the transit buses in the area, and then also saying, okay, the victim's here, 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 here. Let's pull all the towers and see if we can find other phone numbers that are in those same areas at the same time as the victim and go through all of those phone records. So yes, work should happen. So no, I don't think it's sad. I think it's a good illustration of where there are differences. You actually look for the documentary evidence, and they didn't just rely on what Rivera said or what Magbanua has since said. They didn't rely on their statements alone. They had their statements plus physical and digital evidence that corroborate their statements, not just a statement. So all the things layer on top of each other to build the case piece by piece.
Records to go through. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
It's a lot of records.
Did law enforcement eventually find any one number at all of those locations where Markel was located that morning?
We did not find one number common to all of those locations.
Wow.
Since you couldn't find a number with common events at all those locations, did you cross-reference all of the records with all of the phone records you had from the Adelson family to see if any of the numbers from the tower dump showed up in any of the Adelson family records?
Yes, we did.
Wow.
Okay, and what did you find?
So, as I mentioned, we did not receive, or we did not find one number that was common to all of those locations. That does not necessarily mean that the other handsets were not there, but we go back to if there's no events, then there's no records and there's nothing for us to compare to. But what we did have from the tower...
So what are you saying about no events? It doesn't necessarily mean the phones are turned off, but if the phones aren't using the towers, then there wouldn't be an event in the tower. So it's fantastic. Oh no! I went to go push play, and I did not push play. Hold on, chat. We're going to have to get ourselves back to the glorious world of cell phone data and see if we have gotten ourselves to the right place in this testimony. I think I went back a little too far. Let's see.
A cell site and sector that the handset was using.
Yep, that's a little too far back. Oh, that's too far. All right, we're gonna back that thing up just a little bit. I saw a few of you ask in the chat if I followed Charlie's trial. I did not. There was a timing issue with Charlie's trial. I don't remember exactly what it was, but there was something else. So there we go. Tower dump. Okay, we should be in the right spot.
You specifically about States Exhibit 101, which is going to be the T-Mobile tower dump records. States Exhibit 102, the AT&T tower dump records. States Exhibit 103, the Verizon tower dump records. And States 104, the Sprint tower dump records.
All of you in the chat, you were like, no, it was me. No, it was me.
Carriers,
it was me.
Do they contain a certification certifying that they are authentic records from each of those companies?
Yes.
Okay, and did you review those records and rely on those records in your determining your results or your opinions in this case?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move States Exhibit 101 through 104 into evidence.
States 101 through 104 is admitted.
Okay, so a lot of records to go through. Is that right?
Yeah.
That is correct.
I
yes.
backed up a little too much, but we're just going to let it
Did law
roll.
enforcement eventually find any one number at all of those locations where Markel was located that morning?
So yes, we just heard
We
this a
did
little.
not find one number common to all of those locations.
Since you couldn't find a number with common events at all those locations, did you cross-reference all of the records with all of the phone records you had from the Adelson family to see if any of the numbers from the tower dump showed up in any of the Adelson family records?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and what did you find?
So, as I mentioned, we did not receive, or we did not find one number that was common to all of those locations. That does not necessarily mean that the other handsets were not there, but we go back to if there's no events, then there's no records.
And this is
there's
where I
nothing
screwed
for
up
us
my
to compare
pause.
to.
So now we're back.
But what we did have from the tower dump were a number of reports with cell phone numbers of cell phones or handsets that were present at those specific locations and times for us to look at or compare. What we also had was a number of CDRs or communication records from various subjects in the investigation. We use analytical software to kind of help us out with this, to crunch large numbers, but we were able to actually compare all of the handsets that were here in
animations are so
Tallahassee
good.
around those specific locations and times with all of the records, the phones and the phones that they were communicating with for all of our subjects in the investigation. And what we did find is, and this is slide 19, we did find a common number, this 7. That was a phone number that was
It sounds like because they're talking about phone numbers, the pool feed muted the audio. However, it's a presentation in court, and so that's not going to help all that much.
present here in Tallahassee around the Premier Health and Fitness that was also in the call detail records for one of the subjects of the investigation.
And was that subject Harvey Adelson?
It was, yes.
And is this Harvey Adelson?
Hello, Harvey. I know you didn't get arrested yet in this case. Interesting that you're the one who's tying everybody together? Really? It's Harvey? Wait, is it because of that accidental call with Sigfredo Garcia? No. Yes, because Sigfredo maybe like Googled Dr. Adelson and called the wrong Dr. Adelson. Magbanua just testified that Charlie and Sigfredo had a little bit of a confrontation, little bit of a what do you think you're doing with my woman is what it seemed like. And then Katie said Sigfredo called Harvey, not Charlie. Huh. Did that mistake of calling Harvey help this move forward? Because that's not on Harvey. Harvey didn't call Sigfredo. Sigfredo called Harvey. Harvey's cell phone number was on the answering machine at the dental office. So if they called Adelson Institute and got the voicemail, Harvey's cell phone number came up. One number in common. One. Needle in a fucking haystack. One number in common, and it came from Harvey's phone records. Wow. Wow. Hey, Harvey.
It is, yes.
Okay, and this is an example of his call detail records?
That is correct.
Okay, so Harvey Adelson is the husband of Donna Adelson, father of Charlie Adelson and Wendi Adelson?
Correct.
All right, can you give us more information about this call that you found?
So what we see, and this is just an excerpt, I'm on slide 20,
Oh
from
my.
Mr. Adelson's, Harvey Adelson's call detail records for July 1st of 2014, and we see that 786 number we just spoke about. And this is a good example of some of the things we see with call detail records. It looks like 3 calls or 3 entries here, but this is actually just one event. And in the records, we also see the kind of the routing or the way they call, like this one that was routed to voicemail, how it kind of traverses through the network. But these are 3 lines, or it looks like 3 events, but this is just one incoming phone call from that 786 number. And again, that was on July 1st of 2014 at 5:20 p.m.
July
Okay,
1st,
so here we have this
2014.
one call on July
17
1st,
days.
2014. What was the duration of this one call?
The duration is listed as 37 seconds.
Damn.
And 37 seconds as in, does that include the amount of time?
37 seconds. This Charlie? No, who are you looking for? Is this Charlie? No, this isn't Charlie. Wow.
That it's taking a phone to ring?
In this case, it does not. They do provide us both a seizure time, which is how long the phone rings or how long it takes to connect, and then an overall duration.
Okay. So a 37-second call. Do we know whether this call was routed to voicemail?
This call indicates that it was routed to voicemail.
Okay. So the 37 seconds, would that include an amount of time for a voicemail to play and an amount of time for a message to be left, if a message was left?
It could, yes.
Voicemail.
Was there any other communication in all of the phone records that you have between the 786 number you found and Harvey Adelson's phone?
No.
Wow.
Who did the 786 number belong to?
I know.
So the 786 number belonged to Sigfredo Garcia.
Sigfredo Garcia.
Okay.
How do we know that? From Magbanua's testimony. And that's how organized the prosecutors are. The prosecutors have chosen the order of the witnesses to make all of this make sense in real time. This is not on Harvey, right? Harvey didn't initiate this call. Harvey's not having conversations with Sigfredo Garcia. Sigfredo Garcia calls the wrong Dr. Adelson after Charlie and Katherine were in the car and Garcia saw them. One call in common. One. Holy shit. There are so many things in this case where it's like, if it's like the Come Here Bubba video from the Murdaugh case. If it weren't for that one video, how different would that case be? If it weren't for that one call, where Sigfredo is trying to confront Charlie because he's pissed off or whatever, because it seemed the prosecutor was like, is this a jealousy thing? If it wasn't for that one call, that is their one thread, it seems, between anyone in the Adelson family and the phone numbers that are in Tallahassee from the tower dump. One call. Tower dumps are thousands of numbers. One number. One. That's wild. Damn.
Just a second.
No, counsel, we got your point. You just give it some room to air out the entire point. One call.
Okay. In Sigfredo Garcia, were you able to do a frequency report for his phone records?
Yes.
What is a frequency report?
So,
For all of you asking, the call that they talked about before I soliloquied was July 1st, 2014. 17 days before the murder.
I'm here on slide 22, and this is an example of a frequency report. And a frequency report is just going back to that analytical software that we talked about. It can tell us, or it can rank the most frequently contacted numbers for any particular target number. So it is able to rank for us in kind of from most to least frequently contacted all of the unique numbers that Mr. Garcia's phone communicated with. Now, in a frequency report like this, it would include incoming calls, outgoing calls, text messages. Unless we go in and limit the things that we're asking for, it would include all sorts of events, even some of those routing events that we saw on Mr. Adelson's records. So we don't really look at this as an exact number. We don't say, and we see here that in Mr. Garcia's frequency report, his most frequently contacted number is a number that ends in 13. You see that it assigned a frequency of over.
I really appreciate the conscientiousness of the pool camera. So when you hear the audio cutting out, it's not you. I know that was an issue on the platform earlier today. It's not a you issue. It is the pool camera trying to keep the numbers somewhat redacted, though I imagine a lot of these numbers have probably recycled to other people because Garcia, Rivera, and Magbanua are all in prison. So I appreciate the pool. They're trying.
Over 1,600 calls. That may not mean that they actually spoke 1,600 times, but within the records, there are over 1,600 lines or events associated with that particular phone number.
Okay. And looking at this date range, you said the number ending in 1312 was his most frequent contact. Who did that number belong to?
That number belonged to Miss Katherine Magbanua.
Did you run a frequency report for her?
Same. Again, looking at the most frequently appearing number in the records, we see that her second most frequent number, the 9223, obviously the 5986 was Mr. Garcia's number.
Okay. And who did the 954254 belong to?
Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson.
So this is the son of Donna Adelson.
Correct.
And was Donna Adelson?
So now they're doing all the frequency reports. During the target time period, Garcia's most frequent contact is Katie Magbanua. One of Katie Magbanua's most frequent contacts is Charlie Adelson, even though she's also frequently in contact with Sigfredo Garcia. They're just going boop, 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 boop. Who's talking to who? And how frequently are you talking to them?
One of Charlie Adelson's most frequent contacts.
Yes. Again, using the frequency report just to get an idea of relationships and maybe degrees of relationships, we do see that Miss Donna Adelson's number that ends in 0997 is, at that point, his fifth most frequent communicated number.
Okay. And this is for this particular.
Do you think Donna's sitting in court being like, motherfucker, what are you talking about? I am my son's fifth most frequent report. The fuck do you mean? Fifth most frequent contact. Yeah, you're fifth, Donna. Fifth. I bet he's your number one most frequent contact, but you are his fifth. This is like MySpace top 8 spaces level drama. And I'm here for it. Nurse of interest Jackie said, EDB, no warrant needed for these frequency reports. No, the frequency reports are reports run from the data that is turned over in the warrants. So it is looking at the data in a different way.
Particular date range on the frequency report.
That is correct.
Why do we see such small numbers there?
I'm sorry?
We see very small numbers. Does that mean he just talks to a lot of different numbers? Maybe more numbers than we saw Katherine Magbanua might normally speak to on a daily basis?
Do you mean small numbers on the frequency column?
Frequency, yes, sir.
So the frequency percentage
is
column
relative.
We see here is obviously the percentage of calls for that particular number versus all the numbers that this particular phone number communicates with. So if you only communicate with very few numbers, then your percentage for each of those numbers is going to be relatively large. Charlie Adelson communicated with a number of unique phone numbers, so the overall percentage is a little lower because, again, we're just...
Charlie's a talker. Y'all, Charlie's a talker. Charlie's a talker. He's just chatting with everybody. His frequency report is a big old mess because of how many different numbers he's talking to. That Charlie.
He had a lot more unique numbers that he communicated with.
My lights were starting to change for the evening because we're streaming so
who
late.
Does the 954 Adelson? Did you do a frequency report for her?
Correct. And we see here, this is slide 28. We see that the 9223 of Mr. Charlie Adelson for this date range is her most frequently contacted number.
Right. She doesn't make Charlie's top 4. She's Charlie's her number 1.
Did any other number appear in the tower dump records you received from the phone carriers who was a frequent contact of Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes. As I move on to slide 29, going back to Mr. Garcia's frequency report, and again, comparing the numbers that the subjects of the investigation communicated with versus numbers that were physically present in Tallahassee, either around Premier or around Mr. Markel's residence or Creative Preschool, what we did find was this 305 number that was, again, present in Mr. Garcia's records. One of his more frequently contacted numbers was also physically here in Tallahassee.
Rivera, then?
And who did that number belong to?
That number belonged to Mr. Luis Rivera.
But here's the thing that's wild. They don't even get to Garcia and Rivera's numbers if Garcia hadn't called Harvey. Y'all, the things that have to happen for all of this to connect together. You don't even start looking to connect Rivera and Garcia together until Garcia contacts Harvey. The amount of work they did on this case.
Next slide of the organizational chart, please.
Stephanie in the chat said jealousy always gets you in trouble.
Did anybody on this chart have phone contact with Garcia or Rivera down at the bottom?
Okay, Wendi looks way too happy in this picture. Emily, are we really critiquing this like it's a seating chart for a Real Housewives reunion? Yeah, we are. I think they probably used Magbanua's booking photo because she does not look pleased in that photo at all. Donna looks incredibly chipper. Wendi looks happy AF in this photo. Here we are. So I think they probably used booking photos for Sigfredo, Rivera, and Magbanua, and other photos for Charlie, Donna, and Wendi. But Wendi just looks happy as hell. Wendy's like, I'm sitting next to Andy. Okay, Wendi. Big smile.
During 2014, other than the one 37-second call between Garcia and Harvey Adelson on July 1st.
Oh, sorry, Sergeant.
And
that
obviously Katherine Magbanua.
That was me.
No.
All right, I want to go back to that July 1st 37-second call that was routed to voicemail. Was it your understanding that that call came after an incident where Garcia angrily confronted Magbanua and Charlie Adelson on July 1st of 2014?
Yes.
And then Garcia left an angry voicemail on Harvey Adelson's phone.
Correct.
Can we play
Were
it?
there text messages in Charlie
Excuse me?
Adelson's iCloud that referenced that event?
Counsel, for investigative purposes, we need the voicemail. Please tell me we're going to need the voicemail someday. Can we have the... Counsel? Can we listen to the voicemail?
There were.
Okay, and do you have those for us here?
This investigation's making me smile.
And then Garcia left an angry voicemail on Harvey Adelson's phone.
Correct.
Were there text messages in Charlie Adelson's iCloud that referenced that event?
There were.
Okay, and do you have those for us here?
I do. So this is slide 35 now cumulatively, and we see the communication between Mr. Charlie Adelson and Ms. Magbanua.
Okay, so if this is July 2nd, beginning at, is that 9:12 a.m.?
Yes.
So this would be the morning after that.
Okay, so these are the texts between Charlie and Katherine the morning after the confrontation and the voicemail. Charlie is in green, Magbanua is in blue. Charlie, this really sucks. Katie, I just don't like the fact that someone else thinks they can make the decisions in my life and to apologize for shite when it's too fucking late. I'm sorry, but he's a fucking pussy. All that leaving messages is, is fucking dumb and so childish, but whatever. I didn't read ahead. But she's big mad about Garcia.
That voicemail is left on Harvey Adelson's phone
That's correct.
by Garcia.
That's correct.
Can you walk us through these messages?
Certainly. So Charlie Adelson states that this really sucks, and Ms. Magbanua responds in a couple of messages that she doesn't like the fact that someone thinks they can make decisions in her life, and then apologize, and that the leaving messages was retarded and childish.
Okay. And does she say to Charlie Adelson on July 2nd, I'm sorry, but he's a effing pussy. All that leaving messages.
Counsel, now we're holding back on her calling him a fucking pussy? Now? Because you leaned all into calling people a fucker the other... Counsel wasn't calling anyone a fucker. She was relaying information. But now, like the disrespect, by the way, Garcia is not going to be real happy about his woman calling him a fucking pussy to Charlie. Garcia is not going to be happy at all. Oh, you guys are right. It was Georgia that went in with the fucker. That's true. That's fair. Sarah's like, I'm not saying that. Fair.
Is, as you said, and so childish.
Yes.
Okay. But whatever. Okay.
But whatever. Different attorneys have different thresholds for whether they're going to curse in front of the jury or not.
All right. Can we go back to our...
One can imagine where Emily fell on that spectrum. I was much more of the lean in with emphasis. I was there, but Sarah can just be like, you know what? They can read it on the chart, so they'll just read it on the chart, you know. But yeah, all the words in court. If they were said about something, we're saying the words. On YouTube, we're gonna pick and choose.
Our chart, I want to ask you a little bit about the communication and emails between these parties. Did law enforcement look at the communication and emails between these parties to see if anyone seemed to have a motive to kill Dan Markel?
They did, yes.
Okay, I want to go through just a couple of these. I think we may have 5 or 6 in here, and I want to start chronologically, if we could, from the beginning of 2013, moving up to the murder, as far as the written communication moving up to the murder, and then I'll ask you more about the locations of the parties for the trips to Tallahassee after that.
Okay.
Okay, so if I could first turn your attention to March 6th of 2013. Is this an email from Donna Adelson and then the email associated with her is donnaharvey@gmail.com?
That's correct.
Okay. And
look, Chad, it's a fair point. The voicemail, the angry voicemail might not be super relevant to Donna. It would be a co-conspirator statement, so the hearsay it would come in, but it might not be super relevant as to Donna. The fact that it happened is the relevance, not really what it says. I just want to know that I'm just curious. So we'll leave it be, but we'll see what happens.
When we're looking at some of these emails, does sometimes the name that it appears that the email is from, is sometimes that name different, even though it's from the same email address, donnaharvey@gmail.com?
Yes.
How does that happen?
It can happen in a few different ways. That display name is what we call it, is a kind of a separate piece of information that is attached to your email address. And in this case, the email is Gmail. It provides the email service. And you can go into your Gmail account and change your display name or change the name that you want to come up when you send an email to someone else. Also, if you're using different email clients and you're checking your Gmail, maybe through your iPhone native mail application, you can also set a different name in there. So either changing it within Gmail or changing it within the email client that you're using, especially if you're using multiple different devices, it's possible to have different display names for that same email address.
Throughout the emails that we see in the records from donnaharvey@gmail.com, is the display name sometimes Donna Adelson, as we see here?
It is, yes.
Is it sometimes Donna Sue?
Yes.
Is it sometimes Donna and Harvey?
Yes.
And is it sometimes Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
Okay, so is this an email from Donna Adelson to Wendi?
Yes.
Okay, and is also a way of determining who sent the email, who signed off on the email at the end?
Yes, certainly the signature or content of the email itself.
Okay. Looking at this specific email, in this email, does Donna Adelson call Dan Markell a name?
She does, yes.
And what does she call him?
So I'll display that. What you see here on the screen is the actual email.
He's like, I'll display that. I'm
the
not.
form that it was.
I didn't write it.
out
I'm
of
not
the
saying
return. And then when we emphasize certain areas, I have enlarged those. I made the font bigger. I did not change things like boldness or italics or punctuation, just made it larger and changed the color to red to emphasize the sections that we're speaking of. So to your question, she does.
Also the sign of an excellent witness, when he is explaining what was changed to highlight a certain thing, he's like, we did not add bold. We did not change the words. We did not add italics. We did not add punctuation. We changed the color to red and then we made it larger to highlight what we're talking about, but we didn't change it in other ways. Very much appreciate the way he broke that down.
She says, this guy is a major fucker. I hope that your attorney is the shark that is her reputation.
And then in this email,
major
looking
fucker
down
reporting.
2 paragraphs below, does it say, Gary told Dad yesterday?
It does, yes.
So in this communication, Dad is referred to in the third person?
Correct.
Okay. And just as you were saying before, can that give context about who sent the email so that it seems like Mom is sending the email as opposed to Dad from that shared email account?
Correct.
All right, and is this email signed off on?
It is not.
Okay. Looking 2 months ahead to May 21st of 2013, is this an email from Donna Adelson to Wendi Adelson?
Yes.
Okay, and in this email, does she say, wow, exclamation point?
Yes.
Thank you, Brandy.
And says,
This is a
he is
good
such a
PSL
royal
day.
jackass. How smart are you to get rid of this piece of S word? And then types out a scream.
Thank you,
Yes.
Joe.
All right, and
appreciate
is
it.
this email signed off on?
It is, with I love you, Mom.
I mean, we know it's
Were
from
there
Mom
also
when it says,
emails
I
that
love you,
showed Donna
Mom.
Adelson's strong interest in Wendi and her sons being able to relocate to Miami?
Yes.
Looking at another May 2013 email next, is this an email from Donna Adelson up top to Wendi?
Yes.
And in this email, what did Donna Adelson tell Wendi Adelson is the most important part of her divorce?
So this is slide 42 that we're on now, and we see
I know.
that the most important part
Relocation.
of your divorce is relocation. I sincerely hope your attorney understands that that is your non-negotiable.
In the next slide, does Donna Adelson give Wendi Adelson some ideas of what she should tell the judge about how this is negatively affecting the lives of Donna, Harvey, and Charlie?
Yes, she does.
We read all these yesterday, so I'm not going to read them again.
And this is the mother and
it took us
father.
quite a long time yesterday.
Request to relocate with the children to South Florida, yes, was denied.
All right, and what does Donna Adelson say to?
I don't know what just happened when the video and the audio stuttered. Give me 1 second. Let me see if we can sync those back up, because the video and the audio just went like whoop, whoop. I don't know. So that's not you. That's not on your end. I know all of you are tired. We've been streaming for like over 9 hours. That wasn't you. But we did read all of this yesterday. So yesterday I read all the emails. They are using them and different parts of them today. But the audio just went wild. Oh, he's still talking. The audio completely stutters.
And this is the mother and father's practice. She's
request to relocate with the children to South Florida, yes, was denied.
All right, and what does Donna Adelson say to Wendi Adelson in this email?
Give me 1 second. Okay, let's see where we're at on this video. Hold on. Let me see if I can refresh this and fix it. Give me a second. Because that out of sync at the end of the stream is going to hurt my brain. But at least they put it up on the screen for long enough that we could read it. So that was helpful. I think we're almost almost to that point in stream. They're going through, it looks like a number of the emails that they went through, or that they pulled up yesterday. They didn't read all of these. We read most of them, but we'll see what else comes up. I'm trying to find that part in the stream again real quick so we don't jump back in time too far. Give me 1 sec. We are scrubbing through this. I think we're just about there, but we're going to do this together. All right. Because the whole thing got wildly out of sync. And when streams are this long, it gets really hard to scrub through and find where you need to be. So it gets challenging, but we were right around the right spot with the emails. There we go. All right. Let's see. This is the email they were talking about, that there has been a time lost and the practice is struggling.
Yes, the request to relocate with the children to South Florida, yes, was denied.
All right, and what does Donna Adelson say to Wendi Adelson in this email?
That's much better.
So this one's from Donna Sue up top?
Correct.
Okay, and what does she say about their recent loss in court?
She encourages Wendi to never, never give up, and that it is time for action.
Never, never, never give up.
To take control of your life and not let Jibbers, which is a nickname for Mr. Markel, think that he's just won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee.
And I think we've seen some of these, so let's go just quickly through the rest and go through the next one. In the next, does she appear to give Wendi Adelson a bit of a pep talk about what she should do next?
Yes.
Okay, does she say that the rest of their family's lives next will be determined by her performance in the next couple of weeks?
Yes.
And how he hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. I'm sorry, she needs to put on the performance of her life. He hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet.
That's correct.
And she has a strong family behind her.
Yes.
Is next in this email where we see the plan of action outlined?
That's correct.
And if you could skip through, is this the plan of action about posing the kids in front of the Catholic Church and getting them baptized?
That's correct.
And assuring her that this is just an act, but don't tell anybody.
Yes.
And that she should take control of him psychologically?
Correct.
So this is
after
this was not covered in all of those emails yesterday. They were on screen, but they highlighted different portions of those emails. So now they are bringing back the emails to the headers to tie together who sent which email from this Donna Harvey @gmail email address.
Wants her to psychologically manipulate Dan Markel into converting the children to another religion. What does she say she plans to do next?
There's a plan of a financial offer to Mr. Markel.
Does she say, I am planning or we are planning?
It states we plan to make.
Does she go on to describe who this we is in the team?
She does, yes.
Okay, can we see that? And does she then detail how she, Harvey, and Charlie's lives have been affected by Wendi not being able to relocate?
Correct.
She says, it's time for you to show us you can put the performance of your life on for the next few weeks. What was a few weeks later?
The final divorce hearing.
Was that on July 31st and August 1st?
Yes.
Now, a day or two after this, does Donna Adelson then write another email about the relocation?
Yes.
In this email, if you can, okay, so this one's from Donna and Harvey, I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, only one person typed it, apparently, according to
You
Wendi.
can skip through to where she's discussing the extreme links.
I got lemon heads for the afternoon.
Okay, if we could see the next one.
The voice needed it.
In this email, does she describe situations where people have to go to extreme lengths to accomplish their goals, like American soldiers in Nazi uniforms?
She said that.
And does she next suggest that a major act of defiance would be putting the boys in SS uniforms?
Yes.
Or Hitler Youth, I'm sorry, Hitler Youth uniforms. Next in this email, does she tell Wendi Adelson to stand up? It's all part of an act, and we are willing to help you.
She does, yes.
And this is where she says that it'll put a scare into this jackass?
Yes.
Next, does Donna Adelson say in all capitals that Wendi needs to see the big picture?
She does, yes.
Okay, so you didn't add those were just...
The animation on the PowerPoint is 1010. The animation on the PowerPoint is absolutely 1010. The way they have made this easy for the jury to see. Also, if Donna doesn't send these emails, there's no PowerPoint with all of the horrible shit that she said. The stuff in Donna's emails go beyond your fucking ex is being so difficult. It is, we are going to wage like psychological warfare against him until he is begging for us to stop, and we'll take our offer of money and let us do what we want, which is taking the kids 8 hours away. This was goal oriented. This wasn't just like, yeah, your ex is such a fucker. Yeah, fuck that guy. No, we're gonna get you away from this relationship. We're gonna handle your divorce, and we're gonna move on with your life. It's not that. It is pointed and vicious.
just in there.
That's correct.
And then she's trying to manipulate Wendi to get on side more.
Picture.
Correct.
And then finally in this email, does she give details of the financial offer again, the $1 million email?
Yes.
And does
these emails, when we were reading them yesterday, some of these emails at the end really read to me that Donna was pressuring Wendi more because Wendi wasn't doing enough. Wendi was being told, we have suffered for this. We want this to happen. This has impacted your dad, me, Charlie's business, and you're not doing enough. Get on board. So a lot of using these emails to show how instrumental Donna was to show that she thought Wendi wasn't doing enough. And at this time, Wendi's what? 30 plus years old? So even though Wendi's like, I didn't think my mom was controlling. These emails are like, get it together. Get on side. Put on the act of a lifetime. Which makes Wendi's email all the more sad. When the defense yesterday brought in Wendi's email, where she's emailing a friend saying that her wedding day felt like essentially she was dressed up and playing a part in somebody else's show. The acting comments make it all the more sad. Wendi is an adult. Wendi has agency, but these emotionally manipulative emails, and then Wendi talking to her friends saying, I either have to go through these motions or I have to face my mother and tell her I don't want to move to South Florida. I'm going to keep going through with the motion for relocation, even though it's not really what I want, really shows the heart of how Wendi felt, even though that's not what she said on the stand. It was sad. Because Wendi was like, you know what? I'd rather keep going with all these motions and dealing with the lawyer and the stress of court than have to tell my mother that I'm not going to go after the relocation. And then she told her parents to sit outside, and then she didn't tell them the entirety of the ruling because she did not want to fight with them. It was my reading of it. It's sad. But Wendi is an adult. And a lot of people, especially once they have kids, are just like, you know what? No. I pick my kids over you. It's hard. This kind of stuff, this family stuff is difficult. And there are times I feel for Wendi. A lot of that changed today. we learned a lot more today. And two things can be true at once. Because there were times I was really sad for Wendi. And then today happened. But these emails really help show who is the most deeply invested in this. And it seems like Donna is almost more invested than Wendi is. You just need to play a role. Wendi, you don't manipulate people. You're a sweet, kind, caring person. X is a manipulator. You need to play a role. What you're doing is jockeying for position. In the end, if you do this and it doesn't get the results we're all hoping for, then you can't blame yourself. You can feel good that you did everything you could. I'm not saying that it's not a threat, Mom. I'm not saying that we're not going to continue with hiring an attorney to negotiate and make a financial offer. I'm not saying we're not going to help, but you have to play your part too. I'm not saying we're going to pull our money out of this. I'm not saying we're not going to help you anymore, but you need to do your fucking part. Okay, Donna.
She say that, again, that we are planning, me, her, Charlie, and Harvey, and they want her to help too, Wendi Adelson.
That's correct.
And finally, does she say that they are a team and they cannot do this without her help?
She does.
All right, and then how is this email signed off?
Love you, Mom. XOXO, Gossip
Written
Girl.
with hope and love,
Oh,
Mom
sorry.
and Dad.
All right, okay, this is the final
Fucking peace and love. Written with hope and love. Also, if not financial manipulation by your parent, why manipulation's shaped, right? I'm not saying we're not going to pay anymore. Woo! With hope and love, Mom and Dad.
email I'm going to show you today, or at all in your presentation.
I'm trying to move my mouse. I've moused improperly.
2013.
Damn it.
So we've
Emily,
fast forwarded
what the
a
fuck?
couple of months now.
Get it together.
Looking at this email, what can you tell us about the email chain here as far as who sent the first email, who sent the second email, and who sent the final email?
So what we see here, again, emphasizing kind of on the content about what's being sent. But if we look at the email chain, we can see originally this is an email from Mr. Markell to Wendi Adelson, where Wendi Adelson has forwarded it to the Donna Harvey Gmail account, and then the Donna Sue has forwarded it to Charlie Adelson.
So in Dan Markell's email sent October 10th, the subject is general principles.
That's correct.
And in that email, does he reference that he wants a right of first refusal, an RFR?
That's correct.
What does that mean in this situation, according to him?
In this situation, if what he wanted was that if Wendi was unavailable to take care of the children, that he be given the first right of refusal before Wendi solicited her parents or anyone else to watch the children.
Okay, and then Wendi forwarded that on to the Donna Harvey at Gmail?
That's correct.
And then did Donna Sue then...
This makes it all the more telling, right? Earlier today, some of you said this, and we didn't really... The right of first refusal was not talked a ton about earlier in this case. This is really the first time they are illuminating it, and that this is really what was being asked for in the grandmother motion. But it makes it all the more telling looking back at just this morning, which was 700 years ago, in Jeff's testimony when Wendi was freaking the fuck out about maybe not getting home for the 18th. If nothing is up, if nothing is weird, and Wendi wants to go on a vacay with her boyfriend, and she doesn't get home in time on Friday to pick up the kids from daycare, Dan's going to do it. Dan's not going to be a difficult ex and tell her no. Dan's going to be like, yeah, I'll pick up the kids. I got it. Let me know when you're home. Now, I don't know if Dan would have tried to use that against her in court later and be like, well, you know, there was this one time she didn't pick up the kids, but it makes the worry about the travel all the more telling, doesn't it? We learned a lot about Wendi today. Yep, let's keep going.
Forward that email on to Charlie Adelson.
Yes.
And what did Donna Sue say to Charlie Adelson about the contents of everything that she'd forwarded to him?
That Mr. Markel was absolutely crazy and impossible, emphasized.
Okay. So this effer is sending this to your sister on a regular basis. He is absolutely crazy. She defines RFR, and she says impossible in all caps and exclamation points.
Yes.
Right of first refusal isn't weird.
Is this October 12th?
And it's not impossible.
Yes.
Donna just doesn't like it.
So she's sending this to Charlie Adelson, this information about how impossible Dan Markel's being, what he's doing to Charlie Adelson's sister, about 2 weeks.
Donna, this insufferable man wants to spend more time with his children. Your sister just can't even. Because you want to spend more time with the children, right, Donna? Will you tell them that their father's an idiot? And that you hate him? I have no tolerance for that bullshit.
Weeks before Halloween of 2013?
Yes, a little 2.5 weeks.
Okay.
The grandma motion was filed October, 2.5 weeks before Halloween. How did I forget? So much has fucking happened. How did I forget that? The motion asking for the right of first refusal is what they're talking about before she pulls out of the house. They're going through, let me just process this real quick. They're going through the right of first refusal and the grandma motion, because I didn't have context for it earlier, right? They're going through the grandma motion and the right of first refusal early October 2013. The relocation has been denied. Wendi is putting down money on a house because the relocation's been denied. She's going to stay in Tallahassee. The motion about Donna and other things gets filed. Donna tells Charlie that Dan is being impossible, that this fucker it just is unworkable, and that he wants to spend more time with his kids. To the exclusion of who? To the exclusion of Donna. And then this impossible situation changes on fucking Halloween when Wendi revokes her contract saying she can't afford it. The financial analyst today says that she had plenty of money to afford that house. The same fucking day that Charlie asked Katherine Magbanua to take out a hit on Dan and to get it done. And I think Katherine probably said, yeah, we can get that done. Enough that Wendi knows there's going to be a solution and she's not going to be stuck in Tallahassee, and pulls out of the contract on the house. Really? But Wendi didn't know. Why is Wendi not buying the house that she really wanted? She said on the stand yesterday, you guys, she really wanted that house. And Donna's not in on this because Donna's the one most impacted by the motion. Donna's the one who's fucking offended. Oh my God. And some of you are like, Emily, we were trying to tell you it was October. I know, but it doesn't really make as much sense until you have all of this information from today. See, when we're watching it real time, sometimes you have to put the things together and then you're like, damn, because the prosecution is just like, doop, 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 doop. And by the way, wasn't that October? Right before they order the hit. Oh my God. Andrew said, no one knows the price of the house, do we? It was like $370,000. I need to hear all this again. I need to hear about Wendi talking to Charlie about how mad she is over the motion. Oh my God.
This to your sister on a regular basis. He is absolutely crazy.
This is Donna talking to Charlie after the grandma motion is filed.
Donna Sue say to Charlie Adelson about the contents of everything that she'd forwarded to him.
That Mr. Markel was absolutely crazy and impossible, emphasized.
So this effer is sending this to your sister on a regular basis. He is absolutely crazy. She defines RFR and she says impossible in all caps and exclamation points.
Yes.
The right of first
All right,
refusal
so
is
the
impossible.
date of this email, is this October 12th of 2013?
Yes.
So she's sending this to Charlie Adelson, this information about how impossible Dan Markel's being, what he's doing to Charlie Adelson's sister, about 2 weeks before Halloween of 2013?
Yes, a little 2.5 weeks.
Okay. Judge, I've got a few text messages next, and then we're going to go into all of the location information. So I could go probably another 15 to 20 minutes and get through the text, or we could stop now, whatever the court prefers.
Just finish with the text.
Yes, sir. Was there also phone communication that showed Donna Adelson's venting to Charlie Adelson about Wendi Adelson's custody battle?
Yes.
Now, around the same date as this last email we saw, October of 2013, in this text message, does Donna Adelson say, horrible evening for your sister and for us. Dad finally had to walk outside to lower his blood pressure. Just awful. I can't even explain.
That's correct.
Who is she sending that to?
To Charlie Adelson.
And what does he say?
So this is slide 66. As we continue into slide 67 with the rest, she indicates, Donna Adelson indicates that she's on the way back to Wendi's house with only one of the children. And Charlie responds, I bet, let's talk this week.
Okay, so she doesn't go into any more detail here, but she's describing how stressed Wendi is, and that's causing Dad a lot of stress, and it's just awful for her too.
That's correct.
And this would have been at that same time, or around the same time as the last email, about 2 weeks before Halloween?
Correct.
All right, so let's go to October 30th of 2013, so the day before Halloween of 2013. Here is does Donna Adelson say that she just got a text from Wendi casually mentioning that she's moving ahead with the purchase of a house that she liked. I guess she wants to do it.
Did Wendi not tell them? Did Wendi not tell them that she was buying a house? Maybe Wendi really didn't know how in motion things were yet. I'm trying to move the closed captions. This is October 30th, 2013. Just got a text from Wendi casually mentioning that she's moving ahead with purchase of a house that she liked. I guess she wants to do it before November 7th when she leaves for England. This morning was her last day with the boys for a while. How is your day? Charlie, she never told me. Charlie, did you immediately call your sister and say, don't buy the house? We have a solution? because around this time, she starts dating Jeff, and she tells Jeff that she's never leaving Tallahassee unless something happens to Dan. Weird. Don't be suspicious. 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 The next day, she pulls out of this contract. The next day.
Before a certain date when she goes to England. And what does Charlie Adelson say?
Girl!
She had never told me. She never told me, meaning Wendi had not told her.
How does the conversation go after that? Is Charlie for this or against this?
Against it. He's asking Donna Adelson why Wendi would do it, and ask, of course, if Mr. Markell has given permission, all of those things.
Okay, and what's next?
How is she going to come down to South Florida with us if she
Dan
buys
Markell
this
will
house?
hold this against Wendi Adelson, like basically like, well, now you've purchased a home here,
He would, yes.
and use it as leverage.
Correct.
What's next?
Wait, no, we didn't get to see the whole. Damn it. I don't have direct access to the pool camera. I just don't. But I'm gonna wait to try to pause this.
Correct.
Pool. Hey, you guys have done a great job.
Next?
We want to see all the text. Pool. Guys, big love. We want to see every single fucking text messages. Okay, so I'm going to read them. Charlie texting Donna, October 30th, 2013 at 10:50 a.m. He will hold that over her and use it as leverage, especially after she puts money down. She is really stupid. Give them their asking price? She is so dumb. You are so dumb. Sorry. I can't. Let's continue on. Because they left out Charlie being like, she is really stupid.
And he says,
Charlie says, I can try again, but I only talk to her about one time a week and leave about 7 messages. It's like you're pressuring your sister a lot.
he'll try her again, but basically Wendi never gets back to him, basically.
Correct.
All right, what's next?
So we see, again, this is October 3rd.
The animations slay. This is why we want to watch. We just want to watch the slide presentation.
30th, we're on slide 72 now, that Charlie Adelson sends a message to Wendi stating that he would call her in 10 minutes.
Okay, what's next?
He, again, later responds that he must talk to her to please call him, and she responds that she's in court. She can call after 4.
Going through the text, does it?
I must talk to you. Please call me. In court, I can call you at 4. Does that work? Are you okay? Oh, he's okay. You're not okay. Girl, you're in danger. Your brother thinks you're dumb. He's going to tell you not to buy that house. And you know what? The next day, she bounces out of that contract.
It seemed like eventually they talk.
Yes.
Okay. Can you... Okay, so they're still setting up a time to talk. Everything's okay. What's next? Does he then report back to Donna Adelson?
Yes. So we're on slide 75 here, October 31st. Charlie is speaking to Donna, texting with Donna, stating that he had spoke to Wendi and it thinks that he had made some headway and hopes they're having a good time on vacation in Israel.
Okay.
So then Charlie runs back to mommy, spoke to Wendi. I think I made some good headway. I think she's gonna do what we want.
So the phone call between Wendi and Charlie would have happened before this message to mom or to Donna Adelson.
That's correct.
Okay, and how does she respond? Oh, I'm sorry. So then does Charlie check back in with Wendi?
He does, yes.
Okay, and tell us about that conversation.
He asks how she's feeling and gives her some general advice and tells her that he loves her.
And does that advice involve?
Well, Charlie, we all kind of knew where you were at. October 31st. Charlie to Wendi, how you feeling today? Charlie to Wendi, there's a funny saying, if it flies, floats, or fucks, rent it. Charlie to Wendi, I love you. Wow, Charlie. I mean, we knew, but your texts.
Renting things as opposed to buying them.
That's correct.
Okay, and says I love you.
He does.
What's next? Does Donna then?
I mean, I guess he could be talking about racehorses, cattle, maybe. I mean, maybe talking about maybe. No.
And check back in with Charlie.
Yes. So
I'm pausing the detective because we've now moved on. So October 31st, we're still on Halloween. We are getting later in the day. It is now 5:18 p.m. Donna is messaging Charlie saying, "Hi, honey. How are you today? Just got back from dinner and ready to go to bed. It's 11:15 p.m. now in Jerusalem. Saw a cute video today of the boys in their Halloween costumes that Danny sent to us since he had them for the quote unquote holiday." Ma'am, the ex that you are motherfucking up one side and down the other took the time to take pictures of the kids dressed up for Halloween and send it to you because you are their grandmother. Ma'am, have you met other divorces? This is the man that you are trying to, well, murder. It's alleged that you were trying to murder him. And he took the time when he had the kids to send you a picture of them in their Halloween costume because he thought that you would want to have that because you're their grandparent. The actions really do give you a lot of indication about what's going on here. Saw a cute video today of the boys in their Halloween costume that Danny sent to us since he had them for the quote unquote holiday. We put our good wishes for you in the Western Wall today. Love you and look forward to speaking to you soon. Hugs, Mom and Dad. Huh. I wonder what those good wishes were. Also, Donna, he's keeping you connected to the kids when he has them?
this is slide 78, again, still October 31st. And Donna Adelson is communicating with Charlie Adelson.
And what does Charlie say next? Spoke to Wendi for 20 minutes last night. She texted me today that she pulled the plug on the house. Smiley face with a lot of smiles.
Yes.
And that's at Halloween on 5:19 p.m.?
Yes.
All right, and how does Donna Adelson respond to this news?
She says, wow, Charlie, thank you again. How did you accomplish that?
You're a miracle worker?
That you are a miracle worker. Tell us.
Okay. So she's saying, thank you again. And she calls him a miracle worker.
Yes.
Did you see how the prosecutor highlighted that? That wasn't for tea. That wasn't for tea. The prosecutor highlighted that because Donna is thanking Charlie for getting Wendi to do what they want her to do. That's why. I got you, Mom. I got you. I got it handled. But who wanted it done? Donna. Donna wanted it done. Charlie made it happen. You're
And
a
then does
miracle
Charlie
worker.
lay out the reasons or how he was able to get Wendi to do this?
Of course he brags about it to his
which
mommy.
was kind of the same things he was pointing out to his mom earlier.
Of course he brags about it to his mom. He wants a fucking gold star. Are you kidding me? He wants a pat on the head and a sticker, a chocolate chip cookie and a snack. Are you kidding me? He wants praise. November 1st, 2013. Mom. November 1st. For starters, Danny would have used any deposit Wendi put down on a house as leverage. First thing she needs to do is get permission from him in the courts before she even thinks about anything. And so this has nothing to do with she can't afford it. Nothing to do with she can't afford it. Dan would have use any deposit Wendi put on a house as leverage. First thing she needs to do is get permission from him in the courts before she even thinks about anything. And I had about 5 other really good reasons why, emphasis added by me, why would have been the dumbest mistake of her life. Second dumbest life. I mean, is Dan the first one? Is that what you're implying?
That's correct.
And says Dan would hold it against her, and it would be the second dumbest mistake of her life.
Correct.
Without specifically saying what the first is, I guess.
Correct.
What's next? He's telling her how long it took to talk to Wendi about it.
Yes, and we're on slide 82. Again, this is November 1st of 2013, and he continues the conversation.
All right. What happened next? Or what's our next text message? Do we have one from February of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. Here does Donna say that Wendi is totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one. She'll probably have to go through another depot. Outrageous. Her attorney is abusing the system. I'm sorry. Her attorney will claim he is abusing the system by filing all these motions. And a $500,000 bank account is the same $50K tried to get his hands on. And Charlie.
I wanted to see the text last time, but it was always in Wendy's name. Okay.
$1 million bank account is the same $50K tried to get his hands on. And Charlie.
They just said, hey, T, home from band? Still streaming. Do you want to say hi? I'm about to yell about these people. But if you want to say hi, now is the time before I yell about these people being dumb. If you want to come in and say hi. I know you just said band. How are you? Good. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Awesome. Band was good. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now you're just reading chat. See you, buddy. Chat says hi.
Yeah. Hello. I still want to check.
It's all right. I know you're snacking. It's fine. It's good to see you, bud. All right. We don't have too much of court left, but I got to yell for a second, so then we'll be back. He said, do your thing. Wendi Adelson. Wendi Adelson testified yesterday that she did not have the money to buy this house. And her mom is texting her brother about her bank account with $500,000 in it. No wonder the forensic accountant was like, she can afford the house. Wendi, you're just playing in our faces. This is the face I have for Wendi too, good sir. This face. Exactly. Wendi, I can't afford the $300,000 house with $500,000 in the bank in one account. Same.
Responds crazy.
Yes.
Okay. What's next after Donna is venting to him about this? Does she say it's a total waste of the court's time?
Yes. I apologize, I went fast there. But yes, that it's a total waste of the court's time. This is slide 85. We're on
My
February
lights are getting
15th.
wild. Sorry, y'all. It's getting late.
Yesterday, he
Got my
sent Wendy a
timer
text
on.
that he saw her leaving the school in our car at 2:07 p.m. He is stalking her.
Okay. And how does Charlie respond to that?
I don't know what just happened.
Oh, sorry. And then does Donna talk about wanting to get a protective order? But
Yes.
that's very hard to do if there's no threats or abuse.
Correct.
But
Donna, she spoke to a friend and attorney about filing a protective order. Very hard to do unless there is a previous history of threats or abuse. I still think she should let the judge know that he is stalking her. Mm-hmm.
A judge should know that she's being stalked.
Correct.
And Charlie says, I agree.
Yes.
Okay. Do they continue talking about the divorce here?
Yes.
Okay. What's next? And they're continuing to complain about the system.
I missed one. Donna texts February 15th, 2014 to Charlie. Anyway, it looks like mid-March or mid-April before anything will be resolved regarding him paying her through the court system. She went to lunch with another judge yesterday who told her that she would never have given him 60 days to pay. She would have given him 5 days to pay. If it wasn't paid, he goes to jail! Exclamation points. I've not seen family courts regularly or frequently put people in jail for failure to pay. And even then normally gets referred to criminal courts if there's criminal shit. Donna says February 15th, 5:34 p.m. She told Wendi that this lady is a lazy judge. She sees 2 cases per day compared to most, I mean, that's not very many, compared to most judges who stands 5 to 10 cases per day. That's why she waited 5 months for this hearing. I mean, if her calendar is not busy, it seems like her calendar is not busy. She should have more time for the hearing.
And they're continuing to complain about
Wendi, Charlie texts back saying her $600 an hour attorney needs to give a refund or a letter of complaint to the bar. Donna, absolutely. Okay.
the system, the judge that's assigned to the case, and Charlie says that complaining about the amount that Wendy's attorney is costing.
Correct.
And Donna's agrees.
Yes.
Okay, what's next? He wonders if she's mad at her attorney. How does Donna respond? Donna says she's too stressed. Let's keep her.
Donna, this is on February 15th. Yes, but don't get worked up about it. She's too stressed about it. Let's just keep conversation with her, quote unquote, light and not add to what she's dealing with. Let her just get through Monday with positive family support. Nothing stressful. Trust me on this. So they are discussing how they are going to manage Wendi.
Conversations with her light. Let's not add to what she's dealing with. Let's just get through Monday. Nothing stressful.
Correct.
Is there another text message on February 17th?
Yes, this is slide 92.
And on this, is Donna saying that she just left the courthouse?
Yes.
Okay. And how does Donna respond to how did it go?
She says, okay, we'll talk later.
Okay.
February 17th, 2014 is the date of those emails.
And she gives some more detail about what happened in court?
Yes, slide 95, still on February 17th, that the judge was really pissed at him for not paying Wendi, and continues.
Okay. And it looks like Wendy's still going to have to be deposed, but with strict limitations to questions.
Correct.
And she wants Danny to get psychological testing.
Correct.
All right, what's after that? They're talking about Danny getting a large bill.
Yes.
Okay, what's next?
So February 19th.
Is this more talk about the divorce proceedings?
It sounds like they're not going to read this, so I am. February 19th, Donna texts Charlie. If you speak to Wendi today, tread lightly. Don't ask questions about the depot, her lawyer, etc. Tough time, and she's really stressed out. The asshole showed up at soccer yesterday, and when she tried to leave with the boys, he said, no, stay here and play with Abba. Abba, I hope I pronounced that properly, father. She to the boys that he had to leave, and he said, no, I don't. Of course, she woke up to another email from him telling her that she is lying to the boys about their father's whereabouts and that this will be brought up before the court. Such a fucker. It was Wendy's day. He is allowed to attend the children's activity, but that's where it ends. Also, I don't know. We don't know Dan Markel's side of any of this because he is not around to give his side. I can imagine that during a contentious divorce, showing up at soccer is one thing, trying to get everyone to stay after is another thing. And I just don't know if I trust the historian in this case that he's saying beyond, no, just stay for a minute and say hi. I just don't know that it's beyond that. So.
Proceedings.
Yes.
I won't make you read this whole email. I'm getting tired too, but basically in this email.
We're not tired. We want to know all of it.
Is Donna complaining about Dan Markel coming to the soccer game of the boys and wanting to play with them.
Yes.
And she calls him an F word here.
Yes.
No, she calls him a fucker.
And basically saying he's allowed to attend the children's activity when it's Wendi time, but that's it. He can't be spending more time with them than just attending.
Correct.
Okay, what's next?
This is now March 4th of 2014. We're on slide 98.
Okay, thank you. So on this day, so on March 4th of 2014, was there a text message in the records where Donna Adelson asked Charlie Adelson to erase a text that she sent to him?
There is, yes.
Okay, can you walk us through that exchange?
So again, this is March 4th.
There's deleted texts? Because you know what we haven't heard about? Not a single butt dial, but we've deleted text. Tell me about deleted text.
She is communicating with Charlie. She indicates 37 miles to Gainesville.
As in coming from Tallahassee going to Gainesville?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay.
March 4th.
And what does she say here?
She says, I can't talk now, but I'll text you before we stop in Gainesville where I can go to the bathroom and have a moment of privacy. Then I'll call. Please pick up because I will have limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it.
Why do you need to erase a text from a mom telling their son to call him? Why do you need to erase the text? What date's this text from? Hold on, what date? What date are we on? March 4th, 2014? Burn after reading?
Because I will have limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it.
What does she send a few minutes later?
She says, we'll stop in about 5 minutes and I can speak to you privately about Dad's birthday gift when I'm out of the car. I have some good ideas.
What was the time difference between those two texts?
This text was at 10:42 a.m. and this is at 11:08 a.m.
Okay, so 20 minutes before, she's texting saying, we'll have a private conversation and erase this after you read it. Then she sends a text 20 minutes later saying, I can speak to you privately, and says what it's about, Dad's birthday gift.
Correct.
Does she tell him to?
Well, that's why they were asking Rob about coordinating presents for Harvey Adelson. Remember what Rob said yesterday? He really just wanted all his kids to get together. Wanted to see his family and grandparents or family and grandkids. I don't doubt that at all for someone in their 70s. I mean, I think my parents were on that at like, I don't know, 40. It's like, we don't need anything. We want to see everybody. That continues. I'm kind of the same way now. Like, no, I'm good. I want us to spend time together. But Harvey was saying no gifts. Also, Molly Pocket in the chat pointed out, Harvey's birthday is July 5th. So do you really need to plan to get him a gift in March when he doesn't need a gift? That's why they asked Rob about it, right? Because Harvey doesn't want a birthday gift. It's code. We need to talk secret about Dad's birthday gift.
To delete that text where she said the subject of the private conversation?
There's no request to delete that text.
And how does Charlie respond?
He says, great.
And then is there some communication after that where they're setting up this phone call?
Yes.
Okay, can you show us that? She's saying, don't call yet.
Correct.
Okay.
It was the give a
She needs
TV
5 more minutes until she can get to the bathroom for the
Yes.
private call. Okay.
at,
what's
P-
next?
at Panera.
10 a.m.
All right, moving on to May 30th.
May 30th. It's at $8.82. What did you buy it at? Wendi is at Tallahassee Airport. Headed horrible morning with Danny. She was traveling to Portland. Tough conversation with her. Huh?
All right, moving on to May 30th. In this text is Donna telling Charlie that she had a tough conversation with Wendi.
Yes.
All right. And this text message then is on the second to last day of May of 2014.
Was a tough conversation with Wendi. Hey, Wendi, do the right thing. Just curious.
Correct.
All right. And through Luis Rivera, was it learned that there was not only a July trip to Tallahassee, but also a trip in June, at the beginning of June, where these killers came to Tallahassee?
That's correct.
All right. Judge, this might be a good stopping point for now.
Very well.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, we will resume with the testimony of Sergeant Corbett tomorrow morning when the trial resumes.
Oh, Sergeant Corbett, we
Once again, I'm
so
going to
look forward
instruct you,
to
as
it.
I have before, do not discuss this case
Sergeant
with each other
Corbett.
or anyone else. Do not watch any of the news coverage or seek out any information about this matter. We will resume with the trial tomorrow. Please report at 8:45, and we will attempt to get started by 9. Have a good evening.
All right, the jury's filing out. I'm going to just wait and see. The judge is also like, it's time to stretch. Judge, I feel you. This has been, I've been long, we have had long days. I want to see if the lawyers say anything at the end or if they just bounce out. We'll see. I'm going to give it a second and then we'll answer some questions.
Everyone can be seated.
And then we're going to bounce because they are done for the day.
Is there anything that we need to address before the examinations continue tomorrow morning?
Judge, just I have not had a chance to go through in full what my experts sent me with the changes.
Counsel, you've not been doing the cross-examinations all day. What is happening?
I might want to address it in the morning. I haven't had a chance to go through it yet.
We have this evening at this point.
Thank you.
Any other matters that we need to address?
The judge just chuckled.
We'll be in recess. Please report by 8:40 tomorrow, and we'll wait the jurors to resume.
Sorry, Your Honor, you said 8:40?
8:40.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good night, sir.
The judge said, have a nice night, everybody. Well, that's enough for this day. I'm just gonna let I'm taking the volume down in court, but I'm just gonna let the rest of them just. All right, there we go. It's just gonna let the rest of the feed play. We're at the end of the day. It's a long court day. That is, the court stream was over 8.5 hours, so I'm not surprised that we again find ourselves at a 10-hour stream. Well. At the end of day 9 million of this trial, I'm kidding, we're on day 3. So much information has come into evidence, it doesn't feel like these are individual court days. Wendy's ex-boyfriend testified this morning. It feels like it was a year ago. not only is court running till after 5:30 local time, they are not having a ton of sidebars. They are not having a ton of breaks. Court has been moving along with fairly densely packed testimony. The prosecution is on witness number 17 in 3 days. And all of these witnesses have had a tremendous amount of information that they have brought to the table. Today, we saw Wendi Adelson's ex-boyfriend on the stand, Jeff, who had a ton of information. Katherine Magbanua, Charlie's ex-girlfriend. June, Charlie's other ex-girlfriend. And now we are getting into the expert testimony with the financial investigator and Sergeant Corbett, who is doing the tech data and overlaying the tech data. Here are the things that I remember that blew my mind after lunch today. The timeline is becoming much more succinct. Well, no, it's not more succinct. The timeline is becoming much more clear in this trial for me. So as we are watching through, the dates that are standing out are starting to get connected back to other things. So the grandma motion in mid-October 2013, the same time that Wendi Adelson is getting under contract on a house that she liked and wanted to buy. But on October 30th, Wendi just casually drops to her mom in conversation that she's under contract on a house she wants to buy. What does Donna do? Donna goes to Charlie immediately. Your sister just, oh, by the way, today mentioned that she's under contract on a house that she likes in Tallahassee. And Charlie's like, she's stupid. What is she doing? This is not going to stand. Charlie then goes to Wendi. I need to talk to you. Gets Wendi to pull out of that contract, which Wendi does on Halloween. What else does Charlie do on Halloween? Charlie goes to Katherine Magbanua and says, hey, I need you to help me take care of a guy. I need you to help me hurt someone. I need you to help me hurt someone. Wendy's already been denied relocation. She stipulated that there would be no relocation. Wendy's emailing her friends. I kind of like my job. Maybe I'll stay in Tallahassee. It's going to be easier for my kids if we're not driving up and down Florida all the time. I don't really want to go live in South Florida with my mom. We saw that email yesterday. She finds a house she likes. She gets it under contract. And then her brother has a conversation with her. She withdraws the contract and her mom goes, Charlie, you're a miracle worker. How do you do it? And then Charlie, of course, brags to his mother, well, Mom, I just told Wendi that there's like a million reasons she shouldn't buy a house. And, you know, owning is like being in a marriage. And how you don't even want to be in another marriage, Wendi, and a bunch of other things. But I told her. So I got it done, Mom. Bragging back to his mother that he had gotten his sister Wendi to withdraw that contract. Donna was just, Charlie, thank you. What did Wendi say on the stand yesterday? I couldn't afford the house because Danny hadn't paid me. What did the financial investigator, forensic accountant say today? Wendi could afford that house. It was a $370,000 house. Wendi could afford that house. What's in the text messages today between Donna and Charlie? That Dan is trying to get after Wendy's $500,000 bank account. One of her bank accounts. We don't know if that's an investment account. We don't know if that's liquid or wet or musty. But we know that Wendi is not maybe being accurate when she says she couldn't afford it, and that's why she had to pull back on that contract to buy the house that she liked. So Wendy's texting her or emailing or texting her friend, I kind of like my job. It gives me a lot of flexibility. Maybe I stay here in Tallahassee, but I don't want to lose face with my mom. And she goes to buy a house and she doesn't tell her mom about it for a couple weeks because she goes into contract on that house right around the same time that grandmother motion happens on October 13th. And then on the 30th, she mentions that she's in contract on this house. The next day, her brother has convinced her that she's not buying a house in Tallahassee. But Donna was real upset about that grandma motion and was texting Charlie, basically, who the fuck does this guy think he is? He wants to see his kids. And if Wendi doesn't have the kids, he wants the first opportunity to have them. Which means that if it was Wendy's days with the kids, and Wendi had a conference, or Wendi had to work late, or whatever, if Wendi wasn't available, not Charlie, Dan gets asked first. Dan Markel gets the first opportunity to be with his kids before she gets a babysitter, asks her mom for help, or whatever. He gets the first opportunity. Now, if he can't do it, he's already out of town, etc., then she can make childcare arrangements. Donna tells Charlie that is impossible. She actually said that. That's impossible, all caps. After lunch today was kind of wild. We learned a lot from Katherine Magbanua. We learned a lot from Jeff this morning. We saw how Jeff lays out the way that he was set up in things, that his travels aligned exactly with when the hitmen came up to Tallahassee. Katherine Magbanua was like, I didn't know Dan's schedule. Somebody told the hitmen their schedule. Catherine's like, I didn't know anything about that. What a wild day in court. After yesterday, I'm like, I can't believe we have jam-packed everything in this. But we learned how much Wendi knew today. Jeff said that Wendi's TV looked like it had been punched by somebody who was over 5 feet tall, and that Wendi was still insisting on watching it, even though the kids were complaining that the television was broken. And it was broken in June. The first time that the hitmen went up to Tallahassee, the TV was broken in June. The TV was still broken in July. Oh, but Geek Squad came out the day that Dan Markel was killed, right after 11 a.m., the time when Jeff was supposed to be leaving town, right after Wendi sent him an email breaking up with him. Interesting. Oh, and we got to hear about the musty money, the wet money. I know all of y'all are like, wait, Katherine Magbanua said the money was actually wet? Yeah. And she asked Charlie Adelson, why is the money wet? Why is the money actually wet? Why is it musty, moldy money? Why is the money wet? Charlie. It's damp dollars. And Charlie's like, my mom washed it. Donna, why are you washing the money? With water before you bring it to Charlie's house. Because Donna brought the cash to Charlie's house the day that the murder went down and was at Charlie's house before Katherine Magbanua comes over. Katherine Magbanua comes over and Charlie puts the money in her trunk. And then the next day, Garcia comes over to Wendy's and gets the money out of the trunk. And then a day or two later brings Wendi back her cut. Why are you washing the money, Donna? Why are you giving stacks of payroll checks to Katherine Magbanua signed by you through your son's and husband's dental practice? Why is your husband paying someone who doesn't work at his practice? Why are the payroll checks sequential? Why are some of them deposited before the payroll period that they're for? Donna, you're in charge of the dental practice. Why are you paying Katie? Signing those checks. Stacks of checks. Your son Rob said that somebody would ask you to do something and you're definitely going to have questions. You're not just going to do it. So, at the end of a very long 10-hour day, we have learned a lot of money. A lot of money. Did I say earlier Katie's cut, not Wendi's cut? Katie's cut. I didn't. Katie's cut of the money. Thank y'all. Chat is bae. It's been a 10-hour stream day. We learned so much fucking information in court today. Oh my God. Okay. I'm going to do a few questions. You've got questions. I've got questions. We've got questions. We're going to do a few super chats, a few questions, and then it's almost 8 o'clock. I'm going to eat some dinner. Emily, you've had an egg and bacon bagel today. Yeah, that's not sufficient nutrition. No, but it's all right. It's trial. Like a trial lawyer, we're not eating a lot at lunch. What do you do at lunch when you're in trial? Well, Alessi made a plan to eat lunch. But what we know from Alessi and the defense team in the Karen Reed case is that they spent their evenings after court prepping for hours. And then he was up in the morning working out, making sure that he ate, and then at lunch, he brought lunch, so he was eating while he was doing work. This defense team, I don't know what they're doing for lunch. They're doing something. What they're not doing is prepping for their witnesses. Oh, we got questions. That was my fault. I had turned down the court volume so that we wouldn't get any stray noise, and then I forgot to turn it back up. But let's just do some questions. First of all, I think the jury, Katie Bug asked a great question. I think the jury's had a lot of information. I imagine that the jury's starting to do what those of us who are watching this trial for the first time are doing and going, wait. The prosecution's done a really good job of bringing up these key dates multiple times. So the jury's like, what are we doing? Because it's so much. Like, we went through the 23-page probable cause affidavit. And I was like, shit, this is a lot of information. It's so much more. It's so much more. It's so much more. A number of you have asked, why isn't this a RICO case? Because conspiracy will get you there. And I think with a RICO case, it would be incredibly different. Like, conspiracy has a lot of the same bonuses as RICO, but I think it would be very hard to establish the predicate crimes. They have no prior convictions. And I think going through the predicate crimes, I mean, you could argue, and I think there's room to argue, that Katherine Magbanua was probably committing like welfare fraud because she was saying she worked there, but she didn't really work there, and she wasn't disclosing how much she was making because so much of it was cash. She was only disclosing a small amount, but she wasn't ever prosecuted for that. That was never proven up. They were never popped for tax evasion. They were running cash through their office. You would need more to prove underlying crimes. So there just really aren't any predicate acts that you could show the pattern of criminality. And conspiracy gets you most of the benefits that you would get in a RICO case, like the co-conspirator statements and the hearsay exceptions. But RICO brings in past like bad acts, but that doesn't exist here because we don't have those predicate acts. So RICO for like, I don't know, the R. Kelly case, you've got a lot of past bad acts to bring in. For the Diddy case, though the jury did not agree, it allowed them to bring in all kinds of past bad acts and past criminal behavior, but you don't have as many of that here. And the conspiracy to commit murder gets you all those evidentiary benefits, and it's easier to prove. So I think bringing in RICO would just unnecessarily complicate the whole thing. Music to My Soul said, what about tax fraud? Then they have to prove tax fraud. They have to prove it. They have to go through all of it. And it would take the trial sideways on whether or not they committed tax fraud because they were never convicted. It's easier if there's prior convictions. There's no prior convictions for them. And any prior convictions Rivera and Garcia have aren't related to the dental practice. So there's no way to really tie those back. Skeeter asked a chat that we've gotten a lot in this. Does Wendy's perjury on the stand yesterday negate her subpoena immunity? No, the subpoena immunity is a function of law. Whether it would be hard to go after her for perjury. I mean, she said she couldn't afford the house. It seems that she could afford the house. Then again, being able to afford something might be speculative. You might technically have the money, but in your mind, you're like, oh, but that's my investment account. That's my retirement account. Like, I don't know if the market's going to tank again. I'm still nervous because of 2008. Like, it's vibes that I can't afford it. It's like, it's not facts on the bank account. So it gets really hard to start to tie that back. I think if they're going to go after Wendi for anything, it's going to be all of this. Based on, I mean, fuck, we heard a lot of information today. Like, Wendy's like, let's go do yoga, Jeff. Jeff's like, fucking don't want to do. Do I look like a yoga guy to you? Like what? You're gonna go to Whole Foods? We're gonna hit up Erewhon afterwards? Get a fucking Hailey Bieber smoothie? What do you think this is? Girl, this is Tallahassee. I don't want to go do fucking yoga with you. But he's, Jeff maybe was simping a little for Wendi and was like, no, I don't want to break up. Let's go to yoga. And then after yoga, she's just like, so what are your travel plans on Friday? What time are you leaving your house exactly? Which route are you driving? How are you driving to get there? No, but which roads are you taking? Could you draw me a map? Could you text it to me? And he's like, hey, that's weird. That's strange. Little suspicious. Simp life's gonna get you, Jeff. But Jeff was seeing the red flags. I think he was trying to be a conscientious dude. I think he was trying to be a good dude. I think Jeff was just like, let's see if we can work it through. But on the second date, Wendi was so fucking upset about her divorce that she cut the date short and started like sobbing. She wasn't ready to date yet. And I think the reason she was dating Jeff is because maybe, just maybe, she needed somebody else in her life that wasn't, directly connected to the family. Tater Farm said, what sentence is Donna looking at if found guilty? If found guilty, life. Period. For however long that may be. Just like her son. Life. Period. So, let's see. Danielle asks, is this the same judge and prosecutor from the last trial, from Charlie's trial? Yes, I think the prosecutors have done all of these cases, but they changed judges. There was a different judge for the Garcia Magbanua trial and the Magbanua part 2. Music to My Soul reminds me, did we name the pickle yet? I think we're somewhere in the range of damp dalla dill. I think we're in that vicinity of damp dalla dill. I think we might need to do that. There's a lot of new law nerds. You might do the YouTubey things, but damp dalla dill is where we're at. Lucy and everyone who gifted memberships, thank you. Welcome to all the new members. Apologies to the mods because it breaks slow mode. Because, slow mode's a whole thing. But, man, this case. Gringo in the chat says, my favorite phrase from this trial, Wendi admitted to saying her mom practices emotional subterfuge. I know, it's also like a great band name. Truly. Elba, this is a deep cut and I'm living for it. Elba says, never give up, never surrender. Galaxy Quest. Galaxy Quest is a great, great movie. Oh, also, I didn't mention it in my summary. I should have. I didn't mention it. The fact that this all got tied together because Garcia got jealous over Charlie Adelson and made an ill-advised phone call is wild to me. Garcia calls Harvey Adelson because he's seemingly trying to find Charlie's number, calls Harvey. And when they took thousands and thousands of phone numbers and tried to find which phone numbers from the tower dump connected to anyone in the Adelson family, they came up with one fucking call. One call. One. Thousands and thousands of phone numbers from tower dumps from a variety of different mobile carriers. One connection. One number was in Tallahassee connected to anyone in the Adelson family. And it's Sigfredo Garcia calling Harvey to leave a voicemail because he's pissed at Charlie Adelson because they had some kind of confrontation when Charlie was picking up Katherine. And then Charlie and Katherine are texting back and forth the next day confirming that they knew about it because Charlie, I'm sure, got a phone call from his fucking dad, Harvey, and said, Charlie, what the fuck is this voicemail? Maybe Harvey didn't say what the fuck, but vibes. And then Katherine is like, yeah, he's a fucking pussy, among other things that were said. So Katherine's pissed at Garcia for being pissed about Charlie. That is the one thread that connects it. And Sigfredo is in prison for life. Charlie is in prison for life. Katherine is in prison for life. Donna TBD. Harvey's in the courtroom with a notepad. Wendi is, Wendi. I wonder if Wendi is still like gagging and throwing up and shitting herself. One phone call. 37 seconds. The only number that connects anyone in Tallahassee at the time of the murder to the Adelson family. Look, man, the police work in this case is basically scripted. It's so good. It's so good. So good. Sweet and salty. EDB, do you think Donna expected this in-depth information against her? I mean, it's a 24-page probable cause affidavit. But maybe not, seeing that her lawyers seem to feel like some of it's new to them too. But she was there with Charlie's trial, wasn't she? Or didn't she watch it? Wonder what Donna is thinking as she sits there. It wasn't me. Donna's like, I love my daughter. I didn't ask for this. I never said murder. I can't be convicted of murder. I didn't say murder. You brought the murder money, ma'am. You brought the murder money to give to the go-between to give to the hitmen. You wrote the checks. So just because you're the money man doesn't mean you're out of this thing. Lawnerd24 said, they're not old money. They're mold money. Look, I'm never going to stop making fun of the money. I'm not. Look, I know we have rules against name calling. Here's the thing. I feel like we've just been giving Donna her street name. We haven't come to something that we've landed on yet, but the wet money is sending me. So Damp Dollars Donna is something that we're going to work with. We're working with it. Because we're just making fun of your actions because they are specific choices. I mean, this case is fucking wild to me. Orca8995, thank you for the super chat. That's incredibly kind. You always comfort me in trials. I'm having a terrible day, and your wit and voice are giving me grace. Please give yourself grace. Hopefully you've had some laughs. This is a really sad case. And there are moments in this case where I am definitely going to give Donna a hard time about the things she needs to have a hard time about. For sure. But at the heart of it, it is so sad. And I felt that today Jeff seemed mad to me. Katherine Magbanua seemed incredibly sad. There are things in her testimony I didn't believe. There are things in her testimony I did believe. I expect that from some witnesses where it's like, you're not lying about everything, but you're definitely downplaying a few things. But her appeals are done. Rivera took a plea. Garcia's appeals are done. You know, Katherine has the right to be pretty mad. She made her choices. But Charlie definitely knew where to turn the screws to Katherine to try to get her to agree to some shit. Ramey said Rivera testified the job had to be done that day. The guy was traveling and said that Wendi was involved. Do you think he was referring to Jeff? I think that's a great question, Ramey. I think he was referring to the victim, Dan Markell, because Dan was traveling the next day, but he could have been referring to Jeff. I don't know if he knew, because Dan Markell was also leaving on Saturday. They're like, you have to get it done on Friday. And it lined up that Jeff is leaving on Friday and that Dan is leaving on Saturday. And they had lost Dan at the previous hit. So it could be both. I don't know how much Rivera knew. Rivera came across totally truthful to me. Rivera was like, shit, this is what I did. This is what I said. This is what I remember. This is what I know. This is what I don't know. This is why we did this. This is why we did that. This dude shot his revolver through the floor door for the floorboards of the freaking Prius. Rivera's like, I'm not going down for these fuckers. And Rivera said, yeah, if I knew we had money like that, we would have just robbed them. I asked Garcia, can't we just rob them? Can't we just take their money? The dentist? Come on now. You know Rivera's looking at Garcia going, motherfucker, a fucking dentist? Come on. So let's go take his money. What's he going to do? What is he going to call the police? He's going to call the police? Excuse me, officer? Officer? I tried to get these two gentlemen to kill my brother-in-law, and then they robbed me of the cash. So help, I've been robbed. The fuck are you going to do? He probably would have, though. He probably would have called law enforcement, right? Rivera didn't want to do a murder. Rivera's like, I'm not shooting shit. I'll be the driver. I'm not doing it. I don't blame Rivera. They should all listen to him. They didn't. Rivera got a 19-year plea deal. But you know the conversation. Fanny Fruit said, dill damp dollar, aka triple D. I like the damp dollar dill. I'm not mad about it. Motion to call Donna the musty money matriarch. Music to my soul. I'm here with damp dollar Donna. I'm here for musty money mama. I don't know. Matriarch is a little too stately. I'm too mad at Donna to give her anything that seems stately. No. I'm not happy with her. I do not have warm feelings at all. So, Big Elena, I meant sure. I can't type. Like damp dollar Donna. I just, Donna seems incredibly self-important to me. Happy at Hearts at EDB. What do you think the likelihood that Wendi gets charged next? Unlikely or likely? The prosecutors clearly have a plan. There's a lot of information about Wendi. I don't know what they're going to do. They didn't give Wendi a deal. They have made clear to her, you can still be prosecuted. I don't know what I just don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what they're going to do with Harvey either. I don't know what else Harvey knows, or if Donna's trying to keep Harvey out of the conversations, if that's why she's like, I can talk in a minute. Like, your father doesn't need to know. Like, I don't know how much they were trying to insulate Harvey. And Donna's like, no, Harvey, we've got this. And like, Charlie and I have it handled. I don't know. I am very curious what they have on Wendi that we haven't seen yet. Jen said, who else finds it suspicious that the Geek Squad guy came oohing and awing about Wendy's big, beautiful blue eyes for an hour in order to diagnose a busted, irreparable TV? I don't know. I mean, I just wonder if he was like, well, there's an impact on it, but let me run some diagnostics. I don't know. Or was he actually there for an hour? Or are they just using that as an alibi? I don't know. Rowan said the prosecution is playing chess with the exhibits. Meanwhile, the defense team seems to think checkers is played with check marks. The defense is just not prepared. The real Melon Lord said, greetings from Osaka. What did the calendar say in November? I'm worried my days are numbered. I mean, it's wild. It's absolutely wild. Let's see. Y'all, I'm Caitlin K said, I'm curious what the jury thinks of this lawyer. That was earlier today. I think we're talking about the defense attorneys. And I imagine that with seeing how organized the prosecution is, I imagine that the we need a minute is frustrating to the jury, but they aren't doing a ton of sidebars. The jury has only been excused a few times. It's moving along, but it's like, we're going to need a minute. And then the attorneys, and then they come up and ask like 3 questions and you're like, and then they sit back down and you're like, did we do anything? I don't know. I thought their cross so far of Wendi has been the most effective. So Cassie said, do you think Wendi is searching luxury prisons for rich people? I think Wendi has learned that Googling is going to get you at this point. But Wendi, the Jeff connection with Wendi is just quite a lot. Sending the pictures to Rob, there's a lot there with Wendi. And then you've got the defense attorney being like, even if it's you, everyone who's responsible should go down for this, even if it's you. Donna's fucking attorney went right at Wendi at the end of that cross. I was like, damn. Hey, Wendi. What's up? Pull up, huh? It was just interesting. All right, chat. To everyone who super chats I did not get to, thank you. Tomorrow I'm going to try to pull things up faster. I was so riveted today that I was reading chat and then listening to court and then there were YouTube things that were happening. If there are still YouTube things happening, don't forget to refresh. There has been stuff today. If you are now deeply invested in this trial, but also have life that has to be managed, do not worry. That is why we built the app. The Law & Order app will notify you when different witnesses take the stand, when different things happen. When they play the video of the bump operation, I will let you know. When they start getting into the wiretaps and playing those in court, I will let you know. When Garcia takes the stand, if he testifies, I will let you know. If Charlie gets called, I will let you know. If Wendy's entire interview with law enforcement gets played, I will let you know. I will just send you an app notification. Free for you. I will let you know when I'm going live. And for those of you that do have shit to do, because I get it, it's a busy time of year, I'll also let you know when the case briefs are up. For those of you new to my live streaming channel, I have a second channel called The Emily Show. It is a curated, edited, short version summarizing the days. These are long days. We're probably going to do them in 2 parts almost every day because these are long court days and they are densely packed. So if you also want the case briefs, we notify you in the app and then we release those so that you can catch up on court. So if you want to catch up from yesterday, since we streamed so late yesterday, catch up on the case briefs. Those are my summaries of the day. We will have case briefs out tomorrow. So all the things, grab the case briefs. Those are on the Emily Show channel. Priya said, Emily, can you send me to sleep through the app? It's 2:19 a.m. Priya, go to bed. Also, I don't know, maybe we should do sleep stories in the app. You guys have been asking. I'll think about it. I owe you some, but we'll think about it. So, Lori G asked one last question. Was Donna in jail during Charlie's trial? Nope. Charlie's conviction was kind of the pinnacle moment of Donna's involvement in the case because she was on that recorded jail call. So that's going to come up too. When we start talking about Donna fleeing the country, I'll send you an app notification. So tomorrow we will be starting closer in time to court. I'm going to set stream for 8:30 Central, which means I need to make sure the mods, Team Baker and myself get the fuck to sleep. So tomorrow we are ready to go. Law nerds, you are the best. Thank you. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for making this the #1 place to watch live trials. You guys do it every single time. We always have the largest live concurrent viewership. It crushes. I love being here with you. Thank you. You guys are the best, and you're funny. No one is funnier than a Law Nerd chat. All right. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android so I can keep you in the loop. Because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a Law Nerd.